to a momentous occasion in the world of chess, where history, culture, and destiny collide in a dazzling display of strategy and skill. We turn our gaze to Singapore, the illustrious Lion City, a global crossroads where ancient traditions meet cutting-edge innovation and the world's bustling economic currents converge. Here, on this storied stage, the Chess World Championship unfolds, capturing the world's undivided attention. In one corner, we have Ding Liren, the reigning champion hailing from China, where a population over 1 billion stands behind him, fueling a relentless drive towards glory. Ding's journey embodies a legacy of strategic mastery and an unyielding pursuit of excellence. The road back to the World Championship has not been easy for Ding. This past year has been one of his most challenging, both on and away from the chessboard. Opposite him, from the shadow of the Himalayas, is Gukesh, the prodigious talent from India. Gukesh represents a new wave of chess brilliance from the subcontinent, leading a generation of extraordinary minds who are reshaping the landscape of the game. Since winning the candidates, Gukesh has been in top form, having one of the best ever performances at the Olympiad, where he and India won gold for the first time. As we watch these giants battle for supremacy, we are reminded of chess's rich history, a game that has transcended borders and ages, uniting diverse cultures in a single shared passion. From ancient palaces to the grand stages of modern arenas, chess remains a testament to the universal quest for intellectual triumph. In this grand spectacle, Singapore stands as the perfect host, a beacon of global unity, where every move and countermove resonates far beyond the chessboard, symbolizing the ties that bind us all. Prepare to witness a clash of titans, a celebration of strategy, and a moment where the world comes together in the name of the greatest game ever played. It is experience versus youth, Ding's unshakable resolve against Gukesh's unstoppable momentum. Who will emerge victorious as the 2024 FIDE World Champion?
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-week free trial and 50% off, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
नजर तेरे चाल पे, जब से देखा तुझे खेलते सब थे फिदा तेरे खेल पे। अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे, ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे। पूरी दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे, नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी व्हेन यू आर गुकेश रे। अब है टेंशन और इमोशन, ये है कंडीशन। पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस कि कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन।
पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, गो गो बुकी गो, सिर पे तेरे तू अड़ा है, गो गो बुकी गो, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, गो गो बुकी गो। चल 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 चल
यहाँ हर पल है कीमती, कीमत है तेरे ड्रीम की। जब भी तू बोर्ड पे बैठे आशा हो बस तेरे विन की। आनंद का है तू चेला, नहीं है तू अकेला। अगर अपनी गेम तू खेला तू जा अपोनेंट तो गेला। हेटर्स वाली बातें जिनकी, शुरू कर लो उल्टी गिनती। मार गिराया सबको उसने, अब बारी आई है टीम की।
इंडिया इंडिया इंडिया, गो 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 गो।
अब आया है तू एंड गेम में, सब ले रहे तेरा नाम है। सबकी नजर तेरे बोर्ड पे, घर लाना है तुझे गोल्ड रे। अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे, ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे। पूरी दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे, नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी व्हेन यू आर गुकेश रे। अब है टेंशन और इमोशन, ये है कंडीशन। पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस कि कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन।
पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है,
गो गो बुकी गो,
सबका बस अब ये कहना है,
गो गो बुकी गो,
ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है,
गो गो बुकी गो,
सिर पे तेरे तू अड़ा है,
गो गो बुकी गो,
पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है,
गो गो बुकी गो,
सबका बस अब ये कहना है,
गो गो बुकी गो,
ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है,
गो गो बुकी गो,
पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, सिर पे तेरे तू अड़ा है, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, सबका बस अब ये कहना है, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है, सिर पे तेरे तू अड़ा है, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है।
Well, here we are before round 6, and the sun has come out again on the weekend. And you know, yesterday was Magnus Carlsen's 34th birthday. Remember that when he won his first world championship in 2013, the first thing he did was he ran and jumped in the pool. And just in case Gukesh or Ding gets inspired to do the same, we have found the closest pool to the Aquarius Hotel. That would be quite a shot. But back to the game today, we are learning it is a marathon, not a sprint. Today was the Singapore Marathon. What do I mean by that? Both players seem to be pacing themselves, especially Ding. Recall that he didn't push a position in round 2 that Magnus Carlsen said he would have pushed. And then yesterday, he took the shortest path to a draw with his bishop c6 move. So he seems to be waiting for the opportune moment to push for the win. This was one of Magnus Carlsen's criticisms of Ding's recent play going into the tournament. But we're all tied up. Will Ding play some Queen's Indian reversed B3, Bishop A3 system? We have no idea. We've come to expect the unexpected, and I'm hoping the players go for a dip no matter who the winner is. Back to you guys.
Hello, and welcome to our Sunday special here. It's a big day. It's Game 6 happening in Singapore, and we are absolutely excited because Game 6 की history बहुत ही ज़्यादा important है. It's usually the pivotal, the decisive game of so many World Championship matches, and we've got an amazing crew as always. Sahil Tikku, Sagar Shah, and where's our GM in the house? Balraj guy, the gentleman.
The owner of this space, Balraj bhai, welcome. I saw you teaching chess to your son.
Yes, I was just introducing him to the pieces right now.
Nice.
And
how old is he?
He's right now, he will turn 3.
Oh.
Yes.
It's a good age to get a rating these days.
Yeah.
3-year-old is Anish Sarkar. You must have heard of him.
Yes.
So he is the youngest rated player in the world. So kya pata? Maybe your son. Can you tell his name?
His name is Tanveer Singh Ghai.
तो तनवीर सिंह का नाम याद रखते हैं हम.
अरे वाह. T for Tanya, T for Tanveer.
Halfway there, Tanveer.
Halfway
Tanya.
there.
But we are almost at the halfway mark at the World Championship match, and it's a really big day today. I'm going to be honest, but Game 6 for me has been sort of a really monumental day from Dubai. And Sagar, we were there for the Jan Magnus match, and I think many of you know this. And there we've got Ding, by the way. We'll get back to that. But is Ding resting in the resting area already?
Yeah, Ding is like, this is game 6. Tanya is saying it's going to go long. Let me take some rest.
It's going to go very long because in Dubai, it was the longest game. It clocked in more than 7.5 hours. It became the longest game in the history of World Championship matches. 136 moves. And it was Magnus's first win and the only one that really got decisive.
Yeah. No, I think this today, game 6, as you also said, I was leaving home and Amruta was like, when the game ends, come quickly. You know, she's not here. She's not feeling so well. And I said, because it's game 6, शायद से थोड़ा time लग जाएगा आने को वापस. And I think for all of us here, this might be a very, very crucial game.
Huge day. I think you guys have bought the tickets on the right day. I just want to say that because, you know, in Dubai, the game started on a Friday evening and finished Saturday early morning. And what a game that was. And not just that, Balraj, last World Championship, Ding won a very critical game 6 against Jan Nepomniachtchi and leveled the score. Not just that, 1972, Bobby Fischer won and took the lead for the first time in the match against Spassky, game 6.
Oh, so matlab it has something to do with numerology or something, or
I think as Gukesh says, he believes in playing good moves, not numerology. But game 6, I guess we are getting close to the midway mark, and somehow whatever happens here sets the tone for the remaining games. Like when Magnus won, then Jan couldn't come back. So I have a feeling that today could be a decisive game.
It could be, and how important are the colors? White, black in this game. Both players have been nervy. Thoda idhar-udhar push nahi kar pa rahe. So, बहुत important game, and Ding having the white pieces today.
Ding has white, and we don't know what his first move would be. He played e4 in one game, then knight f3. And are the players already in the playing hall?
Well, we saw Ding. He was in the resting area. Maybe he's moved on and he's taken his chair. By the way, talking of opening, the last World Championship match, Ding versus Jan, he surprised and shocked the whole world in Game 6 when he played the London system. It's never happened in a match before. So with white, I am expecting a huge surprise today. I might have the same reaction as I did to French, Balraj. Let's be ready for that.
We are all ready for your reaction, Tanya. I don't know. You reacted like this yesterday, and some reel has come out saying I react in some I say some things which are like, oh my god, E4 and ये सब मैं ऐसे नहीं किया, तुम कर रही हो.
I haven't seen the reels, but I think the French for the second time, but it was a great hold by Gukesh. Finally, I think Ding could have again taken some decisions differently. He didn't. He let go. Felt like he was happy. You know, I'm going to say it today with the black pieces for Gukesh. It's absolutely pivotal to not let things go out of control. Speaking of, and since Sahil has come, by the way, he's been saying ki bhai aaj Gukesh jeetega hi jeetega. He's been to the future and back.
Maybe we can ask our audience if they agree with Sahil. क्या लगता है दोस्तों? Will Gukesh win?
Yes, let's go. Especially because tomorrow's a rest day. So I'm sure both sides are going to be vying for the win. It's going to be a very decisive game today.
Also, Gukesh's previous win was before the rest day.
Exactly.
Yeah, one side might think कि अब rest day है, relax करते हैं. Other might think कि rest day है, let's push even more. So वो attitude difference might account for the result itself.
What do you feel? Let's ask the panel over here. What do you feel? It's going to be decisive. It's going to be a draw. What do you feel?
Gukesh wins today. I just know
Gukesh wins.
He wins.
Okay.
100%.
Tanya.
You go first.
I want to actually see the opening. Can I say like 5 move के बाद बोलता हूँ. Oh, look at Gukesh. And by the way, this small little thing that Gukesh is doing here, putting his jacket, the grey jacket. I personally think it has become more of a sort of a ritual for him because I don't think he'll use that grey jacket. तो वो सिर्फ रखता है उधर because he also did that in the candidates. He was putting it on his chair before the game. So yeah, this is how it is.
लेकिन भाई आपका prediction क्या है?
He just dodged his answer totally.
Go, Sagar, go.
I think I would also go with Gukesh win today.
Very good.
Decisive.
Very good. Very good.
Balraj.
I think I will believe that. See, for me, as much as I want Gukesh to win today, I think it's going to be a draw. That's what I feel. Yeah. Because I think that one side is really going to try hard to go for the win, but the other side is not going to let go. Now it just depends on how Gukesh plays with the black pieces. Is he going to be defensive? Is he going to go into the attack mode? And that's where I agree with Sagar bhai. I think that's why he wanted to see the opening before saying...
Yeah, I just feel like if there is an advantage that Ding gets out of the opening because he's white, then perhaps it's not so easy. But if Gukesh smoothly equalizes, then his chances rise. Also, we see him at the playing hall already. He always comes before Ding. And Tanya, your prediction?
By the way, Maurice is there also and Ding. So we're just moments away from the ceremonial moves and the start of this big game 6, which is always fun. सोच रही हूँ मैं.
वो बोलने लगेगा फिर you cannot say जल्दी.
Win, draw. I am going with Balraj. I think this is going to be a draw, but a very different kind of draw. I think this will be a very massive fight, a big fight that will go down to the wire. And I think Gukesh, with the black pieces, will keep it level going into the free day.
So Tanya is predicting a blood.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to Game 6 of the FIDE World Championship, presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa in beautiful Singapore. I'm Maurice Ashley, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the two players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh. And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. The match is currently tied at 2.5 points each. The players are giving it their all and incredible fighting chess for all the fans around the world. Before I introduce the gentleman who will be making the ceremonial first move, I'd like to talk a little bit about the sponsorship of this tournament by Google. Of course, chess has been seeing a great boom as of late after the Queen's Gambit. We saw the internet boom during COVID. And the fan base has tripled in many places, and websites around the world taking great advantage of this incredible interest in chess. And now we have, for the very first time, 2 Asian grandmasters competing for the title from 2 of the great chess superpowers, India and China. Naturally, Google took note of this and has brought their incredible, one of the most valuable brands in the world, that prestige, to the championship. And of course, as chess fans, we're grateful, and we hope to see this continue in years to come. And now, for the first move, he is a great fan of the game. He spearheaded the effort at Google to sponsor this event. The president of the Asia Pacific region at Google, Scott Beaumont. Thank you, Scott. Please. And with that, let the game begin.
D4, guys, क्या खेलेगा? E4, D4.
D4, Ding ने pawn वापस लिया नहीं था.
D4.
Yes,
D4 on the.
Oh my God, D4, no?
Yes, it's D4. Are we gonna see another London?
system? Aane wala bhai, let's go.
Okay,
oh my
wait.
God, Knight F6 immediately by Gukesh. He
अगर
was
C
ready.
pawn push हुआ तो London नहीं होगा. If he takes out the knight to F3, there's a chance that we might get a London for the second time in a World Championship
And
match.
that too in game 6.
Yeah.
Bhai Sahab!
Bishop to F4.
Bhai, this is unbelievable. Ding Liren believes in like
Psychology. He believes in psychology. Game 6, this is what got him the win.
Okay, just for all the people who don't understand, like why are we so excited? Maybe Tanya, you would like to explain.
Yes, I'm very confused.
हाँ, exactly. Balraj bhai like, क्या हुआ ये बिशप निकला? इतना क्यों खुश है सब लोग?
It's the opening, right? This is the London system when the bishop lands on F4. And in a World Championship game, this was not seen until the previous match. And Ding played it in game 6 and he won that game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And it was big news because it's not trendy. It's become, but still not at the absolute top levels in classical game. You don't see this that often.
Okay.
So Ding made it work for the first time. Definitely Team Gukesh has prepared this line because they know it can happen at any time in the match, which is why we see him blitz out the moves despite this being a shocker. But this is amazing. Jackets are off, gloves are off, this is on. And I will say one thing, we have been talking about game 6, hamesha itna fun hota hai and there's so much action on the board. And of course, in our hearts, we're rooting Gukesh wins this. But there's always, I don't know how superstitious Gukesh is or what he's feeling. Traditionally, game 6 has worked out well for white. Fischer win, white pieces. Magnus win, white pieces. Ding win, white pieces. It's the day to change that narrative if it has to happen.
But how many of these openings, whenever white won, was with the London system?
Just one.
Just one.
Just one.
Okay.
A really interesting story. I read this a long time ago, Sagar, which was from the Fischer-Spassky match. And by the way, moves are coming in quickly. So maybe we'll just go to the board and I'll save that for later because they're playing too fast.
So what Gukesh has chosen against the London system, by the way, Balraj Bhai and everyone here, the London system is characterized by this triangular setup. That white has 1, 2 and now the pawn will come up like here.
Okay.
And so here Gukesh goes for the most solid approach, which is bishop to d6. No, it's a very simple approach. Bishop ke saath bishop rakh diya. Do you trade? Do you go back as white? Or do you put the knight in the middle? Many options.
Oh, gives a check.
Gives a check.
This is full attack, right?
I mean, now you cannot really block, right? Because your bishop will hang. Like
Knight c6 you can block.
Yes.
Yeah, knight c6.
He played knight c6.
And then after that, you can't even...
I'm getting a bit worried here because I have seen a game between Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand in the same opening where Anand as black had lost to Magnus. And the point being, the big problem piece for black is his light squared bishop on c8. It's a bad piece there. He took. So
First imbalance.
जब सब कुछ exchange होएगा, bishop भी दूसरे भी bishop, white will be left with 2 knights and black will have a knight and bishop, which is a slightly problem piece.
What is the problem piece?
It's not, you see the pawns are limiting it.
Okay.
So it cannot move outside easily. You see the queen came. Ooh.
He's playing so quickly right now.
Ding Liren, ekdam, today coming like a world champion.
Sagar bhai, what is the format of this game?
मतलब
ये इतना जल्दी क्यों खत्म कर रहे हैं? ये क्या? ये मैं सोचा have they taken what Magnus has said personally?
Intimidation tactics, I think.
Oh.
And first time in the match, we're seeing Ding blitz out the opening moves the way he's doing it with this speed. By the way, Queen A4 was a very important. They say don't take out your queen early on in the game, but this controls the only active square the black bishop had. Bishop to A6 would have put it on a beautiful diagonal, stopping white's king from castle. That's been stopped for the time being.
And Tanya, there's a threat. Sahil Bhai, if you can show. Sahil Bhai, by the way, big expert of the London here. I think you have a lot of videos on them.
I love this opening. मैं साहज भाई की वो छाया में बस अपना पोस्ट मारता रहता हूँ. Somewhere in the world he is fainted right now looking at the London system. And यहाँ पे बहुत सारे ideas. I think Queen A3 could also be an idea to pin this pawn, and that would be very very uncomfortable because if you castle Queen A3, then this is very very shaky.
Correct.
So in this position, is it better to move your bishop to D7 or should you move your knight to E4?
I would think castle is a very normal choice here because yes, you have that idea of pinning, but then Balraj's move knight either moving forward to E4 or to D7 are two ways to defend that C5 pawn. But see, this move more importantly has taken Gukesh by surprise. He's paused. And Sagar, maybe we can look at how many times has Queen A4 been played here?
Yeah. So Bishop D6, Queen D6. This position has been reached 68 times, and out of that 62 times Queen A4 has been played. So it's not a very new move, and good players like Magnus Carlsen has played it with Ding Liren. Can you believe it? Magnus was white, Ding was black, and this was at Vaikansi, and look at the speed with which Ding is playing castle ko Queen A3.
So this is full preparation?
Full
Yes,
prep.
full
Why?
prep.
अब मैं आपको बोला ना why I wanted to see the opening.
पर अब prediction क्या है तुम्हारी? Opening तो देख ली.
नहीं, इसको अभी prediction थोड़ी ना बोल सकते हैं.
Result prediction.
अभी थोड़ा tension आ रहा है because Ding is playing so fast.
So the pressure on that C5 pawn right now, how will you diffuse that?
So two moves with the knight, right? You can move forward,
yes,
like you said,
correct,
or you can come backwards.
That's it.
And usually you want to move forward, but here it's also important to control the E5 square because that's a break you want to get. So knight D7 would be my move of choice. I'm not only defending, I have the idea to play E5 next and solve that problem piece of black, the bishop on C8. ये एक बार active हो गया, then black's doing fine.
You know, there are some opening positions which are like only played at the top level, and this is one of them. Because if I look at the database, the players who have played it with white are 2 times by Aronian, once by Tabatabai, Hari Krishna, Abbasov, Kamsky, Dmitry Kolar, Sam Savian. These are all 2600 plus GMs, and there have only been 16 games. So it means that the position is being reached only by strong players.
So also it means that Gukesh has studied this enough number of times.
Could have been, but only 16 games have been played. So इसके लिए ऐसे भी हो सकता है he might have missed it.
Knight E4, he goes for the more aggressive choice.
लग तो रहा है कि अभी उसको पता है. So he know. And look at Ding.
So
response instantly, bye.
So the reason why we have such few games in this is because Ding played a move when he gave that check on B5. That is a very rare move. There is an option that white has. Actually, out of all of them, this is the 4th played move. Here, usually the other bishop falls back to G3 so that if you take, the H file opens up. So bishop B5 was the first rare move in this position.
Yeah. But Tanya, it has been played 220 times.
So not...
So...
yeah.
Okay, but I mean, it's 4th most popular
Absolutely.
there. But do you think like Ding is super well prepared here?
Look at the speed, right? He's playing fast. He knows what he's doing. By the way, really impressive.
क्या खेला?
Gukesh, E5. It's a break you want in this position. जैसे ही white knight पीछे गया, E5 कर दो. Gukesh is also keeping up on the clock. He's not showing nerves. He's not showing, अरे मैं कितना surprise हो गया London से, I'm going to take my time.
भाई मार दिया उसने knight.
तो ठीक है, मार दो वापस.
But then C5 pawn is hanging, right?
But doubled pawns and rook b8. Okay, let's see this because c5 can be picked up. If you take with the pawn, then there's queen d3.
Tanya, sorry, थोड़ा slow.
हाँ, he's showing it on the board.
नहीं मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ. ये क्या हो क्या रहा है, please. हाँ जी.
So I think pawn takes pawn is very risky because the castling is stopped.
हाँ जी.
Once the queen comes in.
Okay.
So queen takes pawn is what Sagar wanted, is my guess.
Ding ने मार दिया भाई.
मार दिया.
He has taken
Sagar
it.
and Ding both wanted it.
Now, see Dalraj bhai.
हाँ.
You are a pawn down.
हाँ जी.
तो अगर आप queen मारोगे, तो it's bad for you.
Correct.
So he plays queen b6.
He knows what's happening here.
He knows.
अरे Ding रुक
नहीं रुक रहा, खेले ही जा रहा है.
And there is no stopping them. They are so quick.
They have officially changed the format of the game.
From classical to Blitz World Championship.
I mean, till now, how much time did it take for them to do like 14 moves each? Would have been at least 40 minutes in,
Yeah,
right?
generally we would be like 2 घंटा हो गया है, अभी
जिसमें-
17 moves. Now it's like 5 minutes.
Yeah, usually
Seems to be
Ding
10
is
minutes.
behind on the clock by 40 minutes by now, but he knows what he's doing. By the way, really interesting move, and I think we have to look at some chess here because so much is hanging. Ding has ignored the threat on the G2 pawn. E5 is loose as well. What happens if Gukesh takes on D4 and takes on G2?
Should we take first on G2 or okay, first that pawn? It
You
looks-
take with the queen. Queen takes pawn and queen takes pawn.
Yeah.
And then E4 is hanging. So this is why
No,
taking
but
on
rook G1. Oh, sorry.
Queen E4, right?
Knight is on D2. I thought knight is on E2. Queen E4. Correct.
Oh, he took on G2.
He goes directly. Because of that, he's taken directly.
By the way, guys,
Is he going to go long castle? Is the question here.
this
That goes
position,
crazy.
खेल दिया भाई. Long castle. 2 games played here. Levon Aronian versus Lenier Dominguez. A top level game has reached here in 2022 at St. Louis Rapid.
This is the sharpest position we've had in this match. Ding showing incredible preparation so far. Gukesh has to work this out on the board and he has to be precise. G file खुली है, रुक G1 पे आ रहा है, E5 का pawn hanging है, E4 पे pressure है. If I was not prepared, I would be terrified as black right now.
Yeah, but you see Gukesh, the fact that he's playing so quickly, he's in his preparation. He can't be outside.
He took it.
This is
He's playing so
Gukesh
fast
is like
and
जो
so
स्कूल
gutsy.
में आप पढ़ रहे हो उस स्कूल के हम He's ready for this.
And he's not backing down. He's not making safe choices.
Yeah.
I think we were right. Game 6 is always
Fire.
spicy.
Fire.
And the fact that so many pieces have been traded. By the way, this also happened in Aronian Dominguez. And the move that was played in that game was Rook D E1. Because the E3 pawn is hanging. तो वो Rook को उसने बचाया था. Now we need to see what is the new idea that Ding comes up with.
Can he put knight on C4?
Hi Balraj bhai, if he plays this, I am going to go crazy. This is a huge line. They have played 15 moves and you are suggesting a novelty here.
But knight c4 does make a lot of sense
not a bad
because
move, yeah.
you're defending your e3 pawn.
Exactly.
You're also defending the b2 pawn. Kabhi rook b8 पे आ गया तो he takes on e5.
New idea, guys. New move on the board.
This is the novelty and very probable that this is preparation by Ding, right? This
100%.
novelty because it's been reached before. And secondly, Gukesh has played the most concrete lines.
Yes.
He's taken one pawn, he's taken another pawn. So it's definitely something Team Ding has checked.
I would say 99.9% this is prep because you can't make so many moves in 5 minutes. But now, queen on f2. I mean, earlier Rook D1 was played. We can expect Gukesh to like take half an hour now. This is my feeling.
Not sure because so far 100% accuracy for black.
नहीं भाई अभी अगर गुकेश ने मूव किया without thinking, that would mean you have foreseen a novelty in a position and then prepared against it, which is unlikely.
Tanya, game 6.
It's always fire, right? And it's also so much on the mind. I mean, Gukesh fully knows the implications of game 6 and how it goes on. Ding knows. These players know that that's on their minds as well. Of course, you play the position. But this has often been a decisive game in the World Championship match. And look at the opening choice. We've been seeing Ding play so safely, sort of cagey approach, better position maybe, not pushing too much, you know, trying to get out with a draw as quickly as possible. And then he comes up with this absolute, I don't know, like a bombastic line, right? London में giving up 2 pawns, long castle, opposite side castling का मतलब है भाई कहीं तो checkmate होने वाली है.
Correct. I think this line, Ding has come very well prepared. And if we just zoom into Gukesh, He's now in his thinking mode.
Yeah,
He's
this is
stopped his
stressful.
memory mode right now, and you can see him there totally focused. So if we look at the position, let's ask all of you here, what are the first moves that come to your mind as black? मतलब क्या खेलोगे? Because now, just like Gukesh, just like all of you, Gukesh is also on his own. So he's also thinking कि क्या है. And Balraj bhai, you can also maybe, आपको क्या move लग रहा है? Black क्या खेलेगा?
First, I would like to let the audience decide.
You don't want to give a hint. You don't want to give them too much. Such a gentleman.
But it's not so easy. And by the way, I must mention here, there was a correspondence game that has reached this position. Correspondence games are basically ones which are not played in a day. It's like you send a move, the other person sends a move later. Now earlier khat se hota tha, like a postcard. Now it's online. So these games are usually high quality games because they can use the engines while playing. And so there's one game between Martin Simon and Chronopoulos Antonios. This was in 2022, and there the move played was Rook B8 here.
वो मतलब ये जमाने में भी खत भेज रहे हैं?
अभी नहीं, अभी ऑनलाइन इंटरनेट पे भेज देते हैं. एक वेबसाइट रहता है,
okay.
वहाँ पे you're playing, and when they send a move, you get a pop-up or an update saying your opponent has played.
Got it. It's
You
just
can also play it on chess.com.
Just a much longer game, basically.
Yeah, you get time to check with engines. You get time to really come up with the best response. Wow. So that's the idea behind this. I'm still getting over that we get a London today. I mean, this is really a bold statement.
Tanya, you would say 1d4. I'm getting over that.
1d4 mein kya hai? But when he played d4, London became a big reality. Yeah, it's just, in that, I think I was about to say this, and I'll go back to this point.
The story.
And I was reading about the 1972 match, and there when Team Spassky was preparing, Fischer's favorite move. How many of you know Fischer's favorite move? Yes. E4, right? E4. Best by test. That's what that comes from Bobby Fischer, 1 E4. So जब World Championship की preparation चल रही थी, Team Spassky asked Spassky that what are the chances that Fischer leaves his beloved E4 and goes for D4 or C4? And Spassky's response at that time was something to the effect of, let's not bother with this nonsense. He's never going to play it. He's never going to play this, and if he does, what was known as the Tata cover variation was his idea. I will play that और क्या ही मिल जाएगा उसमें. उन्होंने हिंदी में नहीं बोला, but you get the drift.
Of course.
क्या पता बोला भी हो. हाँ, okay.
And then game 6 में he played D4, something that Fischer had never done, and he went on to win it. Game 6 में D4 was the move of choice by Magnus against Jan. He played the Catalan in 2021 and he won it. Ding goes for E4. It is his beloved opening. It's what he plays much more often than D4. So this puts pressure on Gukesh as well, It's a sort of a ghost of Game 6 past that you're dealing with. Plus the position, absolute fire on the board right now. Yeah. And Gukesh has to be precise for the next few moves. One inaccuracy from black, and you're looking at a position that's probably very hard to save.
Also, agreed. Tanya, do you think that because Game 7 is basically you've reached the middle of the entire World Championship, right? So do you think it becomes a test of patience even more, where one person wants to break out, wants a particular decisiveness over there? That's why things start looking more and more hot on the chessboard?
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. The first few games, you're sizing up your opponent. You're letting your nerves settle in. You're kind of seeing what is their idea, what have they prepared, what kind of games is he feeling comfortable in. Middle of the match, you reach that moment where you understand that, your team understands that. So you're kind of ready to go into critical lines. And he's done that. This is the position. And, I said that I'm expecting a draw at the start, the predictions. This is going to be a big battle. And I'm going to say the same thing again. Gukesh has to survive this. He has to. This is absolutely essential for him.
Oh, but he
played onslaught.
He played his move. And this is relatively quick. Wow. Yeah.
He has seen it.
You cannot play it so quickly. Itna jaldi. Like he took 10 minutes for the move? 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
No, I don't think if he was unaware. So somewhere it was in the back of his head, and he just.
So now that knight can't move basically.
Knight can't move to e4.
Correct.
Yeah. Can we ask our viewers here? Knight e4. What's the problem?
खेल दे बस पर होने नहीं वाला.
Queen takes b2.
Oh, we have a move. He moves the knight to the other square. Another move Balraj you had suggested, I think, on the previous.
Yeah.
So defends b2. Balraj is on fire, but
Thank you.
yes.
By the way, we have a super chat by Nishant Pandey who says you have London expert in your panel
Sahil ji.
and you are ignoring him. Sahil bhai, थोड़ा तो बता दीजिए क्या. What are you feeling?
भाई 17 मूव हो चुके हैं, ये थ्योरी मुझे तो नहीं पता थी. और लिटरली ऐसा लग रहा है मतलब दोनों G फाइल ओपन है, B फाइल ओपन है. भाई लंदन में ऐसा भी होता है, मुझे पता नहीं था. गलत वाला वर्जन खेल रहा हूँ मैं.
So it's a material balance, by the way, so far. Both sides have 6 pawns each, but Gukesh's C pawn also are under attack right now. And I'm just wondering, does he develop the bishop? Is that what he's thinking about? Bishop to e6?
Oh,
Yeah, you like that?
Because you want to hit the knight and take the pawn.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, what? Let's make the natural move. Bishop e6.
Rook f1 is what I would expect.
Rook f1 or rook d2.
Now, rook d2 is nice, but then queen f3, I hit the rook.
Why?
And then I move my rook. Rook d1. Or rook e1. I don't know.
In that position, why not b3, for example?
When?
Right
Bishop
now.
e6, b3.
Yeah.
I take the knight.
You just take the knight. Okay.
Also
and
a2.
now if you take with the pawn, a2 is also
A2
hanging.
is
Correct.
It is also hanging. No, it's gone.
Also,
Basically, it's gone.
Balraj, in general, the side you've castled on, right? You don't want to push your pawns too much. It
Got it.
weakens it.
Got it.
So you have to be very careful of moves like b3, which otherwise would be great because you consolidate your knight.
But Ding has seen rook b8. No, because he's the one who has gone for this. So there is no way he's not seen this.
Yeah.
So that's why he responded also knight c4 instantly. I would say that right now, Gukesh is in that situation where he is trying to vaguely remember the line from, because he must have seen this, while Ding has actually seen it today. So Ding के mind में एकदम fresh है.
एक potential बुरी news हो सकती है.
क्या?
I just switch on the engine and top 2 lines में repetition जा रहा है भाई.
अरे तो मतलब from a match perspective it would be good for Gukesh.
It would be a great result.
But it would be bad for Ding's team because if you prepare so well and then you just repeat.
And for everyone who's bought a ticket.
Yes. Maybe we'll
So
do
what's
some-
the repetition? What is...
So for example, queen g2 or queen f3, both these moves is something that the engine highly like really recommends. And then there could be something like rook h e1, queen f2, and some sort of rook movement, queen movement, and nobody does anything.
So Sahil bhai, is bishop e6 a bad move?
No, it is definitely logical. And then the engine really prefers rook d2 as the only move.
And how does it go? Okay. As the only move?
Only move. It's the only move in the position.
Wow.
Arey, Ding bhai has come into the resting
अरे
area.
खाना
ना.
नहीं है.
He's going to just chill now. He's.
Gonna chill.
This is not good news.
Ding chilling.
Then dry fruits will come out, the banana.
But also Sagar bhai, I mean, what would you call today as like the main gambit, the biggest gambit of the day? What would you call it?
Oh, yes.
Because we've had such a wild opening.
Oh, right. We have to find the gambit of the day today. What would you say, guys?
I think
what move?
I think this pawn, which spiced up the position. This pawn on g2 might be a good gambit.
Queen takes g2. If we can just play that move, we can bring that position. This is definitely the gambit of the day, taking that pawn, but the entire London system,
Yeah. You know, this is another very unique thing about this match and Ding as a player in the World Championship, that he plays a new opening in every game. It's like the team is preparing these one-game surprises. We saw it in the last match as well. And that makes it so hard for Team Gukesh to actually preempt, to actually predict कि opening कौन सी होने वाली है. You know, with white, Ding has played 1 e4, 1 knight f3, and today 1 d4.
Yeah. I really like how Ding is right now just relaxing.
He's like taking a nap right now. He's full chilling.
Ding has that, he's young and he's a world champion and all, but deep within he has this quiet soul. मुझे ऐसा लगता है that at some point he just wants to relax, like go on a vacation, chill, ऐसे fishing करना है, just a relaxed time.
Not that it matters, but what's the age gap between the two players?
Ding is 92 born.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
Gukesh is 2006 born.
I think
So
Ding is
14.
32.
14
Yeah,
years.
32 and 18.
क्या ही
14
कंट्रास्ट है
years.
दोनों प्लेयर्स में. एक फुल स्ट्रेस में सोच रहा है, एक
हाँ.
चिल कर रहा है.
It's a huge difference. By the way,
That's how long my midlife crisis was.
14 years.
so bishop e6 is one move.
By the way, just really quickly on bishop e6, I think I figured out why rook f1 is such a bad idea, because then the black queen shifts over to that e2 square where you're suddenly hitting that knight on c4 and b2 is super weak. So you don't have time to keep chasing the queen, which is why Sagar's rook d2 makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And then rook d2, let's say queen f3. And do we double the rooks down the d file because the rook is attacked, or we can even put the rook on g1 to take it to that g file, but then bishop takes knight, queen takes knight, and queen takes bishop, and pawn is hanging, correct? So this might be good for black. In a way, it does feel that black को इतना tension नहीं है. It's not such a difficult position for black. Like you put the bishop, you move the queen.
I'm just very surprised at how much it was attacking for white, and right now it seems like it's swinging into more going into defensive for white suddenly, because black's pieces are so much more spread out.
Is Ding actually napping right now? It's like he hasn't
No,
slept.
he's not napping.
Okay.
No, he's gotten up. And by the way,
He's gotten
there is a screen in front of him. So he must be calculating, recollecting his lines. And Gukesh is fully zoned in. By the way, we have a super chat by Sandeep Roy who says that the live board must be set to white at the bottom and this. But Sandeep Roy ji, we did it in some game, I think game 4 or second game. And everyone said that it would be nicer to have black at the bottom if the main board is black at the bottom.
So everyone wants to be Gookie basically.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
the
it's
point.
easier to have both the boards at black. Otherwise, it gets a little confusing. So that's what feedback we got.
चैट में कई लोग कह रहे हैं हम तो अभी आए ये गेम कब से स्टार्ट हुई है भाई. Can we do a quick recap of the first
Let's
few
do
moves?
an action replay.
Let's go Sagar bhai.
So bishop f4 London, he played d5 in the center, then brought his knight out. Bishop came to challenge. Pawn first, then bishop came out. Now this check, very important timing. So you have to block with the knight. And as we said, here it's a battle between that bad bishop and good knight. So he played bishop takes knight, pawn takes, bishop takes bishop, queen takes, and here queen a4. Very important move.
Very important because Ding has had this exact position in his game against Magnus in 23, the one you pointed out in Vaikanze. Queen a4 is what Magnus played against Ding as white.
Also very important because it happened within 15 minutes.
Yes. Very
Everything,
quick.
all of this.
Preparation.
Yeah.
Strong prep.
And by the way, that game had ended in a draw. It was in 2023. And at that point, Ding had castled in this position and Magnus also had castled. So queen a3 is something that Ding thought, in this position could have been good. Actually, top players, many times when they are playing, they sometimes think, this move I should go and check later. And perhaps I could use it with white. So that's what happened. Castles, queen a3. Now the c5 pawn is hanging, so knight e4. And I was wondering if the other knight could come to d2. Why did he play knight f d2? Okay.
Because you want to push that with f3 later. For example, I think after this knight to d2, maybe black can consolidate that knight on e4 by pushing the f pawn 2 steps ahead. So f5 and then the knight still stays on e4 in some lines.
Yeah, also you are right, Tanya. And also if when the pawn takes, let's say if the other knight goes to d2, Sahil bhai, and if you take on e4, then the pawn will take and attack the knight.
Yes.
So that's the reason why he played the other knight to d2. And now we had e5. I think this was a very important pawn sacrifice that Gukesh found. e5 takes, and there we said queen g6, exclamation move, attacking g2. Knight came here, and the gambit of the day, which not here, yeah, queen takes g2, long castle, and he took another pawn. Actually, this is the moment where we deviated from the Levon Aronian game. Instead of de5, it had gone rook de1 here, and now de5 was played in the game.
So after yesterday, Tanya, this would have been an absolute treat to watch.
After yesterday, why do you say
the
in what
exchange
way?
French, no?
Yeah, the exchange French. This is nothing like the exchange French. But I will say, keeping up with the whole legacy of a big opening surprise early on. So, in that way, yes. You know, the one storyline that has happened in this whole match is Gukesh pushing a little bit too much. Kya hua? Move ho gayi?
No, he's got banana, right?
Yeah, banana.
Banana, no. That's his favorite khana here.
Banana.
Rakesh bhai, with a stat, whenever somebody has won game 6, they have gone on to become the world champion.
Oh!
Yes, Fisher, Magnus, Ding.
Okay.
Hopefully Gookie. Yeah, I mean this with the black pieces going into the rest day, and let's not forget, going into this free day, the next 3 games Gukesh gets 2 whites. So it's absolutely essential and important for him to do the right things in this one. You know, throughout the match we've seen so far that Gukesh tries to overpush, gets over ambitious, G-pawn aage chala jata hai, which sometimes is an inaccuracy. Ding ko chance milta hai, but he doesn't push. He sort of bails out or goes for a safe draw quick in positions he can play on. But today, looking at Ding, his opening, his speed.
And right now his body language. No?
And right now, you know, just chilling in his resting area. I think he's come for the fight today.
Yeah, I agree.
No quick draws.
I agree. It's looking a bit scary for now. But then again, Gukesh has never shied away from a fight. He will fight on. By the way, a very nice update for all of you here is that today we have a free beverage for all of you here. So you can go. Will they have to go there or they will be given?
However they prefer it. You can stay seated also, someone will come and give. But if there's any preference of your choice, please go and tell at the counter over there.
And this has been actually sponsored by the chessschool.net. So the chessschool.net, you can go to that website and sign up, and you will use this code INDTT1 and get 1 month free access to beginners tactical thinking. So we have our friend Balaji who lives in the US who has made this website, and so if you would like to support, just like he supported this stream by giving everyone here a free beverage, and
very innovative, very innovative.
Nice way to support this
That's
endeavor.
very sweet because he wants everyone to enjoy chess, right? He's like, you guys are here, and yeah, I think that's a very sweet thing to do.
Round of applause for Balaji, guys. Round of applause for him.
Thank you, Balaji.
Very cool.
And so do check out his website, thechessschool.net.
Also, there is a super chat by Shutterbug over here. Sagar bhai, I
Alright.
think Ding comes and sits in the resting area so that he can keep an eye on the game. But at the same time, he makes sure that Gukesh does not get any idea where Ding is looking on the board. Can this be a tactic?
It could be, although I feel more like Ding prefers to be in this resting area more than in the player's room, playing hall, because here he can be away from all the stares of his opponent or just all the cameras. I mean, also we have a camera here, but maybe he's not aware of it, or kya pata.
He loves the food, I think.
Wait, Sagar, have you ever done or been on the other side of this? Because I know that I have noticed this happen, especially when, you're younger. कि भाई बोर्ड के एक साइड ट्रैप लगाओ और फिर दूसरी साइड ऐसे फोकस करके बैठो so that your opponent feels कि
That was Gukesh yesterday, right? That was Gukesh yesterday, where he just didn't get off the table and he kept sitting there.
Bishop e6, Balraj bhai.
Bishop e6
It has happened.
Oh my
It has
God.
happened.
The move that we were thinking has happened, and
Yeah.
Sahil bhai now rook d2
has
force.
to be played.
सागर भाई bet लगाओगे कौन सी move होने वाली है?
Only move है ना? But let's show that why it's the only move. Again, to remind everyone, rook f1 would be a big mistake. Queen e2 and it's pretty much over.
Yeah.
Because the knight can't be defended. b2 is hanging, everything falls apart. So Gukesh will play rook d2. I think he'll play it quite soon actually.
You mean
It's on the board.
Ding, okay.
Sorry, Ding. I'm
Play
sorry,
it,
yes.
rook d2. Abhi queen f3. My move is queen f3.
How much time will he take though?
Because it doesn't look like there's any other move, right?
There's h4, f5, f3. Only 2 moves. 3 moves.
Let's go.
Queen f3
Guki plays
play.
queen f3. And attacking the rook in the side of the board.
I would place that rook on e1. I was going to say g1 by the way,
E1,
but he
E1.
played it e1, yeah.
But Tanya, we looked at g1. Bishop takes
And
knight.
e3
queen
is
takes-
hanging,
yeah.
yes, I realized that, yeah. So rook e1 was, I think, forced.
Why rook e1 and not doubling up the rooks over here?
अभी e pawn बचाया है उसने जैसे bishop takes knight, queen
अच्छा,
takes
हाँ, वहाँ
knight,
पे.
and then
That's
e3
what.
would fall.
So he had to.
defended it.
Got it.
What is the dynamic between the bishop and the knight? Which is stronger? Would you prefer taking this or just keeping this?
I like the bishop putting pressure on the knight. I don't want to give it up straight away. But then if the knight jumps into d6, kya pata, it might become stronger. So I have to be careful about it. Although the a2 pawn is hanging.
A knight is like a spinner, right? It throws these curveballs. It can just completely change the dynamics in a position. So you have to be very careful. And a lot of players have a bias. They're either a bishop person or a knight person.
Yeah.
So they trade accordingly. Like Vishy, he's known for his love for knights. Absolutely no problem in giving up bishops for knights. Fisher loved his bishops. Always played for the bishop advantage. I'm also partial towards bishops, but totally agree. If that knight gets closer to the white king, you have to be careful.
My question here to all of you is, imagine you are team Ding, okay? You prepared this opening deeply. It's move number, what is it, 19? 19. And the engine says 0.00. So exactly what is the prep? Like, is it still going deep that after 2 more moves, there's a very only move that black has to play? Or is it like you give this position to Ding and say, it's an interesting position, go and play? Like, why would they prepare this line, which looks actually quite okay for black?
Maybe the final position, yeah, the end structure they get, maybe they like the kind of endgame it has, where the knight maybe comes to d6, and it's more about the structure maybe, Sagar bhai. Very hard to say.
It's also modern chess because theory is so explored in main lines, and especially when you have months of preparation, that it's hard to get anything out of the opening. So the surprise element is often weighed in stronger than objectively the best, the most trending moves. And I think for Ding, he knows, if black knows how to follow up, every position will be equal. But where can I put pressure? Where can I ask early questions? And the game is still alive. It's not a symmetrical structure. There are open lines on the king side. So there is stuff to fight for. That rook on d2, it's on the open file. There's a c6 weakness. It's equal, but it's game on. It's not a draw.
But the last few questions that Gukesh had to answer were not that tough. Like putting bishop on e6, taking those pawns on g2, f2, that he knew. So bishop e6, rook b8. These were natural moves. Maybe this is the moment where Gukesh has to find a tough move now.
Be creative, you mean?
Yeah, something which is not obvious. Like the obvious move could be rook d8. Put the rook on the open file. But suddenly if we make that move, that could be a blunder here.
Ooh, the bar doesn't...
Yeah, it doesn't like maybe. For what reason, by the way? Knight d6?
Is a2 hanging?
Wow, sacrificing a2.
भाई ये देखो ये preparation हो सकता है कि वो pawn दे दो and then dominate with the knight.
Yeah.
And this could be a very deep prep.
And also Gukesh, I mean, whatever it is, he's managed to find his way, but he's used a lot of time on the clock. I mean, he's behind on the clock.
We are not even realizing it. He is now almost 27 minutes behind.
And it's the first time in the match that it's not Ding who's on the pressure on the clock out of the opening. So rook e1, let's try and think.
Yeah.
And what would you play with black?
What moves come to mind, guys? Let's go with Guki. Like, क्या आ रहा है दिमाग में? Bishop takes knight. Acha, bishop d5. Okay, very interesting suggestion. Putting the bishop in the central square. Although, why would that be such a bad move? Like, it looks so decent. Huh?
Maybe the ideas are around this a2 pawn.
What?
Just
But-
sacrificing it at the right
But
moment.
bishop d5 is such a bad move. I mean, it looks so obvious move. Nahi?
The moves, I mean, I had to switch it on. I had to.
Okay, bhai. Sahil bhai, you are our guide here.
It's-
You know, we are not going to say, oh, you're looking at the engine.
It's knight a5.
Whoa.
What?
Knight a5.
How does it continue? Knight a5.
Oh, idea c4.
And also if bishop takes pawn, you want to take with the knight.
So, okay, just can we show bishop takes a2? Then knight takes pawn, attacking the rook, threatening a check. So the rook hardly has any squares to go to.
And the knight can come to d4 now. It's just such a great square.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, this actually looks like something
And then
for white.
b3 trapping the bishop. So if you move the queen, let's say queen h5.
Oof.
And now b3 फंस गया.
And rook on d2 is doing a beautiful job. It's going to just pick it up on the next move.
Now it all makes sense.
Oh my god. Okay, let's go back. See now the game. Now we understand what Richard Rapport is doing or what Ni Hua is doing. You know, they are working.
The more I look at it, maar do yaar, so khatam karo.
Actually, that is a very good point because this knight is quite poisonous.
Right.
And once it starts jumping to d6 or lands on d4, it's trouble. Knight a5 idea as well. So bishop takes knight. All the minors are off the board now. You know, everything's been traded off. How much is there for white to play for in this?
But why do you want to give up your bishop?
Because the knight can get very dangerous, right? In these lines that we saw, knight a5 RI, one more move for the knight and suddenly weaknesses are
So holding
screaming.
on to your bishop makes no sense. You'd rather just
Maybe in
trade
this
it off.
position.
And also, जब a2 मार ही नहीं पा रहे तो फिर I think it's best कि भाई खत्म ही करो.
No, that line with bishop d5 was a great representation of why the knight is better than the bishop here. Because the knight keeps jumping around and the bishop can't do much. So maybe you guys are right. Bishop takes knight is the correct move. But is there anything else apart from that?
There could be a lot of. I think g6 is one recommendation which makes no sense to me. Why would you weaken your king like that?
Yeah.
There's queen h3 as one choice. Again, these are very, very awkward moves which make no sense. I think bishop c4 is a logical one. And Tanya, usually when you say you are reaching an endgame where just major pieces are on the board, king safety also becomes an issue. And if you look at king safety right now, doesn't white's king feel a bit more open?
I think both kings are quite safe. You know, the rook on d2, it protects everything, no big weakness. So I think in this particular position, white shouldn't have too many problems around the king. And now imagine if black ke paas ek ghoda hota and that would come to d3. The knight on d3 would be a massive piece. But without minors, I think it's no problem. Can black continue the narrative here and keep trading? Let's say you want to you put a rook on d8. I want to make a natural move and see how much of a danger is that. Quite a lot.
Q par, okay, maybe just rook takes rook.
And rook f. No, e3 is hanging. So rook takes rook takes rook.
And c6.
Just c6 is hanging since.
Pawn. अरे वो है
C6 तो
वैसे.
कब का
Oh
hang
my.
होता है?
Queen f2. Queen f2.
Wow.
And suddenly everything collapses.
That's why c6 can't be taken.
Yeah. Yeah. अपने को ऐसे we have to make the move
And see
and
the
get
bar.
burnt and then come back. But Gukesh and Ding have to be like in their head.
भाई मुझे 5 गेम हारने पड़ेंगे पहले समझने के लिए, ठीक है?
No second chances for these guys.
So rook d8 is not good because of.
Is it because rook f1 is what came to my mind pehle, but after rook f1 there's queen takes pawn.
Ooh.
Queen e3 and queen takes pawn and it's still sort of balanced, right? King h8. Your rook is pinned.
Yeah.
But why is this so bad for black?
Maybe the e pawn becomes very strong, Tanya. So rook d1, I go back with my rook f d1. I defend it.
I'm already thinking, at least I have rook takes rook, queen e1 check.
And this doesn't look good.
Yeah, this is actually queen g1 is apparently better, but yeah.
So then, so our rook is hanging.
Yeah, I mean, this looks...
No, not here. After rook f1, instead of rook d1.
Okay.
So, no, queen f7 happened.
Yeah.
King h8. So now what should be the move?
Maybe we offer like a queen trade or something.
Queen
like
f2.
Queen f2 or
That's a draw offer.
No.
Oh,
where?
no, it's not. Because you still have something to play for.
So once players reach a position like this, does it get more difficult because you have to now think of ways to get creative, because now you're just hitting roadblocks that, okay, no, this is going to lead to a draw, this is going to lead to a draw. Is a draw better? Like, you know, those kind of questions start popping up, right?
I think the main thing, if we go back to the live position, is the pawn structure. It's an unusual pawn structure with which players have not studied. So, you know, if the pawns were normally placed, then that structures are generally studied by top players. पर यहाँ पे देखो double pawns, one pawn here, one c6 weakness. So such a structure is never studied. So then the tactics are also unusual.
Patterns are different.
Yeah.
And the reason Gukesh is taking his time is bishop takes knight is really something he's thinking about. But how does he completely neutralize the pressure? For neutralizing the pressure, he has to challenge the d file. But we saw the lines, it doesn't work. So white will have something to play for even in that position.
So bishop takes knight is one candidate move that we have. The other one is queen h3 that Sahil said, although for human beings to make such a move might not be simple.
And the reason for that is because as humans, we want to be concrete in a position. We want to solve problems in the most direct way. You know, playing the waiting game is the hardest thing to do when you're feeling the pressure.
Correct.
If anybody is given this position and asked कि कौन सी opening से आया है,
maybe Sicilian या कुछ बोलेंगे वो.
Pawn c6 पे. But, you know, I think London would be a hard guess because London's known to be, especially the structure with the triangle, is known to be a solid approach in the London.
But
this is anything but solid.
Ding went away again.
He's in the resting area, no? That's his favorite spot.
So then it's still preparation then.
That's our conclusion. If Ding spends too much time in the resting area, but this is probably preparation for him.
6 minutes 18 seconds
Yes.
to make 19 moves. And I think this is the first time in an opening battle that Ding has put Gukesh under pressure, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And usually कितना deep preparation हो सकती है? It could be till the end of the game technically, right? There is no limit there.
And World Championship matches is where the preparation goes the deepest because you've got months before the match to look at positions, to get your playing practice in these different setups. So sometimes we see very, very deep theoretical battles, which is what a player like Ding always avoids by surprising his opponent in the first move.
Yeah. But here he has made some really deep prep. And I think my first instinct is to just take the knight. But Gukesh is... Look at Gukesh, guys. It's like... think about... How can you relate to what Gukesh is going through? It's like you go to the exam and a question comes for which you haven't prepared. And this is a must-solve question. What will you do now? So you have to basically dig deep, go back to all that you know about, let's say, maths or whatever subject, and try to find your way.
Okay, speaking of solving problems concretely, I have an idea, and again, the bar will put me in my place if it doesn't work. Are there ideas like rook to b5? I want to hit the queen. I see my pawn is hanging, and then I want to take the knight and take the pawn on e5.
Badhiya, wow.
Very interesting.
But yeah, but the bar disapproves.
But I mean, it's a very interesting idea. The resulting position as equal pawns. Perhaps the engine assesses white's pawns to be much more dangerous than the black ones on the king side.
Yes, if you take the queens off the board in this position, white will just race past.
Yeah.
Easier to kind of get your passer going.
Right. By the way, we have a suggestion here in the chat, in a super chat by Ishan Nadkarni, who was a very strong player in the past. He says, Sahil bhai, instead of bishop e6, could we play bishop to a6?
Ooh. Then the white knight comes
If the white knight moves at any point, then the bishop could settle down on d3. Very interesting suggestion, actually.
I think again maybe rook d2, yeah?
Yeah.
Guys, do you think that Ding needs Red Bull?
Yes. Yes. Red Bull is best.
देखो ना उधर मतलब एकदम परफेक्ट टाइम पे डायरेक्टर साहब ने वो रेड बुल का दिखाया नीचे.
क्या हो गया? What was that?
What?
It's like he wanted to reach out for the banana, but then he realizes कि खत्म हो गया.
हाँ. Maybe he needs
now he's sleepy. He's sleepy, I guess.
You know, playing a position like this, I won't be surprised if Ding or his team, they were preparing very late into the night.
Maybe he was just pretend holding pieces and moving. He could have been doing that also.
It's like how Hikaru's playing, right? When he's playing over the board, he's still reaching for the mouse sometimes.
But you know, sometimes when you look at Ding, you feel like, of course, he's just trying to recollect moves and all. But you can also think like he's thinking, "अरे यार ये मैं क्यों आ गया यहाँ पे मैं?"
Yeah, what is it? What? Oh, it's something on his shirt.
You can relate to Ding a little bit as well, na? Human emotion.
Yeah, he doesn't hide anything. Ding is what he is. In normal life, he's here in front of us at press conference, on the board, everywhere.
I think Sahil makes a great point, right? All these top guys like Magnus, Hikaru, and even Gukesh, they are so strong on the board, not giving away emotions, that they almost feel like superhumans.
Yeah.
It's kind of, you feel that, how could I ever reach that? Or can I be anything like that? But when you see Ding, you feel that, yeah, these top players, they're also humans, and he lets those emotions out. You can relate to it because this is such high pressure. The nerves are high, and he's willing to show it. He's willing to show his vulnerabilities.
So do you think like we all respect Hikaru, Magnus and all, but we all love Ding because he is himself always, you know, he doesn't hide. And by the way, he now comes out.
Ding, by the way, has only lost once when he has played the London, and that was against Vidit.
Oh.
So.
Where? Guess where?
Where?
Guess
where he lost.
Sagar bhai, you might know that tournament very well.
Oh. What? Not a Chennai.
I didn't organize. Acha. Oh, Chess Super League. Oh.
Wow.
Online, I didn't even remember that Vidit beat Ding there. Wow. Thank you for bringing that up.
You know, in Chess
It was an amazing game, right? बहुत ही
Maybe we
aggressive.
can show it
आपका
also.
क्या दुश्मनी है विदित के साथ?
We all remember Vidit's का वो अरे यार I'm losing. So many reels get made. ये game पे भी बनाना चाहिए.
I'm waiting for Vidit's tweet now.
Luckily, he is preparing at London Chess Classic. He is playing. I'm sure he's not watching this broadcast. आ ही जाएगा tweet.
Chat में भी Ding को बहुत support है. Like people do love. Everybody loves Ding. There is nobody.
By the way, today there was a reel from Nemo, who is a well-known content creator, and she went into the playing venue and asked everyone, "Who do you think will win, Ding, Gukesh?" And I was thinking that, of course, it'll be close, but Gukesh will win. Like Indians will be more, but it was 22 votes for Ding, 14 for Gukesh. There are more, I think, Chinese fans in Singapore than Indian fans. जाना है अपने को उधर actually we should all भाई बलराज भाई.
मुझे तो यहाँ मजा आ रहा है.
भाई population हमारे पास ज़्यादा है ना यहाँ पे. But also I want to understand one thing. You know, Sagar bhai, that day I had asked you about a memorable moment that you've spent with Gukesh. I want to ask these guys also over here. Tanya, you must have interacted a lot with Gukesh. Is there anything that in those interactions that came out that you most found memorable?
I've played, I mean, we've been in same tournaments quite a bit, but there's a big age gap and I haven't had too many personal interactions with him. But I think my most memorable one, it has to be the closing ceremony of the Chess Olympiad, abhi jo Budapest mein. We were there. And I think you guys know which one I want to talk about here. Because we were prize giving chal raha tha and we were all sitting. So I remember it was Prag, Vidit, Gukesh, and then me, Harika, and Vaishali. Yeah, me, Harika, and Vaishali. We were all sitting together. And then this thing came up about, because both in men and women team will be on the stage together, कि कुछ तो करना है, कुछ तो ऐसे crazy करते हैं जाके.
तो रील बनाया.
Reel banaya. But so this thing came up about you know, the Messi walk, the Rohit Sharma walk, and Gukesh was first hesitant. He was like, nahi, because we wanted him. He was played on the first board, and we were like, you have to be on it. So Vidit was like, we should do this, and Gukesh ne kaha nahi. It took us a while to convince. But then when we showed it to him, and then he was like, okay, we'll see for the right moment. Yeah. And then it worked to perfection. We were on the stage, we sort of, both the teams looked at each other. We didn't know कि भाई Chess Base India का camera है वहाँ पे, पर वो usually होता ही है. That's always there. And then that moment happened, which was so much fun. And he was such a sport. By the way, after that, he did it a few times. I think in Chennai, also in his school.
Also that reel, I really loved that reel. The way you all have done that march, you all have improvised it really well. Must say.
It was fun. Maza aaya.
By the way, Bishop takes knight has happened.
Yes, let's go.
And Ding is like, ये सब तो मैंने पढ़ा है कल रात को ही. all revised. Queen takes c4.
एक और केला लाओ.
Now again a critical moment, no? Right? Like last time we were making some errors here. Like Rook d8 we played. So now it's another important moment. The bar is very, very much at 0.0.
Sagar bhai, I think it's the right time to ask the audience over here what would be the next move that they would like to do.
I think it's a good... Oh, by the way, we have a very nice poster here. Kya hi? Badhiya! It's from that park where Gukesh was in Canada. And it's a very nice picture of him. It's one of my favorite pictures. Kya likha hai bhai uske upar?
Can't read. If you can read it out for us.
Maybe there's a mic there.
Yeah. It's the song from the Kingslayers Tanmay Bhatt ka tha na. So, towering all kings is like an ace. Remember the name D Gukesh.
Nice one.
So much better than Go Go Guki Go.
We need Tanmay bhai here, Balraj
Absolutely.
bhai. He was a team owner of the team in which Gukesh played. He should be so proud. When Gukesh was like so little, at 15 years old, he played in his team. Now he's fighting for the world title. So ek baar to we have to call him here.
Let's try reaching out to him.
Acha.
Of course.
Direct.
भाई सिर्फ समय भाई नहीं है.
अरे.
जो reach out कर सकते हैं.
अच्छा आप मैसेज मुझे लगा आप कॉल ही कर दोगे.
नहीं.
हाँ.
वो समय भाई करेंगे.
So Gukesh realizes that yes, bishops are the long-range pieces which are usually generally stronger in open positions because they can control more squares. But in this, because of concrete reasons, he had to give up that bishop. Give that knight one more move and it would have been extremely strong either on the d6 square or the a5 square. But what's next? Because all the natural moves don't seem to work that well for black. So many of us would just play rook d8 here, trying to trade off as much as possible. But
I was thinking, Tanya, what about rook e8, rook f e8? Although it does soften
rook
up
f1?
the f7 pawn.
Oh, you'll have the same idea. Take on
queen
e3.
h5.
Oh.
I thought defending f7, attacking e5.
Rook
d7. Kya?
Yeah, I want to go rook d. But then queen takes. Oh, queen takes pawn is checkmate. So.
No, which pawn? Which
h2, f7, g7. No, I was thinking if black gets greedy with queen takes
this
h2.
is also losing.
Yeah, this looks bad for black.
So if you think about it, white's rooks like e1 looks passive, but it can come to f1. The rook on d2 is ready to jump into d7. So Gukesh has to be very careful about the move he chooses here.
c6 is hanging, a direct threat.
Is hanging.
Oh, he does. He plays something. He comes back with the queen.
Queen f5.
So the idea is now e5 is attacked. I think this is a nice move. Queen takes pawn will be met by queen takes pawn, keeping the material balance. Rook f1 doesn't matter anymore because f7 is defended.
Yeah.
I like Gukesh's approach here.
It's a new move. I'm sure that Ding has not prepared it. Now it's time for him to settle down here. Finally, he's like, Gukesh, look at Gukesh. बोला अभी तो जाता हूँ.
अब time लगेगा.
Before Ding makes his move, let me take a bit of a break. Because he made him sit on the board for exactly 1 hour.
Yes.
It is 3:30 right now. We started at 2:30. 1 घंटे तक Gukesh did not get up and constantly solved the problems on the board. And now he is finally up. And although the bar does start to give a small edge to white, so actually Ding can say that his opening prep worked.
So at this moment, usually two things happen to a player, right? It's a move that very possible Ding hasn't checked, which is why he hasn't played instantly. So then you know कि if this wasn't a move I've checked, it's not the top engine move, so it's probably a worse move. It's probably something that gives me a chance. On the other hand, it's the first moment he's been taken out of his preparation, something that he was blitzing out. So he has to now adjust and go into, I need to sit down and find the way forward. So fighting these two dynamics, where Ding realizes Queen F5 wasn't the best move, but will he find the precise way forward to keep an advantage here? So that's why we expect a long thing from Ding.
Yes. And by the way, Tanya, we have 50,000 people watching online.
Wow.
And guys, we have a guest joining in right now in like couple of minutes. We need a link, Director Saab, to send to the guest.
Are we going to reveal or should we keep it a surprise?
Surprise, please. Even
Surprise,
I don't know. Yeah.
Even I don't know. I have no idea.
Maybe any guesses, guys, here, online.
Vidit to khel raha hai, so probably not him. Anish is also playing. Anish is
Vishy is right now in Singapore.
So process of elimination chal raha hai. So Anish, Vidit, Vishy nahi. Frag ho sakta
Oh,
hai.
you already sent the link? Director Saab? हाँ,
Based on the previous conversation, कुछ hint तो लग रहा है सागर भाई, वही है क्या?
कौन? मुझे कैसे नहीं पता? Magnus! Oh, वो तो crazy हो जाएगा.
Okay, here's a hint. His rating is higher than both the players playing here.
Oh, then I know. ये बहुत ये hint नहीं था, ये answer ही था.
क्यों ऐसे तो बहुत सारे
Arjun bhai broke 2800, right?
Magnus,
as on
Karu,
today, by the way,
Fabi.
guys,
Yes.
1st of December, Arjun Erigaisi has officially broken into 2800. So we will be seeing him right now in like couple of minutes. Just before he's going to head out to Qatar Masters, he said he'll join us. And what a good time to have him, right? Get his thoughts.
Perfect
here,
game to get him on. Because Arjun's also, I mean, his chess, his style, how dynamic he plays, I think he'll enjoy this position and break it down for us.
And we have to ask him, yeah, because he said it would be destruction in this World Championship, something to that tune. So we have to ask him, has his perception changed now, looking at the match situation?
Yeah. By the way,
only 15 players in the history of chess have made it to the 2800 club.
yes.
Arjun's the 16th. No, actually 17 if you count. I think Anish, but Anish wasn't in the list, in the official list, right?
He went through to the live
rating
and then
he crossed it.
couldn't get it to published.
So 16th. Arjun's the 16th player ever to cross the 2800 mark.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Wow, this is amazing. Amazing.
Is he the youngest? No, I think Ali Reza. Ali Reza.
Ali Reza was the
Ali
youngest.
Reza is the youngest.
And by the way, Kunal Arneja says that he met Gukesh in Toronto at Trinity Bellwoods Park. And we all remember that amazing meet. At least it was very memorable to have him there. And that picture is from there. Hopefully someday we can have a meetup with Gukesh here in Mumbai at the Habitat here. About the maybe थोड़ा छोटा पड़ जाएगा भाई.
भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ और prestigious venues आपको ढूंढना चालू करना पड़ेगा.
भाई आपको ही बनाना है और बड़ा ये तो I'm not going to find. हाँ.
I want to ask, by the way, अर्जुन ने कहा था कि उसको 2800 से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, it's just a number. Do you think कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा बहुत तो अंदर से ऐसे रहता होगा ना, nervousness when he
भाई
was
ये
close?
सवाल आपको उसको करना है अभी.
वो हमेशा यही बोलता है, लेकिन हमेशा बोलता है मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता इस नंबर से.
But maybe it's true, yeah. Only people who don't really care about it actually reach there, no?
Yes.
True.
It's also something that Hikaru's often said, right? He says that he's streamer first, and since he shifted with that mindset, his chess has gone through the roof as well. So perhaps the ability to not be too attached to the number
You
game
literally don't care, yeah.
gives you the power to do it.
So right now, what would be White's best move?
So finally, let's ask the audience.
Yes.
Acha. Actually, they were going to say Black's move, but Gukesh did play his move, Queen F5.
Yes.
And so now the question is, what should White play here? The big question. Rook, Queen C6 taking the pawn. Yeah, sounds like
That's
a plan.
definitely an option.
And then I take on E5, right?
Yes, and what's the follow-up here is the question, is the big question. Rook D4.
Instead of taking or iske pehle, right?
Look at that.
But then Queen H2 and B2 is hanging as well.
Maybe Queen D5, trying to trade queens.
Because if a queen gets traded here, then maybe White's chances to win get higher because the pawns are easier to push on the queen.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Can we have a look at both the players, because they both look as though
Rook G1 G3, okay, but then you lose E5, no? ऐसे ही pawn मर जाएगा. अच्छा, after.
But then do you have to worry about Rook C8, Rook C3? No, the other Rook, Rook F C8, Rook C3.
Yeah. It has some attacking potential here. So maybe we have to find a more accurate move for White, or is it Queen takes C6 is the best move?
I like Queen D5. I think someone suggested
You
it.
mean after taking C6?
Yes, and trade the queens. Yes, the fire fizzles out a bit, but there's still a lot of smoke because of the pawns on the right side. I think we discussed this, that in an endgame, those pawns can be more dangerous than Black's pawns.
ये क्या बोला, fire smoke क्या?
कि कोई कुछ crazy नहीं हुआ board पे ऐसे, you know, some big fire explosion, but there's still a lot of smoke that hasn't cleared up because White can push on one side, so it's not neutralized.
So there's a lot of threats still, is basically what you're saying.
Yes, there's still a lot of threats.
ये position actually assess करना is not easy, that this is better for White. Here Queen D4, oh, protecting the pawn and attacking A7.
आप देख रहे हो भाई, कुछ भी हो रहा है यहाँ पे, ब्लैक को एडवांटेज सडनली मिल रहा है.
नहीं, सब में नहीं हो रहा है, ये तो
बस एक ही चीज से मतलब
जो भी सजेस्ट कर रहे हैं अपन सब वीक प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे. Everyone here, including us. But Rook B5 maybe is the problem, no? Here, like trying to win E5.
But I like Queen. I mean, Queen D4.
Every move that is made is like, it is such a non-standard position, right? Whatever we are playing is just going up and down.
Only to end in a draw?
No, not. It's a tough one. The position is tough.
Has the probability of a draw increased or?
I would say I don't think it's going towards a draw so easily, just because it's so difficult to navigate this path. Itna easy nahi hai.
In the meanwhile, there is a rap that has come in.
Oh God!
The rap of the day. Sagar bhai, would you mind?
1 minute, I will just say, by the way, Director Saab, he's already there, he says.
Oh, Arjun's joining.
Okay.
Maybe I'll send you his number, you can just help him.
Because I think once again, the big question in this position will be, if we get to that endgame with queens off the board, is Ding going to push this out till the end, or will we again see him trying to find a way to just end the game quickly?
Basically, preparation कहाँ तक है?
कहाँ तक है?
वही चीज
और
lacking रही है
उसके
बस.
बाद कितना
Yeah.
fighting spirit
Yeah.
है to keep going.
Exactly.
Maybe Tanya can do the
Yes,
honors.
Tanya
What
can
is
do
it?
it, definitely.
Tanya.
Oh, that looks
There's
like
a-
a short wrap.
It's a short one.
It's a short one. I can't.
One second, no?
Oh gosh.
अच्छा यहाँ से दिख रहा है?
हाँ, अब दिख रहा है. तुमने font इतना बड़ा कर दिया.
Let's go.
ये rap
अरे
है क्या?
full prep के साथ.
नहीं मेरे को I don't know if
दो
how
बार
much
पढ़
of a
लेना.
rap. ये शायरी लग रही है मुझे थोड़ी, but okay, let's go. Ding's crown trembled, his reign unsure. Gukesh's brilliance broke through the lure. थोड़ा incomplete लग रहा है मुझे.
थोड़ा आराम से बोलना चाहिए था.
Is this a rap? Are you sure?
Maybe we can have some more. क्या ही cringe कर दिया.
हाँ ना. और मेरे को ही डाल दिया तुम लोगों ने. तानिया पढ़ेगी ये rap.
अरे Tanya, you read it very well.
I did my best.
The rap
I feel like the rap, the first two lines are great. It just is a little incomplete, so maybe they can finish it for us. A bar should have like 4 lines, right? At least there's something in poetry like that. In rap as well, I think. I'm not sure.
This is, by the way, the first move जहाँ पे Gukesh की accuracy has fallen below 100%. So,
Oh. So Queen F5
yeah.
is the first in accuracy. Okay, how much, because I think Ding की ये preparation है, so he's very aware that endgame में he has a chance to fight. Are you expecting him to play this endgame out if we came to queen takes pawn, and the queen trade?
At least now he should play, right? Like if you have prepared like 19 moves and then on 21st or 22nd move, then you, I don't think you should play for a draw. Like you will go and fight because you have conserved your energy until this point. It's just on memory you are playing.
But he has not done it so far. वही एक problem है.
He doesn't do it. So now it's a question whether Ding is getting ambitious. Is he losing faith in his position? At least from his body language, we always feel that he's not that sure. But that is just Ding.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't. It's too difficult to understand.
But Tanya,
हाँ
if you
जी.
had to choose a color, white or black, which do you choose? Because I kind of still prefer black. I don't know why.
No, I would go with white. Every game in this one, and queen d5, that queen trade, it just comes to the point. The white rook more active on the d file, right? The other rook is about to join and have full control on it. The queen side pawns can start pushing, I feel, in a much easier way than black's pawns because of the white rook activity. So, still closer to a draw, but Gukesh will have to do some work, and that depends on Ding's mindset, how much work. I think if this game ends in a draw, it's a big plus for Gukesh.
Agreed. I think a good result would definitely be a draw. But then
Yes.
again, when Ding will start to press, we never know. Chances will come up.
So with every draw that gets played out, does it put more pressure on Ding or on Gukesh?
Great question. Because then it comes to that if the match really goes down to a tied score and we do have a playoff, which of these two players is stronger when it's rapid?
Exactly. I'm hoping for that. I'm hoping
Drama,
it gets down to
full
that.
drama.
Exactly.
A match going down to the wire will be a lot of fun. Now again, traditionally I would say like Ding is a monster when it comes to these fast speed format. He won the World Championship in a playoff, in the rapid playoff. But then we really don't know what to expect with the Ding we've been seeing over the last year.
देखो क्या होता है ना, जब अगर रैपिड तक जाएगा, एंड तक जाएगा, फॉर एग्जाम्पल, देन उतना टाइम तक लोग हैबिटेट पे आएंगे. ठीक है, उतने दिन और यहाँ पे चलेगा. I'm very happy honestly with all of the positivity that chess has brought over here.
Yes.
So thank you to everybody who's organized this firstly. It's there hasn't been something more wholesome than chess over here. Thank you. Yeah.
Not India's got latent.
उसमें wholesome moments आते हैं.
You are wholesome there.
Yeah, it's a big question because again we speak of Ding, but Gukesh as well. We haven't seen him so much on rapid play. I think Gukesh's best chance, if I'm completely honest, it's higher in classical.
Historically, you're saying Gukesh will be much better in classical than Ding.
Is what I think everyone expected as well from this match, right? Yes, I think it opens up more for Ding if it goes into the playoff.
Sagabhai, is there an update on the guest? Because we just have information that Arjun has played more games in the London system than both the players combined.
Let's ask him actually. He's here, guys. Let's give a huge round of applause. Hello, Arjun.
Hi, Sagar.
It is so nice to see you, Arjun, here. We were just saying that you have today itself, 1st of December, crossed 2800 on the published ratings. We are so proud of you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And thank you for joining in. I think we have a question directly about the game. I think you must have been following. What are your feelings? क्या चल रहा है?
Yeah, Ding, I think it's his first white game where he's actually putting pressure out of the opening. And his last move, Queen F5, I would say is quite practical by Gukesh because now Ding is out of prep and they both are on equal rounds. And I guess in the long run, it's slightly more pleasant for white because of the C pawn. In endgames, it can be quite strong. But for now, I think Gukesh has enough counterplay to neutralize it.
Sahil bhai, you had a question for Arjun.
Arjun bhai, I've asked you this once before, but congrats on the 2800 rating. Has this ever been a goal for you? I think this is something like everybody wants to know. Like, does it play on your mind when you're actually playing the game?
Actually, when 2023 began, this was one of my 2 goals. But the way it was, that year was going, I soon had to drop it.
It's a good one. When you dropped it, you reached there. Amazing.
Arjun, we've got a stat that you have played more games in the London system than Ding and Gukesh, both of them combined together. So I think it's a 2-part question. One, how surprised were you to see the London system happen today? And 2, how do you think this match, this game, being game 6, what are you expecting today?
Yeah, I was actually not so surprised. I thought Ding will play London at some point in the match because in the previous match as well as this match, he's been playing more of this openings which can be played only once in the match. And I thought some Kolle or London would come at some point. And I was a bit surprised to see that Gukesh shows desperation. And I thought he'll go for something more concrete without e6. But this bishop b5, I think, so like the c5, knight f3, knight c6 is one of the ways instead of e6.
Instead of e6.
Yeah, like knight. Generally, white doesn't commit c3 that early. It goes like knight f3, knight c6, knight d2. And black has a bunch of options there. And most people, I think, prefer to get the bishop out. But I guess Gukesh had some preparation in the line with e6.
No,
and yeah, this territory with bishop b5 is not as famous as getting the bishop to d3, but it's been played before. And Gukesh was pretty well prepared till a point. But I guess Ding was a bit deeper than this.
Did you know this line, Arjun?
Not too well. I knew till e5, but not after that.
You knew till e5, okay. And then take, queen c5. I mean, imagine that you are facing this with black. Would you feel a bit tensed or would you feel happy about this position if you are not prepared?
I would be feeling a bit unpleasant because it is a complicated line, and if you get out prepared in such a line, it's not pleasant. But I was just seeing around a bit and like with the help of engine, and I realized black has quite some options, and even the move that Gukesh played doesn't seem to be so bad.
And so right now in the final position that we have, if you had to sort of lay out how this would go, do you think like white should take the pawn on c6, or do you think that what is the, because it's such an unusual position, we are not even able to guess the moves, queen c6 is better, should white cling on to the e5 pawn, what do you think?
Yeah, I think there are two options, queen c5 and queen c6. One is to just trade off c6 and e5 and then get the command over the d5, like queen c6, queen e5, queen d5, queen e7 with d1. And black does have some counter.
Good job. You are keeping up with Arjun's analysis. Amazing. Yeah.
And black does have some counterplay on the b and c open lines. But if it reaches an endgame, then white should definitely be better. Like it's 3:1 on the queen side, and the c pawn is free.
So would you say that white's chances are slightly preferable in general?
Objectively, yeah, I would say so. But actually, seeing Ding, like the way yesterday he played, I'm not sure how much he would press in a position like this.
Currently, we're all wondering how much has actually Ding prepared in this line, and clearly if he's out of preparation or not here.
Now, yes, no, with 21 minutes for the last move, I think this is the moment where he has come out of his prep.
Yeah, and also queen c5 seems interesting.
Do you think?
Yeah, here black has multiple
rook
options.
b5, rook b5, rook e5. This idea.
Yeah, it's not so clear to evaluate like whether Rook is actually doing a good job on e5 or not. Like now take on c6.
And Arjun, I want to get your thoughts on how the match has progressed so far, because when it started, there was the big question for everyone was what form Ding would show up in, the immense form that Gukesh was coming from going in the World Championship match, and how it is we're reaching the halfway mark of the match. We've had 5 games. This is the 6th one. What do you think about how the match has progressed, being at 2.5? Were you expecting this storyline?
No, I was actually not expecting this. Ding is certainly playing like better than what I expected, and so I feel Gukesh is not totally settled in the match yet. I think he plays a bit better than this. The inaccuracies that he made yesterday, I think due to nerves, I feel. But maybe when it's halfway through, like some more games into the match, he'll be completely settled in. And yeah, I think then we'll see the Gukesh there.
Do you still feel like Gukesh is a heavy favorite in this match, or now you think it's much closer than what everyone thought at the start?
I do feel it's closer because Ding actually got more chances than Gukesh. But one of the things that is in Gukesh's favor is that his opening preparation has been pretty good. Yesterday was an exception, but with white he's generally putting pressure, and while with black he was able to neutralize quite comfortably. And Ding was actually trying to get a game rather than trying to out prepare. And also about yesterday, I feel Gukesh's team didn't really expect Ding to repeat French again, so maybe they just had some safe option there. Maybe they were more focused on Marshall or something more solid.
Right. And Arjun, before the match, did you speak to Gukesh at all before he was leaving for Singapore?
No, not about the match.
By the way, I have a very nice picture that I want to show Arjun and all of you here. If our director Saab can show it on the screen.
Oh.
This is such a beautiful picture that we had. Arjun, do you remember this? And it's actually very interesting. I think Gukesh has only played 2 1-versus-1 matches. One is with you and the other right now with Ding Liren.
Yeah, of course. How can I forget this? It was such a unique match, and yeah, I was very excited about it. And it's a pity we don't have more death matches, but I hope at some point it will return.
Who would you like to see in a death match?
Alireza?
Alireza versus? Like with you, you want to play Alireza, yeah? Oh,
Yeah,
acha,
it's
like
me.
that. yeah.
Wow.
No, I was wondering if there are two other players, but yeah. Arjun versus Alireza would be very cool.
Yeah, would be very nice. In fact, we were thinking of another death match this year, but it didn't work out. But it will. Arjun. The thing is, we thought we want to organize death matches and all, but now you guys are playing, at the World Championship. Gukesh is playing. You are almost very close to reaching the candidates, which is why you are leaving for Qatar tomorrow. It's amazing that you cannot just stop playing, Rest is not a word in your dictionary.
Yeah, this was not in the plan. Actually, thanks to you, Sagar, for letting me know about this possibility that I may be able to play Qatar.
Thank you.
About US visa appointment situation. And yeah, there are a lot of people involved in making this happen. So a big thank you to everyone.
Arjun, I want to just follow up on that because you said you want to play a death match against Alireza. It's also an opponent that Magnus had picked for a World Championship match. So what is it about Alireza that will want you to make a match against him? What do you think makes him such an exciting opponent?
I think he's the only one who is really, really good at all formats, including Bullet. There's Bullet, Ultra Bullet, Hyper Bullet. I used to play against him on Chess.
What's the score?
And I used to get crushed.
I think in terms of format, even Arjun, you are very good at all formats, right? At Classical, you have a 2800 plus rating. At Rapid, you are pretty good. At Blitz, you recently beat some top player in 20 moves. So, you are very good at all formats.
Yeah, Bullet, I have room for improvement, but I would say Classical, Rapid, Blitz.
Yeah, amazing. And it is such a wonderful time, Arjun. We are here right now at a place called Habitat in Mumbai. Balraj Bhai here is the owner of this place, and also on our panel, there's a huge gathering of people, and they are all so happy to see you. Maybe would you be okay if one of them could ask a question to you?
Sure, definitely.
Okay, anyone has a question for Arjun? That hand came up first. And
also if the camera can be, yes. There's a mic coming from behind. Yeah.
Thank you for this. Arjun, first of all, big fan. So I've been watching the Olympiad live always. And my question to you is, at your level, and given the level of these World Championship as well, at what stage? So now we've seen Ding spend almost half an hour here after coming off 19 moves of solid preparation. At what stage does it happen that, at least at our level or where we play casually, we prepare maybe 15 moves of an opening and then we are completely lost. Hum sochte hain, night off, we'll play something really fancy and then we're lost. So at what stage does the person without the preparation, like Gukesh, who's been spending a lot of time, is he more engaged in the game? Does he, at what point does that player take over the game? That would be my question. Or does that happen at your level?
I think one of the important things when you are out prepared is to not just think of the objectively best move, but also what is more practical. In the sense, if it's objectively the best move, opponent would surely know it. So if you make maybe something less accurate, but he won't know something, then it would at least throw him out as well, and both are on their own. So I think this is something like most top players keep into consideration when they are out prepared. And when your preparation came, like for example, what's up with Ding right now, I think this is quite common because until now he did not think anything. He was just playing on memory. But now he has to adjust to the current position. Like earlier it was all preparation, so maybe he didn't really pay attention. He just knew the computer moves. But now he should evaluate what is what and so it's common to take a lot of time now. And I think once he starts playing, then he'll play a few moves fairly at a good pace.
Very nice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arjun. Thank you for that answer. And yeah.
Yeah, following up on that question, I think it's a really great question because this is something we all face. You know, we've prepared and then suddenly your opponent plays not the best move, but something you haven't looked at. And the position we have on the board right now, Arjun, if you had to kind of get into Ding's mind, are you expecting him to try to get that queen trade with queen takes pawn? What would you think will be Ding's approach right now?
So I do think he'll aim for an endgame. So he'll look at queen c6, queen e5, queen d5. But then he'll realize Gukesh will go queen e7, threatening rook d8. And rook d1 makes sense. Then he'll look at some rook c8 or h6, some prophylactic move. And it depends on how he evaluates this position. So he has a nice control over the d file, and queen trade is almost always good. And before the queen trade, black can never really push like f5, g5 because that would weaken the king. So it does seem pleasant, but also it does seem a bit scary in the sense his king is on c1 and both c and b files are open. So considering these factors in his mind, how he evaluates would determine his decision.
Arjun, do you think this could potentially turn around as well if Ding makes a mistake, or would you say Ding is pretty safe here?
I won't say he's completely safe, but I also don't see like much scope for a Gukesh win in this position if he goes for this line with queen c6, queen d5.
And what if in chess we had this timeout concept, right? Now imagine you are in Singapore, Arjun, and Gukesh, you know, you're supporting him, you're his team right now, and he comes to you at this moment, and you've got 10-20 seconds to say something to him right now. What would you say to Gukesh about this game? Not from a moves perspective, but just the match situation.
It is tough. I have never been in this situation.
But you're a good friend of his, so...
Just believe in yourself, you have got this.
Amazing. But Arjun, do you follow the match very closely, or is it like you just have a look at the games at the end of the day? Because, you know, just want to know like how a top player like you also sees this World Championship match.
No, I was very excited. Like the first 3 games I followed very closely. The last couple of days I was a bit busy, so I couldn't follow that closely. But again, this game I have been following quite closely.
Amazing. You know, Arjun was busy because he was trying to get his US visa, and if he gets it, guys, and if Gukesh wins here, then Arjun goes to the US, wins Rapid and Blitz, then we could have all 3 world titles for Indians, you know, classical. So, Arjun, we are very, very proud of you. We are very glad that you came here. You spent your time. We also know that you have to get going for Qatar Masters. And I would request all of you to please send your best wishes to Arjun. Very important tournament he starts to play from tomorrow. Arjun, any final words before we let you go?
Yeah, you guys are doing a great job covering this event, and the setup seems very nice, and huge shout out to Balraj. I actually met him in London.
Oh, yes.
It was a lot of fun understanding actually who the person is behind all of those great moves. You know, because the thing is that usually, I've always observed this about anyone who's a great sports person. You don't get to know the person as much as you know about their games, and just being able to meet you, it just changed my entire perspective so much about what you guys go through as players. So kudos to you guys. Thank you so much for doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Guys, that's Arjun here. Arjun, thank you. And we'll take a short break now, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. And then by that time, we are pretty sure that Ding would have made his move. Thank you, Arjun. Bye.
See you, Arjun.
Thank you.
All the best.
All the best. See you.
Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated fantasy league group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you will beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-week free trial and 50% off, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
Welcome back, everyone. As promised, we are taking as short breaks as possible so that we can see more of chess and we can see Tanya eating her avocado toast on stream live.
It's delicious. But every time I've got food in my mouth, we go live. So we need to talk to the producer about that at some point.
But Tanya, 37 minutes.
He still hasn't made a move.
Ding Liren is like, how long is he going to take? Rakesh bhai, is this the longest thing or?
This was the shortest break.
Yeah, that was really quick. But Ding is not being quick, and it comes to that point, right, which Arjun spoke about, that Gukesh has taken a practical decision. It's not the best move by the engine, but more importantly, when we say the word practical, we mean that it poses the most problem in the position. It makes your opponent think, and when that happens, you're opening the stage for mistakes. So Queen F5, I really like it. I don't think the path is so easy. The lines that we discussed with Arjun make a lot of sense. Just don't trade the queens. And it's also Gukesh's style, right? You want to keep the queens on the board. Oh, sorry. No. Let's zoom in on Sagar right now, on this moment.
Why should Ding have all the fun, yeah?
But Tanya?
Yes. Khao.
What happened just 5 minutes ago still makes me feel really very nice.
Yeah.
Because Arjun came on stream and Arjun and Gukesh are India number 1 and 2 right now. So to have them both here and just Arjun is such a humble guy, you know, Balraj bhai?
Very relatable.
He will give you a huge competition for gentleman's crown.
I think my biggest competition is you, I think. But
Sagar
yeah.
But
yeah, you were saying, sorry, Sagar.
I was just trying to say, I think maybe he's waiting for like 50 moves, because I think usko pata hai ki abhi 50% off chal raha hai. Maybe that's why he's taking so much time.
How to make something even more cringy. Let's go. 50% off, kya hai? Complete.
Of a Chess.com premium membership, you can check it out in the pinned comment.
Yeah, this is very important, guys. This entire broadcast that we are doing here, of course, a lot of people have come together to do it. And without the partnership of chess.com, this would not have been feasible. They have supported us very deeply. And so they have an offer going on right now, the Black Friday offer, which is 50% off. First 7 days are free, and then 50% off on all premium upgrades. And those who upgrade to premium today There are 5 chess sets to them, signed by Tanya and myself, and we are going to sign, and those 5 will be the lucky draws from all those who upgrade to premium. You can upgrade for a month or a year. So please do check it out. The link is in the pinned message.
And the first 7 days are free, and it's also such a great way to actually improve your chess, right? There are features that get unlocked. One of my favorite is actually the game analysis feature, right after. I think we've all used it. It tells you where you went wrong, the brilliancies, all of that. So I have a life hack for everyone watching. 7 days free ले लो. ठीक है, ये tournament चल रहा है, अभी है 7 days, and you guys can check it out for yourself how much it helps. I think by the end of the World Championship match, whoever is actually working on their chess on chess.com for 7 days, they'll see a jump by the time we reach game 14.
मैं तो भाई 6 December को ही करूँगा ट्रायल चालू. That's the last day ना when the offers on till.
Yeah.
उसके बाद extend करूँगा.
One thing that I've really liked about this features of chess.com is the accuracy part. And we are getting to see that every day. 99.7 is the accuracy today for Ding, and 99.2 is for Gukesh. And it's actually quite interesting for me always to have a look at that number. कि कोई गलती करता है तो नीचे जाता है. Meanwhile, there was a super chat by Hugs Bunny who says, it's not Ding Liren, it's Think Liren.
Yeah, 41 minutes.
भाई
41 minutes.
आपने हॉट चॉकलेट पी लिया, रेड बुल पी लिया, 2 अवाकाडो टोस्ट खा लिया, आप जाके अपने फैमिली से मिलके आए. He is not made a move.
ब्रेक इतना भी लंबा नहीं था भाई.
No, this is a long thing. And yeah, it's that first moment, right, where Ding has to make a move with his own brain in the game. Because so far, he's been very well prepared, putting the pressure on the clock, but this is a move that's out of the book. That's out of what Richard Rapper, Ni Hua and his team have seen. So he's adjusting to it. I will not be... What happened?
Look at him. Look at Ding. He's actually like...
Why is he stressed already?
Yeah, he looks very stressed. It's like he's struggling to kind of find. And this is one of the best chess players in the world, right? He's had a tough year, but his peak rating, one of those 16 guys who made it to 2800 club, he's one of them at 2816 when he was world number 2. So it's kind of tough to see him like this. It's like suddenly when you have to calculate, find ways to navigate the position, push for advantage, push your opponent to the edge, Ding starts struggling with himself.
But you know, you will also see there are moments where he's looking at the board, he's completely stressed out, and then he looks up, he looks at Gukesh, and then he goes back down to thinking.
He's like...
If you see that...
Oh, Kela. He took the pawn. He took the pawn here. Wow. Okay. I'm actually expecting Gukesh to quickly take the pawn as well, right?
And I think the big moment will be after queen d5. I'm predicting Ding to put the queen on d5 after queen takes pawn. And now, will Gukesh go into this endgame, or as Arjun predicted, keep the queens on the board and play for activity with queen e7?
Yes, Gukesh has taken the pawn now. And Tanya, a very good question here. Arjun was very clear that the queen should be kept on the board. But what if we trade the queens? Is that a lost endgame already, or like a very bad endgame?
Very anticlimactic.
I think
because it's only smoke, no fire.
Now I get it.
But C pawn will run, yeah?
Yeah, actually Arjun really quickly pointed out the C pawn is critical. And that's why I always listen to the analysis of these top players very carefully. They say like one line, and that is something that happens most of the time. You know, like C pawn is important, and that C pawn becomes very critical in the game. So Arjun was here like for 10 minutes. But really predicted this well. Okay. Queen e5. Now, Ding has to make his next move quickly. Like, queen c6 mara, queen e5 was the natural move that Gukesh would play. वो भी pawn मारेगा.
Correct.
अब क्या करोगे?
And this is what, he can't now go into another 20-minute thing. By the way, the clocks have leveled out. That advantage on the clock has gone for Ding.
We cannot even take another break. Yeah, he cannot think so long.
Exactly.
आई थिंक उसका पर्सपेक्टिव है कि यार मैं 20 मूव की प्रिपरेशन में लेके आ गया गुकेश को. दिस इज द आइडियल सिनेरियो एंड स्टिल इट इज एब्सोल्युटली फाइन फॉर गुकेश एट द एंड. मे बी ही इज जस्ट लाइक आप क्या प्रिपरेशन लाऊं मैं.
But Sahil bhai, if you see, it has a small edge for white. So in modern chess, itna edge milna bhi badi baat hoti hai, you know, after the opening. So I feel like Ding and his team have done a decent job. So Tanya, we have another super chat here. Do you like it, this one?
Yeah, I think this, I mean, I quickly went over it. It's really another rap, guys.
See, rap
But
means you
it's
only...
really, no, I like this one quite a bit because I think it brings in the mood of the position and the style of the players. So, Sagar, will you take this one?
No, you have to
It's
take...
a really good
I
one.
can make like
I
the
need
beat.
a beat.
Yes.
Fine, then give me
how
a
does
beat.
the beat work?
Yes, that's good.
Fine. Gukesh tactics, never static, style so magnetic, flow automatic, move so aesthetic, gameplay poetic. Gukesh so kinetic, gameplay fantastic, style so dynamic, strategy electric. That was pretty sick.
Beautiful. Rupesh ji, thank you so much for sending this. Very nice.
कितने पैसे भेजे?
Getting better and better. Like, you know...
मैं अपना बैंक अकाउंट डिटेल्स भेज रही हूँ तुमको, वो सुपर चैट में को ट्रांसफर कर दे.
Yes, 200 rupees. Okay, so 3 minutes now. Ding has not made a move. He's almost coming. 107.30. Gukesh is at 107.10.
All gone. The time advantage is gone on the one move that Ding had to play himself on the board. That's how much of a difficult situation his mind is in currently.
Yeah.
It's really the first move that Ding made in the game. Everything else has been looked at.
Correct. So instead of Queen D5, Gukesh, by the way, gets up. Do you think that Rook D5 is an option? Bringing the Rook in?
But then H2 is hanging and B2 is under
this
attack
we saw.
as well.
I think Sahil bhai had also mentioned this. So yeah, not Rook D5 or... So then what to do, guys? Any other move? Rook?
Let's ask everyone, if you were white here, what would you be playing apart from Queen D5? Any suggestions?
आज तो गुकेश खड़ा हो गया है. देखो, he is now walking. This is what I was expecting him to do all throughout. Walk like this in the room. But he never did it. He was sitting there with his closed eyes.
Does that make you feel comfortable?
Yeah, now I'm feeling like, yes, this is Guki now. You know, that Olympiad, every time he would get a position, he would move around. We would then make reels on it. Like, here we couldn't make. ऐसे बैठे क्या ही reel बनाएंगे?
Do you think that him sitting in that chair after choosing God knows how many chairs is uncomfortable?
No, he's not uncomfortable. It's just that he's used to walking. And he was not walking. Now today that you see he's standing, walking. Queen D5.
Queen D5 has been played.
खेला है. Well called, Tanya.
चलो exchange होगा क्या?
Ab let's see Arjun's prediction here, and I'm with him on this, by the way. I think even if we know the bar says queen takes queen, rook takes queen, the ending is difficult. But also as a player, I don't think Gukesh is the one who will go into a position where he just has to sit, play for those two results. You're suffering, you're trying to hold. Immediately goes queen e7. Arjun OP, Gukesh OP.
But yeah, Arjun, Tanya, every one of you have kind of guessed this correctly, that queens need not be traded. Balraj bhai.
I'm so happy that this was not anticlimactic. Like, it's building, it's still building.
Right. But भाई आपका तो avocado toast खत्म हो गया.
आप भी खाओ ना.
मतलब will you order one more ऐसे?
Of course.
Because the game is going to go long now.
अभी मजा आ रहा है.
It won't end quickly.
करेंगे और छोटे break.
So now queen d5, queen e7, because white cannot push the pawn so easily. Do you think black will start pushing like king h8, f5, so on?
That's really nicely put. We've been talking about white's advantage being on the right side, the queen side pawns trying to move them forward, but as long as queens are on the board, the kings will get too weak. So it stops Ding from making the most of that advantageous queen side majority that he has.
But can we start with c4?
But then rook c8.
Already looking bad there, yes.
Because you're doing that, right? You're weakening your king. So actually, I think rook f c8 is a pre-move.
Right.
A bit of a pre-move.
Or I was thinking like king h8 and f5 also can be thought of. You know, there. Like not here, but if it was not pushed. So if we put back the pawn on c3, do you think rook d4 attacking the e4 pawn makes a lot of sense? Because you can't play f5. The pawn is pinned.
No, so if that is played, then rook f e8, and then after that.
That's a correct move. Yeah, rook f e8 is a nice move.
Yeah, it probably doesn't work.
But then rook f1 and the...
Yes, pressure on f7 हाँ. और आप देख सकते हो कि ये पोजीशन में not much has changed, but white's advantage has grown. And this is why we are of this opinion that this game is not close to a draw anytime soon. It's a position where white will try.
Still hanging, basically.
Yeah, Ding has to try.
Okay, we've spoken about how a queen trade favors white, right? What happens if Ding continues with that idea? Instead of rook d4, you know, he wants to play a risk-free position. Can white try to go queen d6? And I want to insist. Or queen d7, I'm not sure.
Tanya, I'm not going to trade.
Yeah, maybe queen d7 I prefer, Sahil, because a7 is also a bit of a weakness.
But does white take on a7? Because then rook a8 and then
At
this
some
might
point.
be...
At some point. At least it's in the air. Threat is stronger than the execution.
Yeah. So queen g5.
Queen g5.
Also, do you think somewhere after analyzing yesterday's game, Ding would have thought that there was a chance that he missed? And that's why he's also now adding more and more pressure and not giving up on whatever opportunities he gets? Does that work?
It definitely plays on your mind. But I actually think that Ding looks at yesterday's result as a plus. As, you know, as something that went in his favor.
Right.
With the black pieces, he was never really under too much pressure. He solved problems practically.
Right.
When he got a chance, then, you know, he didn't push. But I think the strategy that with black draw was in his mind.
Got it.
I think yesterday's result was a bit of a, I would say, a win for Ding more than it was for Gukesh.
Just it was like overall positive. That's it.
Correct. The match so far has been overall positive for Ding.
For Ding.
Because I think many expected that Gukesh will be able to take the lead early on in the match. If I, again, just being totally like honest here. But that hasn't happened so far. Gukesh is clearly feeling the nerves. We've seen just chess from another planet move on the board. What is it?
Queen d6.
Queen d7, Queen d6 this time. So we've been seeing Gukesh play such amazing chess, but he's clearly feeling the nerves here.
Like Arjun also said, that he's not yet seen Gukesh in his top shape, which is coming from a person who, you know, who's seen Gukesh very closely, and he feels that Gukesh is not in his best form yet.
Yeah.
So I guess Gukesh has to do that. You know, he has to come back into his own. By the way, Queen d6, we don't want to trade the queens.
भाई हाँ मैं वही पूछने वाला था. Why does it keep looking like Ding wants to keep pushing for the trade?
हाँ.
जहाँ पे हमारी रानी जा रही है वहाँ पे वो भी अपनी रानी रखे जा रहे हैं.
उसको endgame में जाना है. He wants to go because that c pawn जो है passer, it's very strong. And with the queens on the board, the moment you push it, your king gets weak. So you want the queens to come off the board.
It looks like as though there's some kind of a dance of the queens that is going on right now.
Exactly. So imagine here, queen h4, just you go queen g3, then I come back queen e7, queen d6, and
will this happen? No.
No chance. No chance.
I think it's all in Ding's hands.
Yes.
Because Gukesh, I feel, would be okay with a draw.
100%.
है ना? क्योंकि Gukesh ऐसे तो नहीं खेलेगा कि slight minus position में he will start to think no I have to win. That's very bad attitude. He might even get into more trouble. So he will be okay with a draw. And Ding, we have seen, he's okay with a draw sometimes even in good positions.
Yeah, he's not been pushing Sahil.
When, let's say, Ding went back to his seconds yesterday, so what do they tell him? So do they tell him ki you should have pushed more? Like, how do they communicate that thing?
Sorry, the director, could you please show Ding's face? Because if you see, he just keeps looking at his opponent and trying to size up Gukesh as to what is he going to do. Just look at his expression right now.
Nicely observed
that. Is he going to go for the trade? Is he not? Because he keeps trying to offer the trade, you know. So maybe again just look at that face.
Ding's eyes are so talkative. He's so calm, but उसकी आँखों में ऐसे like he's blinking, he's looking up.
Look at that.
Well spotted, Balraj bhai.
I mean, because his face is usually very expressionless unless he's eating a banana. So this is the only time I actually see that. Okay, oh wow.
But Sahil bhai, to your question, I do remember that one of the seconds of Vishy Anand's team mentioned to me that it's very important for the seconds to know not only what to say, but when not to speak. Because any word or any sentence which is not properly said can destabilize the player. So like you say, today you are not very concentrated on the board. As just a very mild sentence you would say, and suddenly the player, when he's sitting there, would say, oh, my second has said this, and you start feeling not so sure about yourself. So very important. I think they would have been given proper instructions by Gaevsky. Please speak only when needed, or for Ding, maybe it's Nihua who is the head coach, or Rapport. They all are very careful what to say.
So Tanya, how much? Oh, okay. What's happening?
Queen G5.
Okay.
Queen G5 played.
मजा आ रहा है ना दोस्तों, हर एक मूव पे ऐसे because I think people understand what's going on in this position ना, कि दोनों को चाहिए क्या. तो अब Queen G3 खेलेगा Ding.
I think अगर वो Queen G3 जाता है, we might see the black queen getting active from the other side on A5.
Oh.
Because A2 is weak, और अगर King B1 खेला तो C.
चलेगा. Black to play, guys.
C deeper. I was gonna say C deeper then.
Draw right.
What's
coming?
Okay. Can we?
Queen D5.
Can you please keep it on the big moments?
That is a draw offer.
नहीं, अभी नहीं.
That is a draw offer. A repetition offer at least.
Gukesh is like, भाई क्या करूँ? अभी draw is good for me, but do I want to draw this?
Yes,
Director, we would like to see everyone's expression over here. We would like to see both expressions.
I think Gukesh will repeat.
But Ding won't, I think. I think this is just one time he will repeat and see what Gukesh is doing.
Yeah.
Sahil bhai has trust in Ding, not. I don't think so.
Because if he does repeat, then when will he push? Like, that's also a factor, right?
Yeah.
8 game है ना और.
But we've been seeing this from Ding, right? He gets a little something to play for, but he's happy to close the game down. He's happy to shut it down. Get it closer towards those final moments of the match. Ding feels that perhaps those final moments of the match put pressure on Gukesh, and that's when he will try to overextend and Ding will capitalize on it.
Yeah.
So you are already for the draw, Tanya?
I'm not for the draw, but
मतलब you think that Ding is already thinking about
I
the
have
draw?
a feeling. I mean, of course, but Sahil, to what you said earlier, it's actually something, I think it comes from the Soviet school of chess. When you have a repetition, do it once and then change. Because your opponent has the mindset कि तुम draw ले रहे हो, but you throw him off.
2 मिनट पहले आप बहुत disappointed थे.
हाँ?
2 मिनट पहले बहुत disappointed थे कि नहीं ये क्या हो रहा है, ये क्या हो रहा है, ये क्यों हो रहा है. But now you feel so positive about it. Especially because there were these rapid moves that happened, right? Because on one side, Gukesh does not want to obviously give out his queen. And on the other side, Ding is going on saying, nahi, kar le.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I still think that a draw in this game favors Guki. And it will be again surprising if Ding bails out of this moment.
It will be very surprising for me if Gukesh doesn't play Queen E7 here and goes for something else.
That will be a statement.
Ding वही hope कर रहा है, लेकिन I think that's exactly what he's hoping for.
Correct.
Is Queen E7 the best move?
Yes, it is.
Queen H4? Queen H4 I like actually.
Queen H4 is also possible. I think then
because
again,
you hit the rook.
Arjun's idea of doubling up rooks, and I think white is slightly better.
Acha.
Full domination on the D file, the only open line. And then rook d4 at the right moment will come, queen e5, rook d4 ideas.
So then, Sahil bhai, if we go back queen e7 and rook comes to d1 now, then how is it that black is creating play here? What is the best way? Is it rook f c8? Is it king h8?
You've hit the nail on the head. I think rook f c8 is definitely a move. For example, the engine prefers. But I think even just your idea might not be valid. King h8, f5, and you just kind of just hold and wait.
Sai, let's throw this. Rook f c8. And if Ding wants to pursue that queen with queen d7, ye pooch sakte hain.
Oh.
Black to play.
Acha,
nice.
Wow, Tanya, very sharp. I was thinking Tanya is going to give an easy one by making the queen move somewhere and then back rank mate. back rank mate kahin pe. But yeah, black to play.
What Ding has to be careful about here.
Wow, rook takes c3. Well done, guys. Pawn takes. Pawn takes.
Queen a3.
Queen a3, king c2. End तक calculate किया guys. Well done. Fantastic. Great calculation.
Rook c8 is definitely what Guki wants if he gets the time to put this rook on this file.
Yeah.
I also think it makes sense for Gukesh right now to repeat at least once to understand Ding's mindset. Because once your opponent makes it clear that they want to fight on, that turns something in your mind, that turns the switch in your mind as well ki khelna hai ab. So for Gukesh to get that clarity, I think Queen e7 is what I'm expecting.
हाँ, मुझे भी लग रहा है, but you know we've not always hit Gukesh's move correctly, and he surprises us many times. Can we zoom in like full screen on like these two players? Just soak in the environment that it's a moment where both of them are talking to each other right now without talking. It's like Ding is saying, do you want to draw? But it's also like this kind of a thing where you don't know if Ding will repeat. So Gukesh is thinking कि भाई मैं इधर वापस आऊँ and then Ding नहीं repeat करेगा तो थोड़ा बुरा लगेगा. अभी मैं ही repeat नहीं करूँगा तो शायद Ding को बुरा लगेगा. Like you know, so many things are happening.
It's a proper dialogue over there.
Yeah.
And can we just admire how good they are? Like, you know, in the world of AI, एक computer के बराबर 99.4% accuracy रखना, like it's not easy.
It's too good. It's too good. And by the way, Tanya, I had read in one of the articles, and I don't know if you guys have also read, that players actually practice what is the right posture for sitting down for long hours. And Magnus has actually done that. Like, you know, you sit in a way, you have the proper distance between your legs, your back is straight.
Queen e7.
Oh, khela bhai, khela.
Now, how much of a fighting spirit has the reigning world champion come with today?
Come on, Ding, fight!
We are going to find out on this next move.
मतलब game होना चाहिए ऐसे मुझे लगता है. I'm not saying like he shouldn't go queen d6. This is my feeling.
Sagar bhai, I totally support you. I'm here to see some result.
Hikaru started making recap.
Anish ka tweet already aa gaya hoga.
But so far what we have seen, he will repeat, yeah? Based on the match so far.
Based on the match and also looking at Ding, I am with you guys that we want this to be a big fight, but I think Ding will take a draw here.
What's the sentiment in the audience? Guys, do you think Ding continues?
He continues?
Yeah? Draw? Draw ke liye how many you think? Just make some noise.
Make some noise for...
Okay, and Ding continues? Ayal, unko chahiye game.
ये भी draw ही है.
काफी 50-50 था साहिल.
बहुत close.
Half of them want their money's worth of coming here. And half of them are like, yaar,
अभी मजा आ गया है. Already we have enjoyed. But I personally think that this game has still a lot to offer. And it shouldn't be a draw.
But it only has that much to offer as much of the chances a player is willing to take, right? And Ding has had positions in the match so far which have offered more. And he hasn't taken those. So is today going to be a different Ding from who's shown up in the past matches? And this will tell us so much about
can we look at Ding's
what he's
face?
feeling.
Director, because I think Balraj has shown us nicely that. So now Ding is deciding whether to draw or not.
So the move to repeat would be queen to d6. Let's just have the arrow to show that. And should we go full screen on Ding? Because position mein to wohi hai.
हाँ, कर सकते हैं. Yes, okay. Tanya, we need ऐसे अपन Ding का expression decode करते हैं commentary में. क्या सोच रहा है वो?
Okay,
if
there
I
is
play queen d6, maybe my seconds will be like कि थोड़ा और.
Sagar bhai, there is a very interesting super chat here. From Akshay, says maybe Ding's plan is make easy draws in early games and push in the game. कहाँ गया?
When it's least expected, That's what he did against Nepo.
There's that line, right?
Tiring out someone?
No, there's that line, which I think is so apt for the World Championship match. It goes, I'm going to mess it up, but it's from a song that I like. It's something like, Ye marathon hai, race nahi samjha baat. Is it Laga Rahe, I think? Laga Rahe, yeah. So I think this match, there's something to it. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. Magnus has spoken about this. Tiring your opponent out completely before letting the critical moments happen on the board. So that both are completely exhausted when those big decisions have to be made.
Correct. That's when the genius comes out.
That's when the better player shines.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Right now, I don't think any of them are very tired, right? Maybe Ding is a bit exhausted from the last 2 moves. He's thought so long now. So iske liye he might be like, ki ab draw hai haath mein, let's take it.
But can we just go to Ding's expression? He keeps looking up at Gukesh.
हाँ, वही बढ़िया है.
Looking at him.
We can have that view for Ding's moves. Let's enjoy.
From energy wise, Ding has only played 3 moves from his own mind so far.
Exactly.
So he should have the energy to continue here.
Right.
But I think what we are missing in this is that it's not the energy of just this game, right? It goes a long way back. It's the months of the preparation. It's all the games that have been played. By the way, Queen D6 on the board. And Gukesh immediately repeats with Queen G5.
Please. Ding.
It's going to happen.
Fight. Ding, come on.
It's a draw. It's a draw. Draw incoming.
Tanya, we called it out.
Sagar bhai, but what else though? Oh, he has played it.
He's played it, and now if Gukesh goes, he can actually claim.
No way!
Unbelievable!
Oh my God! Gukesh makes a move which is slightly inferior than Queen E7 just to play gets up from the chair.
Wow!
No one in the world expected this.
What?
No one in the world.
A statement by Gukesh. He refuses the draw offer with the black pieces and just wants Ding to play on.
मुंह में निवाला लेके छीन लिया भाई लिटरली. Ding ने तो कह दिया होगा भाई पैकिंग कर लेता हूँ निकलने का टाइम आ गया है जूते पहन लेता हूँ भाई. But suddenly last moment, he repeated twice by the way.
Also, I loved how he just did it and walked away. Mic drop.
Unbelievable.
I think it's Gukesh also realizes it's not about the objective value of the move. It's the psychological thing he has done here. है ना?
Yeah, he actually played very well with Ding's head right now.
Yes.
Look at that mark on the queen. It's a question mark, which also shows it's not the best move.
Yes.
And so the engines are looking at it objectively, but here psychology.
But I think from a practical perspective, that deserves an exclamation mark and not a question mark right now. Because Ding, like you said, Sahil, had felt that game's over, we move on, rest day tomorrow. And he was ready. He's shifting in his jet.
Rook D1, guys. And to tell you the truth, while we are all very, very ecstatic that the game will go on and everything, kahin na kahin, Gukesh is risking it.
Yeah.
He's not just safe here. He's taking the risk. He could also really face the repercussions of playing on. Let's see.
You guys have actually always said now Gukesh loves imbalance.
Yes.
So this is a clear sign of that, and how he has teased with Ding's head over here, going around saying that, I'm just going to go ahead, and then finally pushes that move and then just...
Very gutsy, very brave of him, looking for those imbalances. I think it's a very measured risk though. Gukesh feels that it's a position that he will be able to hold long term. Nothing is too wrong in it. He's taken this risk, just forcing Ding to make moves, and it reminds me of the final rapid game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. With the black pieces, Ding is the one who refused a repetition. He played this move which has become infamous now in the chess world, Rook to G6.
Yes.
Which...
Self-pinning.
Self-pinning to glory, as was the famous tweet.
Correct.
And this time it's Gukesh, who refuses the repetition, puts that queen on H4, and it's game on.
Wow, game 6.
Game six.
Game 6.
चैट में चंद्रा भाई लिख रहे हैं कि कुछ भी हो मजा आ रहा है भाई. आई थिंक यहाँ पे भी बैठे हुए एक दो लोगों ने उबर तो बुला ली होगी अपनी.
Oh.
Really? Wow. Wow, this is so
Is the stream
amazing.
still on then? Oh, now he's like, अब और बैठना होगा.
And Apurva has mentioned Magnus has got into Gukesh's head. You know, like, this is actually also a Magnus-like thing, what he has done. And by the way, Ding has made his move already. Gukesh is not to be seen. It's been almost 2 minutes.
Is Gukesh in the green room?
No, I think not, right? No, he's not. He's in the washroom, perhaps. Here.
I'm just wondering if this is the moment you put that rook on the c8 square.
He's
back. He's back.
Yeah, come on, Gukesh.
Because Ding has taken control of the open file. That's a full battery. All the majors of white are on the D line.
What is so
What
bad
should
about
Gukesh
this move?
do?
About rook c8.
Yeah, I don't understand. Why is it so bad?
There's this common pattern in most variations, queen a5, with the idea of keeping pressure here, releasing the rooks.
And
So,
d8 square.
Yeah.
That's
Back
amazing.
rank issue. Putting the queen on a5. Okay, guys.
What is the most organic thing to do over here for
Rook
Gukesh?
f8,
Rook
which
f8
Tanya said.
yeah.
That's it.
Because you're putting the rook opposite the king.
Sure.
Some attacking chances there. But it's actually not a good move. It gives white even more advantage. So now, if we have to think, maybe it's not just one move that we have to think. We have to think of a plan.
G6 on the board.
Maybe he wants to go king g7 and f5, something like that.
With the rooks and queens on the board.
But then, you can go with king on h6. I don't know. I was just feeling like, maybe not. Maybe not push the f pawn. That would be too much.
I think this move just takes care of any back rank problems. In the lines you were looking with queen a5, it frees up one of the black rooks to move forward.
I really feel that this one is going to go beyond the 40th move.
Yes.
And of course, it's till the 40th move, I think there's going to be some time trouble happening. That's what I feel, like what we had experienced earlier in this championship.
What move number are we on?
27.
So another 13 moves to
Time
go.
is not a big issue today.
Both players at about 55 minutes. But one or two long things, Sagar, and we could be talking about time being the biggest factor.
True.
Because it is that kind of a position right now. I mean, both of them have to keep evaluating.
I thought it's relatively easier position to play. Although, like, for example,
Simplified.
right move,
You mean simplified.
There are less complications. It's more about what should be the long-term plan, or I'm not sure how to think here. Really, it's not so simple.
Sagar bhai, let's see. What would be the long-term plan right now for you? What do you feel like doing?
I mean, for white, it's clear queen trade karna hai. That is the plan still. Because I can't see pushing my pawns as white. Jahan pe mera majority hai, where I have 3 pawns. I can't push them with queens on board. The king only keeps getting weak. So, as white, I want to trade queens. As black, I also want to push my kingside pawns.
Correct.
Because there I have the majority.
Correct.
But again, my king gets weak. So, but if I trade queens, white's majority is much more easy to push than my majority, because there are 2 white pawns there.
So technically, you are saying you'll have to push your fortress entirely towards that side.
So somehow with black has to wait. I think black can't do much. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, black has to keep on playing rook e8. Maybe even not that. f7 is weak. So क्या move क्या है भाई?
गुकेश ने क्वीन ट्रेड पे तो स्वाइप लेफ्ट कर दिया है, so I think अब यहाँ पे the moves are very awkward. For example, the first preference is king c2, which is, I mean, you don't play such a move.
No, king c2 not. Do you think like c4 makes sense, or it's still bad? Because it feels like a human move. Not good, yeah.
Very double-edged.
It's not so bad actually according to the computer evaluation. It's actually pretty good for white.
Yeah.
But I feel like
कुछ तो
it's
करना है
funny
ना
for
तान्या.
me because you called it a human move, because to me this would be a very difficult move to play on the board. I'm giving you sort of an easier pawn to attack.
कौन सा?
c4 only with after rook
No,
c8.
but Tanya, the thing is, I tried to look at some other moves to do with white. My rook on d1 cannot move. Rook on d2 is stuck to the h2 pawn. Queen, अच्छे से, it's on d5, it's great. That's why Sahil was saying king c2. But I thought maybe let's push the pawn.
Yeah, makes a lot
There's
of
no
sense.
point pushing the A pawn also because that's
Yeah,
a
that's
complete
an
loss.
interesting move actually. A4 also, but it might just be also
Yeah.
a bit weakening.
Yeah.
Apparently after c4,
Yeah.
the best move will lead to a very interesting imbalance
Oh
because
God.
it is rook b to d8. And then queen takes, rook takes, and rook takes. And what do you think about this position,
King
Tanya?
G7, King G7, and then Rook D2 back, trying to defend H2.
In fact, just c5 apparently.
C5. Because then you're happy you went C4. The C pawn becomes dangerous.
नहीं, ये नहीं खेलना है. No, not really.
As black, you don't want. But then that means C4 is a very tricky move.
C4 is interesting, yeah.
It's very interesting because for Gukesh, he wants to get that rook to D8. He wants to try to challenge. And then we want our pawn as ahead as possible towards the C8 square.
Right.
But I would be surprised if Ding goes for C4, but the more I look at it, the more I like it. Can we place the queen on a better square? Is there a move like queen, no, the white queen here, instead of C4? Can Ding be thinking about
Queen E5.
queen E5, rook E8 is what I don't like.
It's a free tempo.
Free tempo. What about the move you earlier suggested, queen to A5?
Queen E5.
Yes.
Then Rook E8. Queen G3. मुझे तो ट्रेड कर रहा है. Queen E7. Come back.
अच्छा,
Queen D3.
फिर से
If Ding
Oh,
plays
he
this,
goes queen E5.
What?
He's gone for queen E5.
but isn't this just kind of admitting I don't want to play? Like if
Yeah.
he goes queen g3.
It's like saying that I really want to draw here. I really want to trade and go into repetition.
Can we see Ding's face again? He's just looking at Gukesh कि क्या करेगा अभी, क्या सोच रहा है ये?
But there's a difference, right? Because in those lines, when black's queen comes to e7, white will have rook d7. The rook penetrates into the 7th rank. So maybe Ding isn't going to repeat this time. This changes a lot.
Okay, but rook f8 is logical. I think that will be played. And now where does the queen go? Queen g3.
Queen g3 looks good because if black is being forced to trade, why not? And you know, this queen takes queen, pawn takes queen is even a better structure for Ding
You think
because
so?
now it's harder for black to create a passer.
But that G3 pawn looks like a bigger weakness than H2 pawn.
True, but you've got some moves to get there. White can start targeting f7, a7 with rook d7 coming in quickly.
So all in all, are we saying that a draw for black is better?
You know, Barrage with queen h4, Gukesh, of course, you know, shows bravery and it's guts to make that move. But he's also, again, I mean, it doesn't give you an advantage or anything. You still have to fight this position out and white is the more active player. So I still think at some point Gukesh should repeat if he gets the opportunity.
Got it.
Because a draw with black
Ab
is
nahi.
a good result. Ab nahi.
It's tough for now Gukesh
Ego
to
mein baat aa
repeat
gayi hai.
because he's now not done it. So he's ready for a fight. I think mentally after making queen h4 he went outside and must have
But
sort
that
of
just-
done the self-talk कि
that-
अब fight करना है.
That just shows exactly. That just shows like the mindset with which Gukesh came today, right? He's
Yeah.
like he wants that result before he goes into another break, because that's where he feels that okay, he'll be able to relax in the break truly.
Also, I think Gukesh just wants to fight more
Yeah.
and doesn't want to have shorter games.
Yeah.
कि भाई खेलेंगे draw होगा तो let's do it on move 45, 50. Why on move 26?
When the opportunity still may present itself.
You know, we have a poker expert in the Chess.com India team, and sometimes we don't play the position, you play the player.
Acha.
And maybe he's trying to play Ding here. Ki Ding was the one who suggested a repetition. Let me not do that and let me see. Maybe he makes a mistake.
Who is the poker expert by?
Avadh Shah. Avadh Shah bhai, are you
Arey,
there?
Avadh bhai.
Okay, he's not here. He's playing some other man right now. So
Probably playing poker right now. But you know, to your point about Gukesh won't repeat now that once he's declined the repetition, I actually think it's a bit of a statement, right? Because if Ding is so wanting a draw so badly कि वो 2 बार repeat करेगा, that's already a psychological victory. That's it. And again, these small things matter in this match in a big way. You also have to be objective about the
I'll tell you,
position, Sagar.
Tanya, I'll tell you something about Ding.
Tell me.
He does not mind being seen as weak. He does that at the press conference. He does that. He just speaks so over the board also. If he thinks he wants to draw, he will repeat. ऐसा नहीं वो सोचेगा ओ लोग क्या सोचेंगे. Gukesh will get a mental edge against me. He's just doing what comes to him.
You mean he likes to appear as the underdog?
No, he just likes to be himself. That is what I feel. He is truthful.
He came to this game wanting, happy with the draw.
Okay.
Then it's like he will go for it, regardless if there's a small edge to fight more for. And that's what we've seen throughout the match as well. I today did expect a bigger fight and for Ding to make Guki sweat a little bit because he was up on the clock. He was blitzing his moves out. He looked confident in the beginning. And this position still has something to play for. I mean, I think all of us know, give Magnus this with white, he's playing this forever.
For sure.
You know, till you break.
For sure. No, that is for sure. Like Magnus hardly ever draws his games just like that. End tak khelta hai. And I think Gukesh is also doing this right now. The tough thing is, what should Gukesh do now? Because clearly Ding wants to go Queen G3 back, offer a trade, and if you don't take it, he wants to bring his rook to the 7th rank. So and now we can't even trade rooks, because if we go rook d8 as black, rook takes rook, rook takes rook, rook takes rook, queen takes rook, and the e4 pawn falls. So pawn वहाँ पे मर रहा है. So rook भी trade नहीं कर सकते. So now rook e8, rook d8 doesn't look appetizing. Or maybe rook e8
even
does.
if we lose that pawn, there's no way of getting the pawn back later.
It could still be a draw, but then you are again a pawn down. Why should you want to go? Like, yeah, ये position से, why should you lose a pawn?
No, you never want to lose a piece. My point was that once you reach there, there is no way to gain the pawn back on the H file, basically.
No, you can't. At least for the time being, not. And so now rook e8, rook d8. Maybe there is rook c8 now, Tanya, your move. Because we were looking at queen on d5 at that point.
Also logical, yeah? Just put the rook opposite the king.
Yeah. I'm just a bit worried about rook d7.
But rook d7, there's queen f2.
But suddenly.
And suddenly it's very... The white king is not happy.
It's hitting everything. So we can't go rook d7.
So considering all the options that are presenting itself here for black, I would love to ask the audience what they would like to do.
Good idea.
You know?
Good idea. Guys, anyone here has a thought, just Gukesh ne kya karna chahiye? And now you also know the psychology of the struggle, not just the moves. Draw karna chahiye.
No, but what would be a move that if you were in the position of black, what would be a move that you would do? So then we can try out if there's any creative response also that comes in.
Rook f8 or rook a8 or rook b8. f8. f8 में यही हम सोच रहे थे कि queen g3.
फिर response क्या है? Can you go queen h?
By the way, the engine hates it, I think, because of trade. It's actually feeling that endgame maybe is okay for black.
Queen takes queen, yeah?
Queen h5.
Queen h5, I was just wondering if I really want to keep the queens on the board.
Okay, so rook f8 is one option.
Yeah. Rook f8 would also be my option. So let's see what other moves we can think of for Guki here. Oh, he plays it. He plays rook b8.
क्या?
Yeah.
Bhai, Gukesh क्या ही अलग मूवी निकालता है हमेशा.
Bhai, this is...
We are thinking something else. He comes up with a new move.
This is like you have the rook on the open file and moving it away from the king's attacks. This is not natural at all.
Bhai, it goes to show that we are not thinking.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
This is such a counterintuitive move, right? Your rook on f8 is stuck. You move an active rook to a seemingly passive square. Gukesh feels that at some point the f pawn needs to start moving forward. And वो दूर की सोच है. तो अगर f pawn बढ़ेगा, he wants that rook on f8.
Yeah. हो सकता है. But as we spoke, Tanya, the moment f pawn moves, the 7th rank becomes very weak. तो वो भी सोचना है.
After a queen trade, the f pawn only moves forward. I think.
So you are saying actually Gukesh is getting ready for a queen trade now.
Well, if it happens in favorable circumstances, like you said, after queen g3, is that a move that he's thinking about is just to trade now? Queen takes queen, pawn takes queen, and maybe rook e5.
मेरे mind में ये structure में all the time it's coming, it may be wrong, but to get the king from g7 h6, g5,
travel all the way,
g4, and the king looks very decently placed there with then the pawns moving forward. Maybe I will not even take the pawn, but just this structure helps my king get more activity. I don't know, just a thought.
अभी कुछ बचा ही नहीं है तो राजा को ही बढ़ना पड़ेगा.
Rook b8, very
Queen C7.
interesting approach.
Does he
Then
go
maybe
Queen
he goes rook e7.
And then rook d7.
And you know, that's why you want the rook on f8, because after trading, that f7 pawn is safe.
Yeah, and that's bad because now if you take h2 is hanging with
Yes,
the queen,
and if you take with rook,
the rook,
queen e1, queen e3.
तो queen अंदर घुस जाएगी. Okay.
So rook f8, very deep, keeping the rook on a seemingly inactive square, but it's doing something there. It's defending this f7 weakness. This is actually a very high-level understanding.
Yeah. I mean, even if the engine would say rook b e8, it just feels very weird to play this rook here somehow. But
By the way, to your point, it was at one point the first preference of the engine, and it still is hovering around that.
Wow.
So it might be the best move, yeah. Rook b e8. And now if we attack like the a7 pawn with queen c5 or queen a5, yeah, both queen c5, rook e7, huh? ये गेम एक्चुअली बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होते जा रहा है बिकॉज slowly Gukesh is improving his position, getting ready for his king side pawn push, and Ding also has to get rolling. Yeah, it'll be a fight.
I mean, when the moment the draw offer was refused, he was literally half a move away. Gukesh could have claimed a draw because the position had happened 3 times and it would have been given.
Yeah.
Queen e7. Literally half a move away from wrapping up the game with the black pieces, saying next part I've got 2 whites. It's just amazing. I mean, just the fighting spirit that he's shown with this decision. How it works out in retrospect, it might be genius. You know, it might be the turning point.
Look at him standing here. What a pose! What a pose!
Actually, Alden D'Souza just echoes the sentiment that Tanya said. He says if Gukesh wins, world will call him a fearless player. If he loses, he'll get criticized to reject draw against the prep by white. So it's a world champion moment.
It could be that moment when we look back. याद है जब उसने Queen H4 खेला था.
याद है वो game 6.
Actually, the thing is, in their life also, like I guess Gukesh's journey of becoming a top player, there were some moments like this which were very, very difficult to say if they were the right decisions or not. One of them which comes to mind is him stopping to go to school when he was in 4th grade. At that point, it was not Gukesh's decision because he was too young, but it was his parents' decision. If I focus on chess fully, it could have gone both ways, right? At that point, that maybe he doesn't become the best player and so on. It's kind of similar on the chessboard, you know, Queen H4.
It's also similar in life, right? Like life makes sense backwards. In retrospect, you can make sense out of your decisions, but when you're on the board, when you're taking a decision, when you're in the middle of it, you can only do what you feel best with at that moment. And for Gukesh, with all the information that he has, with how he's feeling about himself, what he knows about his opponent, in that moment, he wants to continue the game.
Fantastic.
And Sarabhai, when you started streaming with Samay, Tanya and everybody else in 2020, like, looking back, it makes sense now, but कभी सोचा था कि live audience में ऐसे बैठे होगा.
कभी नहीं. I think I was just flowing, yeah. So this is amazing where we have reached.
I'm enjoying that the amount of excitement in this room is as much as what happens in stand-up comedy. I mean, the kind of applause breaks, the kind of reactions that are coming. Never thought that people would be sitting for such a long duration of time. The amount of duration that you sit for a chess game, a classical chess game, is equivalent to 4 stand-up comedy shows. And everyone's still as excited at the end of it. That's amazing.
Yeah,
man.
Big hand to you guys who are here. Also the 64,000 people online. Thank you all for tuning in. Chinmay Tembe has sent a huge super chat, $50. Says the queen move was a psychological blow to Ding and also my sleep. As it is 3:30 a.m. here in California. Hope Gukesh converts this to a win Great work, guys. Thank you, Chinmay bhai. But I love how Gukesh उधर खड़ा है, मतलब वो ऐसे वो वाला lyrics है ना, go Guki, ये moment ऐसे मस्त रहता था.
Wait, ऐसे लगता ना that repeating it twice, that Queen E7 repetition, that was the setup and Queen H4 was the punchline.
Yeah.
You know, हमने जब परसों लाइव्स के लिए कहा था कुछ दिन पहले तो समय आ गया था, कल भी बाद में मैजिकली कुछ समय आ गया एंड गुड थिंग्स हैपेंड. सो चैट जल्दी से भाई 2025 के लाइव कर दो, कुछ ना कुछ बढ़िया तो हो ही जाएगा.
मुझे लगा आप बोलोगे समय आ जाएगा अभी.
वो आ नहीं सकता तो दैट मींस कुछ और बढ़िया होना पड़ेगा.
बढ़िया है. ग्रेट वन साहिल भाई. आई थिंक लाइक कर दीजिए स्ट्रीम सो दैट मोर पीपल कैन जॉइन इन. बलराज भाई, व्हाट टाइम इज समय शो?
He has two shows actually today. One was at, I think, it's about to start now actually.
Achha.
And
So right
the
now
next
calling
one,
him is not a good idea.
No. Because he's also going to be in the zone.
In the zone,
thinking
yeah.
exactly like how Ding is thinking.
Meanwhile, time 43 minutes for Ding. तो वो जो मैंने कहा था कि time may not play a very crucial role here. Who knows? Maybe I was wrong.
This position feels like sort of like a tale of two cities, right? Where there's a lot of action on one side of the board for black. He's going to focus. Guki's focused on the left side completely. Wants the pawns to move forward. Rooks have come in, and that's where it is. And meanwhile, for Ding, all the actions on the other side. It's becoming a bit of a race here.
And those two pawns,
Yes.
H2 and
Yeah,
A7,
exactly.
they are like, bhai, humko jeene dena, because they are very important. They are like the last brick.
The last man standing on either side,
Exactly.
right?
They cannot die.
The last
moment
line of
they go,
defense.
the A pawn and H pawn become too strong.
It's interesting how the game always starts from the center and then it always becomes of the A and the H files. It always becomes about that.
Yeah, true. Okay, so right now Ding, by again looking at Gukesh, and I was telling that Gukesh standing there and walking around now feels that Gukesh थोड़ा ऐसे लग रहा है कि he's got into that mahol, and Ding keeps on staring, huh?
But also to bring in a bit of objectivity, it's an absolutely fine position for Ding.
Yeah.
You know, Gukesh has made this strong statement of refusing the draw offer. He wants to play this out till the end. But nothing is wrong in Ding's position.
बिल्कुल नहीं.
So it's...
Everything's great, Tanya. Just that Ding is thinking a bit too much.
And look at him. He's feeling it. Because once your opponent declines a repetition in the third instance, it's...
कितनी बार देख रहा है गुकेश को, like
भाई तो चाहता क्या है मुझसे?
Every 2 seconds he's looking at him.
After Gukesh made that queen move into the H5, he was like, Baba re Baba! Hey Baba!
Also, the stare is very, very cute stare. Tanya, you would have experienced this when we would play, and also Sahil bhai. These young kids always keep staring at you when you play, like 10-year-old, 8-year-olds,
3-year-old.
They're observing, right? They're wanting to understand exactly what, because of course Gukesh has not seen as much life as Ding has, clearly. So Ding is also trying to understand what his reaction is right now with whatever he's playing. He's not going to be able to predict whatever Gukesh is thinking, except for what's happening on the chessboard. And even there, Gukesh is surprising him so much.
Yes. Absolutely. I think the last two moves by Gukesh, Ding did not have that in mind. Queen
not.
H4 and getting the other rook to the E file. But what you were saying about, how these young kids, they look at you, I think the one difference that I see here is there's often a stare off, like they don't look away.
Yeah.
When Nodibek Abdusattorov stares at you from the other end of the board, he is staring at you till you don't look away.
Right.
But with Ding, it's like he takes a quick glance, but then he's
Like
back.
this, and then he goes.
No, I also think that what Gukesh must have done is like, तूने यहाँ तक prepare किया था ना, ये किया था क्या? ये किया था क्या? ऐसे करके उसने किया है, piece डाला है.
And also right now, Gukesh is prepared against Ding's stares. No, he's like, ऐसे हाथ रख के बैठा है कि I can't see you. You can look at me as much as you want.
Yeah.
A question was asked to Gukesh कि who do you expect will overtake Magnus's rating? And उस time उसने कहा था कि I'm going to say it's going to be me. And this is the typical attitude, right, of kind of squeezing water out of a stone, which only Magnus has kind of perfected. So this is exactly what he would do.
Correct. Attitude तो 100 marks for attitude here.
A for effort.
भाई चलो तो अभी देखते हैं क्या what should Ding actually be doing? What can all of us over here think of should be the next move for Ding?
हाँ, वो queen वापस जाना is one. Queen side पे लेना c5 and a5. These two are possible moves. My main worry is if I take queen on the other side, then I cannot move my rook ever down because then the h2 pawn जो अपन ने बोला था is important. That will never be protected. So I want to keep my queen on that diagonal.
You never want to exchange both of those. Like for example, if your queen goes to A, you allow Gukesh to take that pawn. You take this pawn over here as Ding. You don't want that to happen. You don't want to allow that to happen.
Interesting actually. What will happen if both sides take it? Very difficult to say. Maybe it will keep the equal position still. Maybe it will make White's king slightly more weak. Perhaps, I don't know.
How does it make the okay, because your queen
फिर वो जबकि यहाँ पे it's a little bit more secure on the black's king side. By the way, Prashant Bhai says Ding also won the championship by refusing a draw in 2023. This time it's Guki's turn. I was at Habitat yesterday and the atmosphere is infectious. Best seats.
Thank you.
In fact, guys, all those who are looking forward to join in here, there's the first link in the description. You can check it out and you can get your ticket for the coming days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 3 days will be there. I think Samay also will be present at that point. So do check it out. And also, a big shout out here to chess. Ye move hua?
Queen g3. Yes, he's gone for it.
Oh, he played it.
So he's offering a queen trade.
So apart from queen g3, what other options do we have?
Queen f6.
That's interesting. You keep an eye on the king side, yeah?
Yeah.
And I think if you go rook d7, I'm wondering if you can... No, you can't go queen f3. What happens? Rook d7, how are you responding?
This is attacked.
a5 करेंगे ना फिर?
हाँ बिल्कुल आगे लेके जाते हैं इसको.
a5, a4, a3 थोड़ा soften up the king.
नहीं a4 पे white a3 शायद कर देगा, hopefully.
I have a feeling that because Gukesh did not trade queens all this while, he will avoid the queen trade. He won't play queen takes g3 here. He will come back.
So Gukesh
even though the computer is saying I think queen takes queen is the best move, right?
So Gukesh is definitely not going in for a draw over the next couple of moves. Like at least till 40. He's dragging this out.
Yeah, okay lega.
Because queen takes queen, then you're just on the defense in that position.
Correct.
White has the full control on the D line, the C pawns moving forward, nothing's going to stop it. You get the feeling that White will be faster in this race because of pawn formation on the left side.
So White has tempo completely.
It feels that way, that the momentum will be with White.
You know, Balraj bhai, if someone tunes into our live commentary right now and just sees, acha, ye kafi, normal position hai. Queen
h5.
He refuses the draw. And remember that threat of queen a5, always to switch the queen to the other side.
Wow.
At the right moment.
Now rook d5, maybe
okay,
to stop.
What about rook d5, queen e2, rook d2?
Queen e2, rook d2, okay.
Draw,
No, now he won't. I think he'll come back on the other side, c4 or a6.
मुझे लगता है Gukesh has made a pact that he wants to play on, like he will continue. यहाँ पे कुछ भी हो जाए.
Made a pact with himself.
हाँ.
Arjun ने कहा था ना, just believe in yourself.
Yes. ADSG says this is the Gukesh that was missing. He's more confident walking around and not sitting with face in hands. The game against Wei was also a draw, but he played on. The Gukesh mindset is back.
I like that term, Gukesh mindset.
It does take time for you to get accustomed to whatever's happening, right? I think now 5 games in now, today's 6th game, Gukesh definitely has acclimatized to the environment over there, to whatever the setup is, the team, as you said, like immediately after going for the press conference. It's the biggest moment of his life practically right now.
Correct. Yeah, and he did say that whether he wins or loses, he wants to enjoy and soak in this entire experience. So वो कर रहा है. By the way, there was one chat में एक message था कि at some point you guys should call Suhani Shah to read the face of these players कि क्या चल रहा है उनके mind में. And I want to tell you guys that at some point she will come here. She did say that she would love to join us at Habitat. She's doing her shows. She's extremely busy. But एक दिन अगर वो आएंगे तो मजा आ जाएगा.
Weekdays, definitely.
हाँ, it would be epic.
कोई कह रहा है we have Ding in the comment section. I think वो fake Ding होगा भाई. I don't think.
You know, there's also this thing, right? When you know that your opponent is having certain challenges which are off the board, which are maybe not related to the game itself, you also feel that playing a long game, forcing them to think as much and make as many decisions on the board is where your best chances might lie. You go into that, you try to take your opponent into, I think this is Mikhail Tal's favorite, his quote, into that forest of complications, where 2 + 2 is equal to 5 and the path out is wide enough just for 1.
Right.
So when you know that, you know, opening preparation mein you can't crack a player like Ding, he's well prepared, he's playing new lines every time. A long game, even if objectively it's not something that gives you an advantage, it's your best shot.
Correct. And that's what Gukesh is doing. The time advantage is now 11 minutes. Small things can turn the game around here. So time will definitely come into the picture if Ding keeps thinking long for his moves. And now he can't trade queens. So in this position, there's no way to see a repetition. That's not happening anymore.
You know, I keep looking at him, looking at Gukesh, and to me, more than a stare off, it feels like nervous glances.
Yeah, Ding definitely.
Of course, definitely after what Gukesh has done,
Yeah.
Ding is like, ये क्या सोच क्या रहा है? कभी भी कुछ भी कर सकता है, पागल आदमी है. ऐसा Ding के मन में क्या क्या चल रहा होगा ना अभी? ये मैं 3 बार ड्रॉ, अभी फिर से मैं ड्रॉ के जोन में जा रहा हूँ, लेकिन इसको लेना ही नहीं है. क्या चाहता क्या है ये इंसान?
वो भी black pieces से, वो भी in a position where really Gukesh doesn't have any direct plan, any direct entry points into it. He just wants to play this till the end. He says, draw karna hai karo when it's just king versus king.
Yeah, Ding is literally like चुपचाप draw ले लेना.
ये वो draw पर ना उसी बैट्समैन जब बाहर निकलता है 6 मारने के लिए, अगर लग गया तो oh my god क्या शॉट मारा है, अगर आउट हो गया तो क्या जरूरत थी अब ये करने की. तो ये टिपिकल है बस.
By the way, guys, if Rook D5 comes here by Ding, do you think that we saw Queen E2, but just so that we have it all clear in our head, is F5 a very bad move?
It would be terrifying to play. I mean, you're allowing Rook D7, Queen C7 to come in, right?
But you made some progress with your majority.
Let's check it out. So let's start with Queen C7.
And I was thinking, अब तुम Rook D7 आने वाले हो, so maybe Rook F7.
I think Rook D7 in any case is something that I would be looking at here.
And then I have to play Rook F8 now, है ना?
Can I get greedy? Is it time to go greedy or not?
Yeah, you can take the pawn. I can also.
So what?
He played Queen F4. He played Queen F4.
So none of this will happen. Queen F4. He doesn't want to allow, I think, Queen E2. He doesn't want to give black an active spot on E2.
Yeah.
Now, you know, Gukesh has got this rook on F8, which feels like he's self-trapped himself with the pawn in front, king on the side, rook on the side. F5 is super committal. To me, F5 does feel like you're weakening your king side. But with Gukesh, I'm finding it very tough to predict anything.
You know, Gukesh loves to play G4 moves. यहाँ पे G5 तो बहुत ही खराब हुआ है. If he plays G5, it just weakens the F5 square. Also, Rook can come to G1.
Also, it feels like the queens have now moved into a tighter net. Like as though like the dance floor has just suddenly shrunk. And now like Ding is trying to be like, अच्छा यहाँ से try कर ले अभी draw.
Yeah.
Abhi, the good thing is there's no queen offer that's possible in the position anymore. Okay. So queens to रहेंगी board पे.
And regardless, what is confidence, but moves जो Ding खेल रहा है, they're always awesome. Yeah, 99 के खेलते थे, and even Queen F4 is the first
move?
preference.
Wow.
So he's still finding those good moves. He's taking time, but he's
World champion,
Yeah. Is Queen A5 possible now? Swinging the queen over to the other side, attacking that pawn on A2. तो अब King B1 करना पड़ेगा.
But लेकिन आगे क्या?
Do we have some suggestions? I think we have some suggestions.
Now I want G5 actually. I'm a little bit weird. I know that this is terrible move, but my only point is now your queen can't come to F5.
The classic example of अपनी game नहीं है तो कुछ भी खेल लो.
No, but think about it, Tanya. If I get F5, next move, धीरे धीरे king को H8 पे रख दिया. I'm just being very, very ambitious, just like Gukesh. I know that I would not do it, not because just it's my game, but
yeah, Queen G4 is strong and Rook D5.
Yeah, it looks bad. I'm just saying, like, it would weaken everything. But Gukesh plays like that, sometimes.
I do like the idea of transferring the queen to the right side, to the other flank, simply because there are no targets from here anymore. Queen A5 feels like the move, but the follow-up is the question. King B1. And now, this rook on E8, you can't move it because E4 is hanging.
Rook B8 maybe to attack C3.
It's a move with a threat.
Because you want to attack the pawn there, it's pinned.
So does white have to go king to A1? And that you're happy with, right? Because back rank opens up in some positions.
King A1 is how I think Gukesh qualified to the candidates, right? So this move would be kind of when Fabi played King A1. So that would be kind of iconic.
Fabi and Nepo.
Oh yes, in that final game, game 14. Oh sorry, yeah.
Yeah, final game, yeah.
Yesterday, lekin one quote by Gukesh which has made a lot of places is about his playing good moves. Do you believe in numerology? It was yesterday only, right?
A couple of days back, day before.
Yeah. That is something. And then yesterday was Dhoni and Djokovic. So every day that press conference is bringing out the few things about the players that we are all getting to know. That is the reason why also I think the World Championship match is so interesting, right? It's not just these two are playing, but press conference bhi mazedar hote hain.
And also the kind of questions that I asked, like yesterday's my favorite question was about, which is your favorite game of your opponent? And both of them.
But Gukesh gave a good answer.
Yes, that's why. I mean, great questions give great answers. So
yeah, setting it up.
You are saying great. भाई बलराज भाई ये मुझे लगा sarcasm से बोल रहे so many great questions at press conference, but he was like really great questions.
आप बहुत सोचते हो.
नहीं क्योंकि सब लोग press conference का मजाक ही उड़ाते हैं.
नहीं.
You actually.
I actually enjoyed that because I'm not at that level at which you are, ना भाई मतलब आप.
बिल्कुल नहीं.
But did you guys hear, I don't know, Ding's comeback on that? Because during the press conference, Gukesh gave a really nice answer of the game that he thinks is one of the best for Ding. And Ding did not have a clear answer at that moment. But later on, he went to say, it seems that Gukesh has studied my games a lot and I haven't.
Yeah.
So he's like, मैंने नहीं देखी है उसकी games. Yeah, I think to his interview to my client.
His favorite was Gukesh versus Prag, right? That's what he had mentioned.
I think he said a few, middle game points in that game.
In that particular game.
But yeah, there was no sort of clear, and he said later, I haven't seen so many of his games. What I liked about Gukesh's answer was that was my favorite game when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So like, तब पसंद आया था.
Yeah, Gukesh's chess career is quite long. So uska, I think till 14 he considers himself as a kid. From 14 onwards he's become quite mature as a player. So now what next here?
I'm predicting a queen swing.
Queen swing. A5. A5. Maybe Rook D5. No, A5 ko. Shayad pawn mar sakte. A2. No. I'm saying.
Oh, not A5. You mean pawn A5. Yeah. Oh, you suggested pawn a5. Yeah, then maybe rook d5.
Tesmo says it's all mind games. Guki wants Ding in time pressure.
But actually, yeah. Sorry, go on, Sagar.
Yeah, right now, I mean, time is pretty even, so.
Yeah.
So after you take the queen on that side, is your intention of pushing the f pawn then, like in support of your e pawn? Is
In
that
support of Sagar.
मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि f5 is playable if the rook when it comes in we can trade somehow rook f कैसे तो मतलब we have to be very careful
because this is completely making your king vulnerable, right?
It's opening up the underbelly.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are like तू आ जा जो करना है कर ले. I'm fearless. That's what it feels like, that move.
It looks also very risky. I agree with that. But it's part of my plan to push my kingside pawns.
Exactly.
That is the long-term plan that black has.
Otherwise, how else? Like, will it help to push your h pawn?
I mean, h5 भी एक move हो सकता है. ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं होगा. It is possible to play.
So we have one suggestion of queen a5. Anything else that we can come up with for Gukesh here?
Rook e7. Nice.
Rook f8.
Whoever said that is very patient and I think level-headed. Yeah, that's a level-headed move. Rook e7.
It's like chess imitates life, so you can actually read
shant
into
rahe ho.
people's
Exactly.
personalities.
Correct.
That's an interesting move because the first move here, according to the engines, is actually b4. b4, which is...
Which is like f5.
Yeah.
It is like g5. Yeah, it's a very committal move.
Yeah. Blaster Gaming says the Gukesh mindset is awesome. He will win. Love from Blaster. Thank you, Blaster Gaming. He played Queen A5.
Queen A5,
Let's go,
khela gaya.
Tanya. Well done. Queen A5 on the board, hitting A2.
Natural move comes with a threat, but again, I'm thinking ki what's the deeper idea? Because obviously Ding will defend this pawn.
Then Rook E7, like just the same thing, but with Queen on the other side.
I like your move Rook B8, for King B1.
King A1 आ ही रहा है. A3 खेला Ding ने.
Oh, different decision. So
Ding did not play King B1.
Because I think the reasoning for that is he wants the king closer to the center in case there are any major trades.
Right.
Then you don't want your king stuck in the corner. So A3 played.
This rook on d2 is such a irritating piece, right? Defends everything, every weakness.
Yeah, very strong piece.
Have a rook D2 in your life.
There's Amrita. No, I'm just thinking. So Amrita would be your rook on D2.
Yes, my life. What about you, Balraj?
Of course, it's Chandni.
Is side mat aana. Yeah, it's like keep your position as solid. No, keep your life. I don't know. I'm trying to equate it. Keep your life as solid as Ding's rook on D2 keeps his king solid.
Yeah.
Something like
or
that.
Or something like find a person in your life like how the white king has found rook D2.
The rook, yeah.
But at some point the rook will move. It will come down. That solidity will go away.
But actually, does it need to? Because I feel the rook is such a multi-purpose. It's in a happy place. It's saying, मैं क्यों हिलूँ यहाँ से?
क्या करना क्या है तानिया? H4 में भी at some point. Like white has to do something, right? Because rook on D1 भी फंस गया है वो rook के पीछे.
सागर भाई तभी आप कह रहे थे क्या कि rook को move करवाना है आपको यहाँ से?
Yeah. Now I don't know. Rook E7 first, and then F5 really becomes a possibility. क्योंकि एक बार 7th rank control हो गया है, तो why not? But although Rook E7 is a bad move according to the engines.
Can you continue with this idea of actually then the Amrita of the position will be displaced, but Rook D7, I want to get my rook into the 7th rank.
Yeah. So sometimes, like the rock solid person also has to go in for the win, no? So
yes.
That's the sacrifice.
Yes.
But that's all right. When you need them, then they can be this. When you need them to be solid, they can be solid. When you need them to defend. So that's the point. But here, rook takes rook, rook takes rook. I just want to make one point. You compare the majors in the position and you get the feeling that Ding is doing well here because queen, the counterpart queen on a5, the queen on f4 is more centralized, attack on e4 already eyeing f7. The rook on d7 with its counterpart on f8, clearly we know the better one.
Yeah.
So I think this trade is what Ding would be aiming for.
And Ding has moved his queen apparently 13 times in 31 moves. So that's
Array.
42% of his moves today.
Wow. Is that coming from Rakesh,
Rakesh Bhai again.
Array.
The
Guys,
queen.
can we have a round of applause for
Let's
Rakesh
go.
Bhai here?
All the cool stats that he's been giving us.
He really works so hard on getting stats. I'm so impressed. Every time also there are so many good questions that sometimes Chess.com asks in the press conference, and many of them go from Rakesh Bhai here. So really great statistician.
I'm just wondering if we had to draw out this queen's path. You said more than 40% moves, right? With arrows, if we had to show where all it's been, would our memory serve us well?
Yeah, I think so. Let's say queen d1, queen a4.
Is where it started, then a3 went to.
a3, c5, c6. Pawn mara na usne. फिर
d6, no.
Yeah, d6, I think g3, d6.
Then the repetition happened.
Then g3, नहीं g3 पे नहीं किया था उसने, d5.
हाँ, d5.
d5.
ये वाला हटा दो.
हाँ.
Then d6 back.
d6. Then d5. Then d6, no? Then queen h4. So then he went queen e5. e5, हाँ. फिर
Queen
g3.
And
फिर
queen
f4.
f4. Wow.
Why, what was the result of
Design
this
बनाया है
activity?
हमने board पे. Showing the journey of the queen.
बहुत काम किया है रानी ने बहुत
Balraj
काम
Bhai asking tough. Balraj Bhai, what is the meaning of life?
just traveling, enjoying.
Like the queen.
Yes.
All across the board.
Okay, so we
This
go
hasn't
back,
happened,
Sahil Bhai,
yeah.
on
Let's
the live
get our live
position.
board.
Please.
Actually, Ding has equalized the time now. Gukesh has thought a lot.
But there was a moment when Ding was up more than around 40 minutes on the clock. So that was an advantage that's gone.
But Ding likes to keep doing that, you know. Initially he plays very fast, and then after that he likes to, like, you know, somewhere in the mid game he likes to spend all of that time.
Yeah. Is queen b6 possible? Queen b6, just, I don't know, looking at b2. Yeah, and e3.
I would think about getting my rook in.
Where? Rook d7 or rook d6?
Or d6. Let's displace your queen for a moment.
Queen b3.
Yeah.
थोड़े ideas तो है, it's not completely.
कुछ भी हो सकता है दोस्तों.
I like your point, you know, a3 has left this b3 square for the queen to penetrate from.
I'm actually very interested now to see what Gukesh plays. क्योंकि ये game इतना easy नहीं है. It's not like there's a clear move in sight. So what will Gukesh choose? Queen b6, rook b, not rook b8, e4 is hanging. So rook e7, rook e6.
You know, it's happened with me so many times that my opponent has repeated moves. I've declined that repetition. And then as the game has progressed, it stays at the back of your mind. कि यार आधे घंटे पहले उठ सकती थी मैं. You know, like, I still haven't made a breakthrough in this position. Where do I find it? It's so important to have a really strong mind to believe what you did a few moves ago.
Correct. So maybe Tanya, right now,
What do you think? What do you think Gukesh is feeling right?
I'm actually thinking.
I know what you're thinking.
No, बताओ. I don't.
He cannot guess. She cannot guess.
I can guess.
Yeah.
I can also guess.
You can also guess. You're the only one who can't guess.
हाँ तो मेरे कान में बोल दो फिर guess करते हैं.
बताओ.
That you are thinking that it's time to take a break.
Well done.
Wow, I thought Tanya will say G5, F5, kuch to. So guys, let's take a very short break and be on the other side in 2 minutes.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is a look behind the scenes of a heated fantasy league group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you will beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only if I think 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-week free trial and 50% off, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now because Chess.com is best.
Yes, dear friends, please upgrade to Diamond membership. And Tanya, please keep your avocado toast down.
Why does this only happen to me?
Guys, the breaks are very crisp, just like Tanya's avocado toast. We are back.
Crisp as well.
And Gukesh hasn't made his move. Wow. We never miss action.
Surprise.
Gukesh ekdam full. He's sitting here thinking about the position. Guys, क्या move लग रहा है आपको? Just let's try to guess so that when Gukesh makes the move, you can also feel like you also thought like him. What do you think? Rook c8, but वो e4 pawn मर रहा है. Maybe. Anything else? re6. Yeah, that's one move that I think we were thinking, yes. Queen a4, yeah, this is actually an interesting move, Tanya. Because you defend e4 and you want to go to b3.
But then you have to be sure about what you're doing with rook d4. Yeah, let's just have that on the board. So queen a4 was one suggestion. Rook e6 we saw rook e7. And Sagar, you also suggested queen b6. Abhi tak ye 4 options aaye hain. Just quickly, I want to point out that maybe queen a4, this is something that you have to keep in mind, this double attack on the queen and the pawn. Maybe you're still fine after queen c6.
But then after that, queen c6, correct, yeah.
But then do you really want to put your queen on a4 and back to c6?
Also, both your rooks are stuck because of your opponent's rooks being doubled, right? So they're stuck on that file, on that row over there.
Yes. You know, this has gotten very interesting because there's no clear path to like a draw or a complete equality.
Yeah.
Both players are now forced to play this out. There's no repetition in the air.
और वो जो psychological element है वो भी है that Ding is okay with the draw, Gukesh is not. So that is also lurking around, which is not being captured in the evaluation right now.
Do you think that's changed?
Now, I don't think Gukesh yet feels like I think he should go for a draw.
Actually, probably even for queen b6, white can go rook d4. Now that I look at this position, not allowing queen e... I don't know if you can still go queen b3 and you have enough compensation, but e4 is attacked right now.
Yeah, true. And if I was thinking rook b8, then you go rook b4. Hai na?
Or the other rook comes to d2. Oh, rook b4 is even stronger. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that just wins on the spot. Very nice.
Not easy.
Not easy to be with black, you know. It's like तुमने बोल दिया है कि हाँ भाई मुझे खेलना है, पर moves तो फिर भी करनी होगी, right?
It's like you know, when you fall into like love and then you say, yes, I want to be with you. But then day-to-day life, you have to live with that person every day for years and years.
So how is that related?
The move Queen H4 was made in lot of energy by Gukesh. Now he has to live with this position every move. कि भाई अब क्या करूँ? कौन सा move है?
It was
Although I'm not saying that Gukesh is not liking his position. He might love it.
No, but Sagar Bhai always comes up with these beautiful analogies between life and the chessboard.
Yes, but Balraj bhai, that happens, right? Like sometimes you make an impulsive decision, and then later on you feel like, why did I make that decision?
Yeah.
है ना? आपके साथ कभी हुआ ऐसे?
हाँ हाँ बहुत हुआ है. मतलब जैसे मैं यहाँ बैठा हूँ. But honestly, I think that Tanya also pointed this out. That has happened with her in a lot of games, where basically you make a few moves and then after 15 minutes you're thinking, why did I do that? Because there are so many lines which you are calculating simultaneously.
Yes.
And of course, there might be a point in time where you're like, I did not calculate this. But you'll be like, no, but I calculated that during the previous line, so I think I can still take it back to that line.
Yeah.
Right? You want to still try to merge your lines to bring it back to that point, right?
The ideas of, because familiarity is where your comfort zone is.
Yeah.
I think it's also, and Gukesh gone into full zone, full meditation mode.
And he has closed his eyes.
But he said it in the interview, right? That in the press con.
What's there to see?
That what's there to see, and he's actually got the position in his mind. So he's calculating right now. This is not him calming nerves.
No, for sure.
And
He's
let's
got the
see what
board up
Ding's
here.
expression is.
Yeah, right now I think Ding must be a little bit more relaxed. He's gaining on time, 8 more minutes on the clock. If we can zoom in on Gukesh, perhaps look at him a little bit closer.
This was exactly how it was yesterday also. Gukesh was just sitting and meditating at his desk, and Ding was just looking more and more intimidated.
Yeah.
I think it's an enormous decision by Gukesh to play the game on and to force Ding into a long fight, right? However this goes. But I'm questioning myself that is this really the position where you want to take that decision? Because isn't it too simplified for Ding to go wrong in? The minors are not there on the board. There are no direct tactics involved. It's not really a complicated battle. You've got these, major pieces. Ding has got everything under control. Did Gukesh rush through that Queen H4 from this perspective?
I think this is the phase where you make a tough decision and then doubts creep in. And perhaps Gukesh has to keep going and hope for Ding to go wrong somewhere.
He has to keep going. He doesn't have an option anymore.
15 minutes he's been thinking now on this.
Yeah.
No, but also, because, whatever happens, it actually brings a lot more confidence to Gukesh also, right? That Ding is also thinking so much after I've played whatever I've done.
Correct. Correct.
It's really one of those decisions, which when the game ends, people will be like,
Very
kya
divided.
hi moment tha? Or they'll be like, this is where it went wrong for
It'll be
him.
very divided.
I still feel it's a good decision because, whatever happens, even if he loses, I would say
course.
that it was a brave choice.
Brave, undoubtedly.
Yeah.
Good or not, we'll find out.
No, but it had
There's
to be
no
done.
chance.
It had to be done, I think, because otherwise it wouldn't have been so exciting.
Yeah.
100%. From, I think, a fan perspective, for people watching across, this is the fight we want, right? Not some quick draws in 30 moves, not position which still has the colors left in it for it to be just a score.
By the way, there's a super chat by Anubhav who says, is F5 a good move here? So if we I think we analyzed it a bit, but we didn't look at it very seriously. Rook d7, right? And what do you feel like? Has black improved the position in any way?
I want to just quickly point out the dangers with a committal move like f5. For example, you play rook to c8 now, or rook b8. Let's play rook b8 to prove, to show this. Suddenly the weakness on the king side because of f5. Queen comes in on h6.
Yeah.
And there's no way to fight this.
No way to stop it.
No way to stop it. So f5 is really a move you have to be careful of. What's happening here?
Ding is like, why move kar de?
Why are you taking so long?
He's stretching, flexing.
Yeah, Ding would actually be thinking that why are you taking so long? I mean, come on, let's just go on with it.
Yeah, but you know, F5, I think it's always in the air. It's a move that's always present, but you have to time it well. You have to time it at a moment when your king is feeling safe and healthy, and it's not right now.
You know, Tanya, speaking of time, there is, we're on the 31st move. There are less than 20 minutes left.
Yeah.
Do you think that we are going to go into the same time trouble that we had in the earlier games?
That's a great
हो
question.
सकता है. And we were expecting Ding to go into time trouble, but here थोड़ा Gukesh पे आ रहा है.
And there's no increment. There's no additional time added until move 40.
Exactly.
So, you know, it builds up. You've got about how many moves left right now, you said?
10 for Gukesh.
10 for Gukesh. So it's about little less than 2 minutes a move.
Yeah. Exactly.
You have it's come into the conversation. You know, a few minutes ago, Sagar, you said कि clock doesn't matter here.
Queen खेला भाई.
खेल दिया.
Queen B5.
Now it's in the picture.
Okay, interesting. It didn't change too many things, but it is looking at that B3 square. Sahil, was it the best move?
Yeah, one of the best moves. I think
One
Rook
of the
C8
best moves.
also, and then Queen B5.
What about Rook D4?
Now after Queen B5.
Yeah, I think if we go Queen B3, I think he will just chop the pawn. I think
Yes.
that's what I think he'll do.
Grab it.
Yeah.
Muft ka chandan.
I like that thing what you say, but I don't know the context of it. Like where.
It's just a saying, yeah. How have you not heard of this one? It's such a what nobody has.
Of course, I mean, it's a very basic meaning to it.
It's Muft ka chandan.
Muft ka chandan. Literally how that pawn gets chopped off. Literally.
Kiss mere nandan. Which means that free hai to le lo, right? Greedy
Greedy,
ka exactly tagline.
पता नहीं ऐसे वो I cannot use it so easily, but पता नहीं ऐसे somehow it looks very weird, but हाँ सही है. I like it when you say it. Rook D4. So अब क्या next?
That's the question, right? I think you have to defend it with your queen.
Queen C6.
So very similar to someone suggested Queen A4, Rook D4 line. I think in our audience. So Queen C6, is that a move, or Queen B7? I like Queen C6 also. Why not?
But again, it's like we're defending the pawn. That's
We
our
are.
plan.
And we are tied to defending it, both the rook and the queen. So let's say in this kind of a position, white plays H4, passing the ball, saying that your pieces are tied. How do you wait now? I'm going H5 next.
And if I play H5, then थोड़ा मेरा king weak हो जाएगा ना, like Queen H6. We
Rook
played
D4,
it.
guys, is on
Tanya,
the board.
You called it. Rook D4 on the board.
You know, Gukesh has to be careful here a little bit.
Yeah.
Because again, the position isn't that complicated where there are so many tactics happening. It feels that all of Ding's pieces are beautifully placed, putting pressure, putting Gukesh into passivity.
Stress.
Tanya, ये क्या ये? What is this? This is smelling so good.
It's actually my favorite dessert in Bombay, you know.
What is it?
It's a banana pecan bread cake pie situation. I don't know what it's called, but it's delicious.
Okay.
And साथ में carrot cake भी है.
You should eat it because you asked them to eat
I'm
it.
always eating. I feel so bad.
No,
and
that's
then
okay. That's okay. You can
Okay.
eat it.
Okay.
So right now, while Gukesh thinks and Tanya eats,
He doesn't have long to think though. 9 moves in 18 minutes.
What are the
Yeah.
options that we have over here? Like, I mean, our rooks can't move, right?
Queen C6 is one.
And I want to point out, Sahil, that actually H4, H5 is a scary threat because that minority pawn, 1 against 3, but it's coming for Black's
Yeah.
king.
so अगर F5 खेला now, just again, because I want to protect that pawn, then H4 becomes also a very strong idea. Now H5.
Queen trade कर लेते भाई मुझे लग रहा है.
Then Gukesh will be like अभी queen trade करना पड़ेगा. But yeah, so F5 is not great.
Queen E2. By the
He's
way,
gone in.
It's the first preference of the Indian. Queen
Wow.
E2. It is the best move.
Guki plays the best move on the board. I mean, that's honestly not
Hey,
surprising
now
anymore.
Rook D2, Queen B5, Rook D4.
अरे यार.
नहीं वो वाला दूसरा रुक.
A repetition. He's saying now draw. हो सकता है. Because Gukesh maybe is feeling the pressure now a little bit of the position.
Gukesh might be feeling pressure. Is Ding a little bit more ambitious?
So wait, what happens with rook takes pawn?
No, H2 wala mar raha hai.
And how do we feel about that position?
I think black feels good.
Yes, because the queen is really active. Maybe we can just show that
Yeah,
really quickly. And now rook
H
b8, h pawn coming, b2 tender.
हाँ, तो ये trade is not good.
We're happy as black here.
Yeah, for white it's not good.
क्या लगता है rook d2 queen b5 होने वाला है? Because Ding was happy for a draw. Oh, now the question is he still happy for a
नहीं,
draw?
अब Ding might, maybe Balraj bhai reads Ding's face very well. So if we can ask Balraj bhai, director sir, if we can have Ding's face and then Balraj bhai, do you think he has gotten ambitious now, or you think he'll still be okay with a draw?
No, I think Ding is definitely wanting a draw right
Really?
now.
Still?
Yeah.
Still?
He is definitely, because the thing is that he doesn't know how, I think that he doesn't know how dangerous that queen can be. He's like, listen, I'm going to play this game only if the queens get traded. Otherwise, I'm going to keep trying for a draw. Because look at that. He's nervous about Gukesh's queen being on the table. That's what I feel.
So you think he will go back with the rook and try to finish the game on the spot?
Yes.
Okay, what if Ding has changed his mind? What if he wants more? Can he play h4 here?
h4 is definitely possible. I think maybe rook b8 again, with the idea of attacking this.
Oh, the computer doesn't like h4
Because
anymore.
what's happening is you are getting more and more vulnerable. You are allowing that queen a lot more space around on the table and on the board, and you don't want to do that.
But rook, sorry, we have a suggestion.
C4. Sorry?
After queen e2, c4.
Oh, C4 is like, I don't want to win the pawn, but my C pawn is a strong pawn. Let me push it. But it does weaken the B2 pawn perhaps.
This was one of your earlier on ideas, right?
Yeah.
Sagar bhai, where you said that, okay, like if there's something that I would like to do, I can do this. Which
This is what
push that
Arjun
queen.
also came and said, that the C pawn is a strong pawn here. So definitely Ding has many possibilities. The only thing is, does he have the will to continue here? Because I believe if he repeats now, Gukesh will be okay with a draw. क्योंकि Gukesh ने काफी देर सोच लिया, and he said कि अब शायद it's a little too risky.
Gukesh तो पीछे नहीं हट रहा है.
अच्छा, you think he'll
I
continue?
think Gukesh will continue, keep continuing. Gukesh तो पीछे नहीं हट रहा है. I think Ding will try to close for a draw.
I think this is a riskier position to continue than the first time around when Gukesh took that decision. Because again, just look at the pieces. You know, there's a direct target on e4. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि अगर Ding repeat करेगा, Gukesh will take it this time. So you think game on?
Yeah.
Draw, repetition. I think, a repetition, Sahil.
He will take the draw if given. Yeah.
Take the draw, yeah.
But I'm not sure if Ding will repeat. That is my problem.
Yeah, that's the big
I think
question.
if Ding will play Rook D2, I think Gukesh will be okay this time around.
Yeah, if Ding doesn't play Rook D2, it will be the first time in this World Championship match that he's shown real ambition in the position. You know, where he's saying, I don't want this to end right now. I think I have something to play for and I'm going to do it.
Also, अगर एक बार आपने 2 बार रिपीट कर दिया, ओपोनेंट ने मना कर दिया, खुद को भी लगता है नहीं, इस बार नहीं करना यार.
Third time lucky भी तो हो सकता है.
मुझे actually वही ना साहिल भाई, I feel like Ding does not think that way somehow.
यहाँ पे शर्म नाम की चीज है नहीं भाई, मतलब ये लेवल पे आके आप obviously are going to, if a draw works out better for you, you're going to try for a draw.
Yeah,
and
but here that's what Balraj bhai, I mean both ways I'm confused really. Whether Ding will go, it's a very interesting moment to know more about Ding's psychology right now. Whether he'll go back with the rook or not. And Sahil bhai, what is the best engine move here for white?
Apparently, you can also play Rook 1 D2.
Rook 1 D2 is a more ambitious move.
So for check, you want to bring your king up?
King up. And then you kind of just defend everything. Now the rook has been replaced. दूसरा rook D2 पे आ चुका है. And this is still hanging.
And what about that pawn then? Queen H1.
Yeah, Queen H1.
Queen H1, and then apparently you just go Rook D7 and you say कि भाई Queen H1 पे कुछ करने
नहीं.
क्या हो रहा है?
Ding is played the other rook.
He's playing on. Ding is playing on.
Ding is playing on.
Ding is like, let's go, let's fight now, Gukesh. That's also a statement there by Ding. A small one. But he could have brought the other rook.
I think it's a big one,
Yeah.
Sagar, because he's been having that mindset of going into a draw, and this time he says no repetition for you.
Okay,
Dil pe le liya baat bhai ne.
the tables have turned, I think.
Yes, rook d2. And where do you go with your queen? Because e4 is hanging. You have to give a check.
Yeah, and there's also another option of queen f3, but knowing Gukesh, it's not the kind of move he will ever play.
But queen f3 is a little bit possible, no? जैसे साहिल भाई, if you play queen f3, take, queen takes queen, pawn takes, फिर e3 pawn weak हो जाता है एकदम.
Yeah,
Attack के लिए.
it's actually quite concrete.
So maybe queen f3 is not that like कि queen trade कर सकता
I
है.
really like that as a move. I really like queen
Maybe
f3.
now Ding is like a मैं नहीं कर रहा trade.
I think you go in with the queen.
Acha,
g5.
Ding
I
has
was
to
thinking
continue.
queen h6 also, but g5 looks good as well.
By the way, Milind Satheji, thank you for super chat. He says that here it seems Gukesh has spotted and maybe Ding will crack, but this super chat came a few moments ago, and after rook 1 d2, I have a feeling that Ding is not going to crack today. In terms of like he's really zoned in. He wants to play. उसको खेलना है आज.
The longest World Championship game went on for 7 hours,
Yeah.
40 plus minutes, almost an 8-hour match. It went across 2 days. Started on Friday, finished on Saturday. And I'm not talking about 40 years ago. I'm talking about 2021, Dubai. Magnus versus Jan.
सब लोग
Game
उधर,
6.
yeah, everyone was sitting there. I remember in Dubai, I was like, oh, बहुत सारे लोग, the last metro had gone. So all the journalists who wanted to go back home also could not. Like, बहुत कुछ logistical issues थे with that game. By the way, a question has come from Tanmay. He says, Queen e1, King c2. What's the move now for black? Is there anything? Is Queen h1 the only move? आपने एक move बताया था यहाँ पर Queen. Sorry.
Queen h1 is what we looked at.
Yeah. Apparently, I think Queen h1 looks okay to defend the pawn, but again, the Indian moves make like a5 here.
a5, but what about the e4 pawn falling?
Yeah, exactly. Rook takes e4, and now there is rook b8, and look at the bar now suddenly.
Whoa! But this is so easy to fall for. This is so easy to fall into.
And what if rook d4 back? Because my threat is rook takes b2.
Yeah.
If you can just show, Sahil bhai, if they were careless, king takes.
For example, h4, now you take on b2, and then
mate
everything
hi ho
falls
jayega.
apart. So you kind of bring back the rook, let's say.
Yeah, I try to defend.
But then can you go queen a1 anyway?
Yes, and now the b2.
Arey,
and there's a rook
mate hi ho
b4.
gaya.
a5 ka point is taking away the defensive square from that white rook. No rook b4 to defend the white king. And this is if Gukesh spots a5 as the counter attack, isi baat pe ek cake ho jaye. Honestly, this is easy to fall into. You just take the pawn.
But we have less than 14 minutes to go.
Yes.
And time pressure is starting to creep in.
So queen e1, Ding will have another opportunity to repeat, by the way. Rook d1 will be an instant repetition because queen e2 is the only square in the position.
And guys, the players do need lot of energy now. Just like how Red Bull gives you wings. अरे मतलब बोल रहा हूँ कि एनर्जी चाहिए अभी तो लेट्स सी
सागर बाय
So there was queen e1 was one option and the other move was queen f3. It's between these two.
Tapesnu says ये मैच कमजोर दिल वाले ना देखे. Hope Gukesh at least holds a draw today.
By the way, Tapesnu was here yesterday.
Yesterday he came
He
here
came to watch the match
and
live.
he makes some amazing posts on Instagram. So he makes such detailed posts that yesterday when he came and said Tapesnu, I said, "Arey tu!" And he said Tanya also reacted the same way. So it's wonderful.
By the way, 76,000 people watching right now.
Wow. That's
Big
amazing.
moment.
In fact, on Wednesday and Friday, we also had the CEO of the DGT board company as well,
Yes,
right? Hans, who had come in. It was. It's great that the kind of people who are coming in to watch live this entire setup
And
is
he
happening.
actually wrote a message to me later saying it was one of the most fun World Championship games he has ever seen. He enjoyed it so much. It was a highlight of his trip.
Fantastic.
So actually, I think this entire atmosphere that has been created today, by the way, all of you should know, we have a very, very well-known author of Indian chess and trainer here in our midst. Mr. Praful Zaveri is here. He is actually author of a book called Chess Course, which has sold over 100,000 copies. Maybe the most popular chess book in India and the world. So very, very happy that he's here.
Let's have a few thoughts from him about this game so far.
If someone can give
Just
him a
pass
mic.
the mic.
How are you enjoying, Praful sir? I was this young when I met him.
This young is how old?
मतलब 10-12 साल का.
अच्छा,
And
हाँ.
I must tell you, one of the reasons when Gukesh and all were young, Gukesh, Prag and all, he was organizing tournaments like IIFL Wealth, where they used to come to Mumbai and play.
Wow.
So he has played a role in their growth at a young age.
So this was probably back in 2001, 2002.
No,
around that time for you.
For me, yes.
Yes, for you.
For Gukesh and all around 2016, 17.
Amazing, amazing. Sir, what are your thoughts about this game?
This game, how are you enjoying?
First of all, big congratulations to all of you. Let us give a very big hand to Sagar and team, everybody, Tanya. They have made this game a spectator sport. We never thought that chess could be a spectator sport, but to see so many people coming here to see the game live, and then thousands and thousands following on the YouTube channel, enjoying this, it's like amazing. And I was being able to watch all the games live. I was there when Hans came from DGT. I was watching the game on the TV, and I sent him the snapshot of the video when Tanya sang when the flag of Ding fell. So it is an amazing atmosphere.
Sir, what do you think? You feel that it's going to be a draw? It's going to, because it's a very
Queen F3 has been played.
Exactly.
So if we can have the move on the board, and what do you think?
I think the fighting spirit of Gukesh is admirable. I've seen him, right from the time 2016 when he became the IFL champion and held on the big trophy from Anand. So always there is a feeling that something special is going to happen this time. We are going to have the championship back in India.
Fantastic, fantastic. Go, go, Guki, go.
But the queen has come to F3 now. And I don't think Ding wants to take it now. How things change, right?
Yes, yes.
Like earlier, Ding wanted the queen trade. Now Gukesh wants it.
Because Gukesh is in a much better position right now, right?
That's the point.
With the trade.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Gukesh has found the right way to open up his pawns, to carry his pawns forward, and obviously, if that pawn comes on that particular row over there, he's finally going to find a way to queen it.
Yeah. So just to be sure, if queen takes queen, pawn takes, and now if you go rook f4 Sahilbhai, I was wondering if rook takes pawn.
Yes.
And then rook d7, right? That's what you wanted to do?
I think rook f2 was the idea.
Rook f2, acha.
Take this.
Now over here, then check comes from your, or does that help? No.
Or maybe bring the other row.
Rook d8 or rook e8, right? But this is absolutely fine for
This is
black.
fine. So now Ding's ambition again.
No, you can't trade. If you're white, you
You
don't
can't?
trade. No,
Right.
you don't trade because this is what Gukesh wants. He goes into the attack here. E3 will be hanging.
But Tanya, there is a clear-cut way to equalize then. Queen takes queen, pawn se le lo, rook ko dono f file pe la lo, f pawn le lo, draw kar lo.
Ding played the move rook 1 d2. I think he wants to fight on, and I think he will refuse the trade now.
You think he'll go queen h6 or queen g5?
I like queen g5 a little more because queen h6, you don't have a supporting cast to your queen, and the queen kind of gets blocked there. Queen g5, you're eyeing the idea of h4, h5. Also, the queen can transfer to the other side of the board. I actually think Ding will now return the favor and decline the queen trade.
Basically, each player is saying, I will trade my queen on my terms.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's a big chess concept. You always try to look for trades that benefit you and not your opponent.
Of course.
चैट में एक सवाल है कि एक्स्ट्रा टाइम कब मिलेगा?
40 moves के बाद. 7 more moves to go. And Gukesh has 11 minutes. And by the way, there is no per move increment. So he has 11 minutes 45 seconds. Ding has 20 minutes right now.
What do you think, queen g5 or queen takes queen? Because your point, Ding's mindset, what we've seen, queen takes queen, direct path to draw. All right, game done. And he wanted it a few minutes ago.
Even that, Tanya, is it like a clear path to draw? We don't know because there are majorities on both sides. But it does look like it makes the game simpler with the queen trade.
Yes, and he's often chosen the simpler option.
Right.
I think he will go for queen g5. I think he will play on here. What do you think, Sahil?
I think he will never play a substandard move. Yeah, he will always go for the best one. If there's an equal choice, he might go for the exchange and a draw.
That's
So I think he might kind of move the queen somewhere.
So no trade, no trade.
No trade.
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 No trade.
Okay, let's
Guys,
see.
trade. क्या लगता है? No? No?
Unanimously no
No,
trade.
भाई Ding का चेहरा देखो.
Majority होगी
Look
है
at
यहाँ
him.
पे तो.
He's feeling the pressure. वो नहीं दिख रहा है लोगों को.
Sagar bhai, how does it feel to be the only person in this entire room? How does it feel?
वो तो हम Ding के मुंह के बाद ही.
Crazy हो जाएगा ना queen takes queen.
By the way, we have a super chat by Zoya who says, I petition to get Tanya more desserts.
Oh, yes.
Amazing work on the
Thank
coverage,
you.
guys. Tanya, ye lo.
Thank you, Zoya. She's very sweet, so that's why the desserts.
Nice, Tanya. Ding bhai, what is this going on in his mind
He's about
right
to make
now?
a move. आने वाला है queen g5.
कोई भी गेम ऐसी गई है 40 moves के बाद जिसमें रिजल्ट क्लियर ना हो?
I think until now we have had only one game go beyond 40, right? एक में तो time ही खत्म हो गया था.
And he froze.
So, no.
But you know, the more he's thinking, the more I feel maybe Sagar will be right. Because see, options दो ही हैं.
धीरे धीरे the room will convert.
Options दो ही हैं. You, and that depends on your mindset, your psychology. Gukesh को ये position दो, वो 2 seconds में queen g5 खेल देता. Because he has a psychology right now to fight, just the way he declined the draw offer. Gukesh is coming from a different narrative, Ding is coming from a different direction. The more he's thinking, it's like a fight in his mind. यार जो मुझे पहले चाहिए था, now I have it in front of me. Do I take it or do I seize this new opportunity in the position?
Right.
And it's a tough one to balance your mind on. And he's thinking, which makes me think, is Sagar going to be right?
ये queen takes f3 is definitely a move that clarifies the situation, because when you play queen g5, you are not really trading pieces. All possibilities remain on the board. It's still high pressure position, and does Ding want to be in that situation?
Obviously, also he knows that how much Gukesh loves to create imbalances, right?
क्या हुआ?
अरे उसने हाथ लिया. नहीं वो move कर रहा है. He's not trading. He's not trading. I'm going to be wrong. रुक जा Ding, you wait. Take some more time.
Sagar side.
Yes. आराम से.
Director,
Take
please
your
show
time.
the entire room.
Okay, what happens, Sagar? If he goes queen g5,
The way he was bringing his hand, he wanted to move the queen. He didn't want to trade. But if you give him some more time, 10 more minutes,
time है उसके पास.
फिर वो trade कर लेगा. भाई ये scene में ना director साहब, we need the clocks.
Clock as
Otherwise,
well.
Yeah, let's see the clocks.
It'll be difficult for people to follow.
Oh, because right now Gukesh is reaching the 11-minute mark.
Yeah.
And Ding is on 16 and a half.
Yes.
Queen g5 की queen takes queen. Sagar, queen g5 होने वाला है, क्या करोगे
लग रहा है मुझे. भाई क्या करोगे?
Next rap is on you. Every time you just pass me the phone.
Okay.
You don't need to do the rap. It's okay.
No, I insist Sagar will.
हाँ, clock आ गया उधर. Yes. Okay, good. Ding is like अभी और सोचना है मुझे. I am not sure about queen g5 because maybe taking the queen is also good. क्योंकि in Mumbai, in Khar, there's one person who's rooting for queen takes f3.
Literally one person.
क्या पता क्वीन g3 खेल दे. That's his favorite square for the
Oh,
queen.
ये तो हमने सोचा ही नहीं. नया spinner आ गया.
हाँ, ये वाला move just not to open the e file, right?
But that's neither here nor there. Na? It feels like तुम्हें trade करना है पर नहीं भी करना. So I'll be
Correct.
surprised. It's a bit of a no mover.
Right.
हाँ? क्या हुआ? Oh.
Guys, we have 80k watching right now.
What does chat think, by the way? Queen g5 होगा कि queen takes queen होगा? Will it be Sagar 1, Tanya 0 or the other way around? Actually, all three of us think Queen G5. Actually, all of us.
Yes, everyone. Yeah.
There's only one person.
मेरे को सिर्फ ऐसे लग रहा है कि Ding really wants to play Queen F3. He will go against his will to play Queen G5 because as a player he understands Queen G5 is a better move.
Oh, yeah. That's what he's fighting his mind right now.
Yeah, he's fighting himself.
Because
chat में लोग आपके साथ है सागर भाई कुछ बहुत लोग हैं
Queen takes Queen होने वाला
है ना Tanish says every time I hear Ding's name I think of Ninja Hattori Ding 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 पता नहीं क्या है ये Is there
सागर भाई सारे कमेंट शायद
ये नहीं क्या
सागर भाई को केक खिलाओ ना थोड़ा प्लीज
अरे भाई सॉरी मुझे लगा कुछ एनीमे रेफरेंस सॉरी
ये नहीं अच्छा था
Ding is so uncertain right now. If you want to continue fighting in this position, you want a game, you play Queen G5 in the first 3 minutes. Queen takes Queen would just be Ding insisting on the draw.
He's battling his intuition telling him Queen G5, whilst also his confidence telling him कि भाई
That's a great way to put it.
difficult.
Anirudh Saikia, that's correct. Fighting spirit of Gukesh is what has brought him here and he's continuing that in that game.
अभी तो मैं बस यही सोच रही हूँ. Will it be Sagar 1, Habitat 0 or Habitat 1, Sagar 0?
But you know Tanya, he was almost going to make the move 4 minutes ago.
Yes.
And फिर वो रुक गया and now he's again thinking, which clearly shows he's not sure.
I'm just happy that the time is now coming back towards how much Gukesh has left, because the thing is that then the pressure is equal on both sides. Right now, second we're going to go below 10 minutes.
The thing is, the more you think in these positions, the more you're like, yeah, time भी कम हो रहा है, क्या मैं time में handle कर पाऊंगा? That pressure adds up, and then you go for the safer.
King C2, अलग ही move.
तो draw हो गया क्या?
Draw हो गया. मतलब maybe you guys, but I'm very surprised. Actually, can't Gukesh just take now the queen?
And then your favorite
Sagar
move.
भाई F5 finally.
Your favorite move.
Finally F5 आ सकता है. Because F5 Rook D7, just Rook F7.
सागर भाई यहाँ पे इंजन चीख के कह रहा है G5.
अच्छा
बाप रे
पॉन पुश करो
भाई एक सेकंड ये पहले ये समझ लेते हैं ना आप कहाँ इंजन पे एक सेकंड एक कंप्लीट कर लेते हैं भाई.
Maybe we can go to the big board, like we can come back to the analysis board.
हाँ जी आपने कहा F7 हाँ before we move on to brilliancies yes हाँ जी
ये इधर नहीं अच्छा ये वाला
हाँ this thought just continue this thought.
No, I was just saying rook takes rook.
हाँ जी.
King takes फिर से check.
Correct.
फिर rook ऊपर आएगा.
जी.
फिर take मार देगा. फिर king takes और फिर king and pawn endgame में किसको advantage है white के pawns या black का protected pawn.
Wow.
It should be something
Very
difficult.
Very difficult.
Should be something.
It should be.
Yeah,
no idea.
Something.
Sorry, Sahil bhai, now let's just go back to that particular thing.
Oh, by the way, queen takes queen has happened. He has gone for the trade, guys. And so I think Sagar, your move F5 will happen now.
भाई F5 खेलो, फिर Ding Rook D7 आया, तो is G5 better for Gukesh?
It's slightly better apparently.
Okay, wait, we'll analyze that. But
wow.
Oh, F5 खेल दिया उसने.
Bhai, it has happened. It has happened.
Let's go. Rook D7 now हो जाए Ding.
Now can we actually understand this concept of G5? It's a pawn sacrifice. What's going on here?
I think if you take
Tanya queen बनाना है बस queen बनाना है.
Yeah, the F pawn, the E pawn, they'll be unstoppable. और याद है वो गुकेश की move Rook E8, Rook F8, beautifully placed rooks now.
Correct. The two pawns are like these, जो दो रुक है वो पेरेंट्स हैं और दो किड्स हैं उनको ऐसे प्रमोट कर रहा है लाइफ में.
Yes.
Just support them.
And
Rook D7 is automatic, right? I think this looks very, very natural.
very natural. But you know what? G5 is such a gooky move to make. G pawn he loves pushing anyway, and he will seize this opportunity. G5 to hoga I've given.
Isn't Rook G2 an option here?
And now H6 apparently.
You just keep the tension.
And then take on A7. कौन मर गया भाई?
Rook
A7,
Rook F7 is definitely better.
और फिर खेलो ये एंड गेम pawn down.
But pawn down नहीं ना, again तुम्हारा वो एक parent तो रह जाएगा board पे, rook e8 and the pawns are going to push.
Nice.
Rook takes rook and there's too much pressure on f4.
Wow, this end game is not a simplified, it's a complex
Even
one.
better, if you take now h5.
अच्छा, वो बंद करके, वो रुक को बंद करना है.
Class.
Nice.
This is beautiful concept actually.
Basically, you've caged that rook over there.
No open files. H4 खेला
what a
गया है.
smart move by Ding.
So he stops
took
G5.
away all the G5 possibilities. By world champion for a reason.
For a
Oh what? By बार तो ऊपर ही चला गया.
Wait, is this Gukesh's opportunity?
Like world champion for a reason.
Sagar.
क्या ही timing है ये.
Sagar bhai, there was a plan you mentioned, याद है? कुछ 1 घंटा पहले.
King को ऊपर लाना है. Let's go.
Wait, how does that? Okay, what's the clock situation? Almost 10 minutes for both.
So King G7.
Rook D7.
Rook D7.
Yes.
King G7, Rook D7. And now King H6. Rook takes A7.
Oh, E3.
E3. Now your rook cannot get active, right? Because if Rook D7, you want to mate me in one move, by the way. Then King H5. है ना?
Yeah.
King भाग गया और वो E-pawn becomes very dangerous.
What a line.
Completely winning.
So he has to go Rook E2 there in that same line. E3, Rook E2.
King को ले आओ.
And now King H5. Rook takes H7, King G4. और मेरा King ही अंदर घुस रहा है full. Wow! Oh my God! Crazy endgame.
This is stunning.
We have 4 moves to go till time gets added.
Yes.
So again, approximately 2 minutes per move is what we have.
So
come on, Gookie, King G7.
King G7 वो खेलेगा. He will play this move.
हाँ?
100%.
Or maybe Rook E7, Tanya, just to not give him 7th rank.
The thing is, Rook E7, maybe you can trade then. Rook D7 because this rook is important.
वो अपना ही pawn आगे बढ़ाना शुरू है. C4, B4.
I like your idea of King G7 and I think it's on Gukesh's radar.
Yeah.
You know, he spotted G5, that's why he traded on F4.
Yeah.
He played F5, so he will try to follow it up. Sagar is closing his eyes, mentally willing Gukesh.
Let's go.
From Habitat. King G7.
So all of us are. We all want this.
95,000 people watching now.
Guys, King G7 होने वाला है.
This has become the most fun game of the championship so far.
Energy भेजे.
Energy ये वाला.
Guys, energy
भाई ये वाला बलराज भाई if King G7 तो आप करोगे ये.
हाँ सबको करना है. उठाओ ये.
नहीं एक इनाम में बलराज.
Guys, let's go. 3,
चलेगा नहीं वैसे.
1. King G7. King G7. King G7.
King G7. Come on, Cookie.
King G7. He's gonna play it.
7 मिनट करना है ये तुम्हें.
7 मिनट तक मैं लगी रहूंगी. पर 7 मिनट तो सिर्फ 7 मिनट से कम. 5 मिनट कर सकते हैं.
वही पूछने वाला था.
King G7 होने वाला है. I'm telling you, he will play King G7.
Is that the only good move, Sahil bhai?
Only way to put pressure.
He
Only way.
will find it.
Bhai,
He's
important
calculating.
moment.
Crazy moment. He's calculating those checkmating patterns. Is the king running away all the way up?
Bhai, getting ready.
भाई ये तो moment है भाई, moment. King G7.
Dessert थोड़ा.
मेरे को नहीं खाना, मेरी भूख गई अभी.
अरे तो साइड में रख देना, बाद में we can celebrate.
भाई King G7 आने वाला है. And I think he'll play it before he touches the 5-minute mark.
हाँ, but can Gukesh, is there any other move? I also feel it's not so clear कि King G7 ही move है यहाँ पर.
Why not E3?
E3 exactly.
Yeah.
Balraj bhai's move E3, not a bad move at all. Fast
E2.
pawn must be pushed.
True, but that pawn from a strength can become a weakness if it's not defended by its best friend of F5.
Correct.
F5 is the friend holding it together. So unless you're totally sure, don't push E3 quickly.
Got it.
King D3 आ रहा है, Rook D3. खेला क्या? Oh, caller. फिर तो पक्का King G7. अगर caller हो गया है.
Caller. Oh, and
guys, game 6.
अरे
Game 6, the magic continues.
thing is if he plays king g7, आगे के moves थोड़ी आसान है. Then he doesn't have to
Then
think
तो
that
plan
much.
clear है, king को ऊपर लाना है.
Yes, that's the tough one to play.
And the accuracy has equalized now, 97.9 each. So
Black's
he's playing
king
really well.
versus Ding.
Gukesh king versus the world champion Ding. And king g7 is the only way to fight for an advantage.
Only move.
Bhai Gukesh, come on, you have 5 minutes. Okay, you have to make 4 moves.
Oh, 5
So
minutes.
just be careful of your time.
Oh, he goes e3. Balu, your move!
Bro, that's the problem now.
Oh. Okay, he's got to have something on his mind because it can't be as easy as rook e2 weakness hai, gir jayega pawn. So what
तो
is...
बलराज भाई को आपने बड़ा एक्सप्लेन किया ना, अच्छा फ्रेंड है ये वो तो अभी
बालू आप बताओ क्या हो रहा है rook e2 के बाद?
आपने जितना जल्दी आइडिया स्विच ऑफ कर दिया ना, मैं वहीं पे रुक गया. मतलब
बलराज भाई, you should be feeling proud at this moment.
मुझे पॉप करना चाहिए ना इसका.
बलराज पे करो.
It does not lose or anything. It just gives away that small chance that Gukesh had.
But how are you defending this pawn? Are you doubling up on the e file? Is that the idea with black after rook e2? Rook e2 खेल दिया है उन्होंने.
He's played it.
He goes rook e7, rook e8. So he will just double up and then get his king. This is what Gukesh wants. He wants to defend and then king g7 will follow.
Yeah.
But this gives time, yeah. थोड़ा time मिल रहा है white को.
नहीं, but हो गया ना, अभी तो 2-3 मूव easy है. Rook e8, king
नहीं, he
g7.
means white को time मिलेगा on the queen side.
Ah, you are
Push
saying
the
white
pawns.
will play now c4, b4 that way.
Yes. Maybe you don't need to double down on the e3 pawn and start pushing your own pawns immediately.
How do we start?
So let's say you go with c4 here. King g7. Let's see what's the race like.
c5, king h6.
Yeah,
king
it looks.
h6 जाते हैं ना.
King h6, b4.
b4, king h5.
c6.
आ रहा है.
Equal
आ
हो
रहा
रहा है.
है. b5.
b5 के c6,
Oh,
c6 खेलो
look at the
ना.
bar.
ये self help कर रहे हो.
अच्छा, c6 खेल ले, इसमें क्या?
Look at the bar, by the way.
खेल ले.
खेला. b5 नहीं c6.
c6. मैं तो king g4, अपना तो king जिंदाबाद.
Rook d7. Oh, you'll take. अरे यार, one move shot.
Taken king f3.
Oh.
किया है calculate Gukesh ने यार कुछ.
हाँ,
It's
he
not-
must have calculated this plan of king going up.
For example, when you look at this position, there's only one move for white which is impossible.
King d3.
King d1.
What?
Why?
What?
Oh, I understand. He
to
wants
swing
to
the king on this side and
no,
then
not swing the king. He wants to activate the rook so that when the pawn moves forward, king can block it.
king can block it.
It's not easy.
Not easy. Okay, what's the live position right now?
Yes.
Rook e7. So Ding is actually still under pressure here because Black's
पता
plan
नहीं
is
भाई,
simple.
who is under pressure? We have no clue here.
We are all under
this
pressure.
This is a complex endgame. It's clear that there are possibilities for both sides.
King
Okay,
d3.
okay.
King
King d3
d3.
and rook comes to e8.
Rook will double up to defend the pawn.
Okay. Now exchanges will happen.
No ways to trade Balraj right now. I think Ding will start pushing. He'll start expanding the queen side because you've done the most you can with your position with the rooks.
Yeah, if one pair of rooks go out from the board, it's to white's advantage here because e3 becomes very weak. But there's no way to trade the rooks.
Rook d5, rook e5. Can that be a plan?
Maybe it takes time, no, Tanya? And then
Yeah.
that friend comes in.
Yeah, the friend will come in.
By the way, 100K watching right
Whoa,
now.
let's
go!
नहीं चल रहा है.
At Habitat, the only thing popping is Gukesh's chess.
ऐसे try
ये
करो.
भाई आप जानबूझ के ये पॉपर्स ऐसे लेके आते हैं जो खुलते नहीं ना.
हाँ.
Okay.
So this has become a race, right? Guki's king on the left side and Ding's pawns on the right side.
Now will Ding push the b pawn, c pawn because he has to push.
And 2 moves to go. Until
C
the
pawn.
game time.
Start with C pawn. What do you think? What's going to be faster here? If white just has those shutters, right? जैसे वो horse race में होते हैं.
हाँ.
And keeps pushing the C pawn.
करना ही है भाई, push तो करना है. वो सिर्फ
And the
सोच
black
रहा है
king.
C pawn या B pawn. And मैं तो king को आगे लेके जा रहा हूँ. King G. साहिल भाई, if you can make that arrow. King G7.
C5.
H6, H5, G4, F3. मेरा road clear है.
भाई
I'm
white
going
के
this
भी
way.
arrows बनाओ C5, C6 and rook D7. I think that's the plan.
Okay, got it.
There is no way they can simplify this, right? They have to go for their
Yeah.
respective plans.
Now there is no way to draw or anything. अब खेलो end तक. This is what Gukesh wanted. End तक खेलो. जो होगा सो होगा.
And you know, there are certain positions where both players are fearing a king pawn ending, a pure king pawn ending, because there you have to rely on calculation.
Yeah.
It's so move by move, and neither have enough time to judge and evaluate that.
Okay, both are nearing 5 minutes now left.
Balraj, you predicted it,
Yeah,
that the clock will
I
be a
said
big
it.
factor.
I said it.
Balraj bhai actually reads everything very well. Like
the
reads
room.
the room. हाँ. Even the World Championship room you are reading. Like यहाँ पे बैठ.
Long distance.
यार देखो रैंडमली मैं ऐसे कुछ मूव बोल देता हूँ
राइट हो जाता है.
हो जाता है
E3 खेल दिया उसने.
फिर पूरा रूम डिसअपॉइंट हो जाता है.
H5. Why is Ding playing on the king side?
Okay, he wants to open out a file over there.
But,
clearly.
But now should we take that pawn or should we move the king up?
I think moving the king up is the best choice.
I
right?
think pawn takes pawn, he goes rook d5, and then your rooks are overloaded. F5 is hanging, E3 is hanging.
Maybe this H5 is a safe move because if king G7, pawn takes pawn, and then it's very difficult to get that. वो जो king अंदर से ऐसे जा रहा था, वो अब नहीं है ना, because हाँ, somehow it has become more open this side.
You know why? Because anytime you go on that H file, I think Sahil's arrows were pointing out, a check will come and the king will swap the place of the rook.
Correct.
So a white king on E2 will be the perfect blocker of that E3 pawn.
Could be, yes. Very
Now I
good.
think he could plan for G5 maybe. If he can somehow play rookies, the king F7, F6, rook E6 and then G5 and then the brother again shows up.
You mean the best friend?
Oh, उसने मार दिया pawn.
Oh.
He took. Gukesh was like, thank you for the pawn, Ding. Because now if you try to take it, my pawn is running down. E2 is coming.
Wait, are you in time? Rook D5, H4, Rook F5, H3, Rook H5?
नहीं वो वाला नहीं, मैं तो वो वाला रुक हिलता था अगर E2 वाला.
हाँ.
But your move rook D5 will be played, I think. He's going to play that.
40th move by the way. कितनी बार blunder हुए हैं 40th move पे.
So one more move left, right? And 5 minutes for, yeah. Rook D5 on the board.
Oh, he played it. And Gukesh is fine. So Ding now has 30 minutes. He gets up. He has 35 minutes on the clock. Gukesh now has last move 3 minutes 30 seconds. What are your move suggestions here? क्या होगा? Sorry, H4.
And then rook takes pawn.
Gukesh देख रहा है
I
उसका
have a
score
question
sheet.
here.
Check. That makes sense. And then I'll be forced to fall back with my king.
And then क्या?
It's still a crazy endgame, you know, because there's no symmetry in the position.
That happens then rook d2.
H4 खेला गया है, H4.
Guki, let's go. It's so nice. ये दोनों कैमरा थोड़ा लैग है, तो पहले उधर मिस किया तो इधर देख सकते हैं.
Oh, did you see that Gukesh just checked?
Yeah.
40 moves खत्म हो गए. And he writes his moves. And I think he'll also get up now for a refresher.
He'll get up. Guys, 40 moves have been done. 30 minutes have been added on the clock. The chief arbiter comes in. I think Gukesh had not written couple of moves because once you are below 5 minutes, you can stop writing. He gets up. He goes to the washroom. Sometimes, you know, players have been holding on the pressure
Yes.
for many minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
नहीं,
It's
ये
a very
सच है.
Yeah, it's a hard situation.
Because otherwise you might lose on time.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's real pressure. And so,
literally.
I think also here, so maybe it's good time for us to take a break. There's a lot of people under pressure.
Yes.
So, see you in couple of minutes.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated fantasy league group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you will beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-week free trial and 50% off, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
Guys, upgrade to Diamond today because we have the Black Friday offer going on Chess.com. It's in the pinned message. 7 days of free membership and then 50% off on any upgrade. And the first 5 people each day will get a signed chessboard by Tanya, myself and other panelists. So, where is Tanya? Avocado toast nahi kha rahi hai. She's gone somewhere.
I think she was under tremendous pressure after what happened over the last few moves, because I mean, it's a very interesting situation. Can we go back to the board and understand what is happening clearly over here? Have any moves been made? What's going on?
Ding has just actually taken on F5. Like, he had time to kind of think, but he just went with it straight away. And now I think Gukesh is not at the board.
Here.
Usually what happens, like we've only seen situations after the 40th move so far in this series that have led to a very decisive point where we are like, okay, now we know that this is going to be a win, this is going to be a loss, etc. Over here, this is probably the first time in the series where we've reached where we're still unsure as to how it can go.
Yeah, here we are not so sure that it could either be a draw and there's still some scope for players to go wrong. Jaise Gukesh is back and I've been thinking actually at the back of my head, what is the move that he can make? I think the first move that was suggested by everyone was Rook D8 check.
Yes.
To push the king away.
Yes.
King has to go back.
Correct.
And now what next?
Doubling up the rook? No, that's not going to happen because obviously you lose your pawn.
Maybe you come back with your rook to E8, perhaps. I don't know.
What about?
He goes back. Yeah. Sorry.
What about like rook E4?
Rook E4. Yeah, rook E4 maybe.
Here?
So that if rook goes away, then we can take
capture
on F4.
that pawn. Yeah.
But I'm a bit worried about rook E5. Oh, rook E5 would be a huge blunder, yeah?
Oh, nice.
Rook E5 is a huge blunder because after rook takes rook, pawn takes rook. Guys, here, what is the winning move for black?
Yes.
Rook D2 check.
Captures.
And then,
You will.
and by the way, Balraj bhai, I want to show you one important concept of endgame. King ne agar pawn ko mara, white king. Now, how do you know if this pawn is queening or white king can stop it?
So technically you should form a square.
Array!
देखा है आपके streams भाई, काफी देखा है.
Bhai, Balraj bhai on fire. I was going to say that maybe you can look at some endgame lectures on chess.com.
Yes, I would love to. I'll take that diamond membership.
But now you know, bhai. Aapko pata hai already.
Yes.
So this is already, the king is outside the square, which means you just push.
Actually, Sagar bhai, learning chess in the lockdown by watching your streams along with the other comedians who would come was really entertaining actually. And a lot of these basic concepts that were shown, like for example in the Endgame, you'd rather just exchange your pieces down, for example, if you can, rather than just keeping. You can't hold tension in the Endgame. It's about just exchanging your pieces and coming out on the top. Things like those I only learned through the entertainment that you provided, honestly. Otherwise, it would have been something really tedious to learn. So thank you so much.
But you remembered it. That's the tough part. Generally, 3-4 years down the line, people forget this. But Balraj Bhai remembers it all.
Balraj Bhai, do you know the Lucina position?
Huh?
Lucina pata aapko?
Huh? Nahi bhai, I don't know what this position is. I have no idea.
By the way, Ding is chilling again. 40 moves ke baad. In the room.
Okay, so
Gukesh resting area mein jata hi nahi hai.
So in these 3 rooms which is there,
Yeah.
the only people allowed are the arbiters. Who are the people allowed in this quarters right now?
Right now, only the players and maybe the arbiters or the fair play officers might be making a check from time to time कि कोई आके कुछ रख के नहीं गया है यहाँ पर.
Yeah, because clearly there's no housekeeping. The banana peel is right there.
What an observant guy. मतलब बलराज भाई, if you go to a crime scene, then आपको ऐसे फट से पता चल जाएगा क्या हुआ है ऐसे.
हाँ मतलब 5 घंटे बीत गए हैं भाई, मतलब literally and I mean of course also the players
but you can't actually that's a great point. You can't have housekeeping coming in because imagine someone sent something with them. कुछ भी हो सकता है ना.
Knowing the history of World Championships especially.
Yeah. Do you know, like in this famous match between Korchnoi and Karpov, they were so unsure about their opponents that they made them to rip open the chair क्योंकि उनको लगा chair के अंदर कुछ है. Which was giving some signals and something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so all these crazy things have happened.
That's just basically what paranoia does, right?
Yeah, it's just like, then there was some yogurt being brought, and in that yogurt, kuch to agar, I guess
these are the stories basically.
These are all the stories
that were invented.
No, they are not invented. They were really what happened. Yeah. During the World Championship match, Karpov Korchnoi, maybe one of the most brutal matches. Then there was the famous Kramnik Topalov match.
They're very high pressure scenarios also,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I'm sure during that time internet was not there. This as far as
social
scam feeds,
media इतना नहीं था. So then, नहीं तो अब भी ऐसा कुछ होगा तो full it'll blast out.
Also broadcast, there must have been a considerable delay between real time
I
and
think live broadcast was there.
Yeah, okay.
But not as good as perhaps nowadays, but it was there.
Speaking of which, thanks to Chessbase India, chess.com and Samay Bhai have done, you all have managed to bring the rights of this footage that we can see of Ding and Gukesh over here for all of us and bring it collectively onto this stream. So round of applause for you guys for creating this wonderful stream for all of us to enjoy with this fantastic commentary.
And so many people coming in, and a packed house on a Sunday evening. And I always think, by the way, I don't know what Ding was eating. Director साहब, I was very curious. आप जब बोल रहे थे, वो क्या था?
Banana?
Chips था.
Chips था.
Chocolate.
Brownie
Oh,
chips.
brownie chips.
Why brownie chips?
बहुत interesting.
We are eating avocado toast.
Interesting.
वगैरह. I think this is my understanding. This is planned because it's now coming towards the end. The game won't last for more than an hour or hour and a half. Ding is taking in sugar, like through these chips and all, because now he needs energy. That spike comes in at this point and it will last for an hour or so. If he did it at the start, he would have been very tired by now, perhaps.
No, but that's why he had a banana right up top.
Banana maybe is
natural
more
sugars.
Slow burning. I don't know the entire
Not slow
science.
burning. I mean, bananas, oranges, like a lot of marathoners. They have it when they go in long runs in the middle of their run for some instant fructose. But right now, like for example, what you said, having sugars like these are really important towards the end of this game in order to stay awake.
हाँ ना कितना फटाफट गा रहा है अभी तो full पैकेट ही खत्म because he knows अभी मुंह आने वाला है जाना पड़ेगा so he's just eating it. This is all I think part of their there must be someone who's recommended this. It cannot be unplanned.
Yeah, because they have this entire team, right? They
Yeah.
have their team of their personal trainer, their nutritionist, their dietitian. Oh, we have a move.
What?
Oh,
No,
he played
it's
check.
Oh, check.
D7
Yeah.
check.
So king goes back. Isn't this a position we were analyzing as well?
Yeah.
King c2.
King c2.
We saw rook d8 check. What's the difference between, let's say, rook d8 check or rook d7 check?
इतना बड़ा difference नहीं होगा मुझे लग रहा है सर.
Yeah. Agreed. The reason you don't want to get active with your king is because it allows initial possibilities of rook d2, right? King c4. You know, but I think this is heading towards that prediction that it's going to be a long fight. But how close is this? Is this closer to a draw or a decisive result?
अभी के लिए we need to analyze it a bit more to understand if the moves that are the attacking possibilities and defensive possibilities are easy to find. So maybe we try to understand that. For example, I was thinking, is rook f7 a move here? Because now my point is, if you move the rook away, I'll take your f4 pawn. But if you trade my rook, like rook takes rook, king takes, this might be better for black because king d3, h3. And I'm just in time, you can't take the pawn because my h pawn queens.
Yes.
So
rook f7 would mean that white has to go rook g5 check.
check.
If you move your
King
king,
f8.
then rook g4 or f5. Two options. I like f5, rook g4. I can't decide between the two, but I feel it holds. Let's go
So
for...
it actually gives white an advantage suddenly.
Yes. I would be happy. What is it, rook g4?
Rook g4.
Yeah, rook g4 feels like the move.
So right now, can we
h3, rook h4.
finally say that in this game, Gukesh traded the queen as per his terms?
Yes.
Yes, but the job isn't over. There's
The
still a
job's not
task
over.
at hand where... So we saw rook f7, suddenly it can turn around as well, right? So what is the move for black here? How does Guki keep the balance?
Rook e4 was suggested by our viewers here.
Okay.
Yeah, but not so sure if it's a good move.
Can we go with the same idea for white? Rook g5 and then put pressure?
Yeah, maybe king f7, then rook g4.
King f6
Takes.
takes, king f5.
Maybe Rukesh. No, but I just pick it up.
Then we'll have to just wait with the... What's the move here?
And then this position again, if you think about it, it's still a very, very open position with chances for both sides, even though it
Yeah.
shows 0-0.
Just have to come up with a move.
It's not trivial.
No.
H pawn is passer. So my feeling, at least on the initial analysis, is that we are far from a draw yet. Unless they find a very, very interesting way of somehow repeating something. दिख तो नहीं रहा है कुछ.
Game 6 is clearly about tiring your opponent out.
Yes, it is. Actually, most of game 6 that we've had in the World Championship matches have been long battles. They've
Yeah.
been full games. And coming to that point we spoke about earlier, right, where both players get to that point that they are so exhausted.
Yeah.
And there are still decisions, critical decisions to be made. That's when mistakes happen in chess.
Yes.
What about the plan we had of moving the king up maybe? Maybe directly king g7.
हाँ. Rook h5 now because I want to win your h pawn.
King f6.
Take on h4.
And king f, which is the same position.
हाँ, but it's nice. I like black's chances here because I have king e4. And then maybe कहीं घुस जाए हम f3.
This is a really cool idea that you sacrifice a pawn for your king activity.
Oh yeah, black is actually a pawn down. Yeah.
You've given up the h4 pawn.
Correct.
But the value of this king once it gets to f3 is way too high.
That's why the position is equal, Tanya. Otherwise, if the pawns were equal, then black would have been clearly better.
But the funny thing is that even in that, I think you want to be black. You don't care about being down upon, because black's plan is simple. And the more I look at it, the more, I mean, it's not clear to me how am I fighting king e4, king f3. The plan is very simple.
Maybe, yeah.
अभी time control आया था. We already moving towards less than 20 minutes.
And that's the final. This is the final.
Next time pressure भी आएगा. But now guys, there's a small change. For every move that you make, you get 30 seconds increment. So it's not just पहला 40 moves में ये नहीं था. But now from 41 moves, you get this increment.
A bonus time.
And I must tell all of you here, we have another very special guest in our audience, which all of you would be very happy to know. We have the creator of the song Go Go Gukesh Go.
Oh, wow.
Go Go Guki Go here. We have Krish here. And maybe if we can show him on our stream, he's the man behind it, and he really believed in this idea of his song. And so many people. Krish bhai, how are you feeling that your song is being played? ऐसे सब मजे से एकदम ये कर रहे हैं.
I mean, I'm happy that it's being played and it brought this energy into chess. And Anand Mahindra ji also liked the song, so I saw that, and that was like a really big honor, and really happy that.
So आज अगर गुकेश जीत जाए तो maybe we'll have you perform live.
Done.
You were singing the song as well, right?
Yeah.
So can you like sing one line?
Go go गुकी गो, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है. Go go गुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है. Go go गुकी गो, जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है. Go go गुकी गो, ये जिद पे तेरे तू अड़ा है. Thank you.
Vibe. Very nice.
Very well produced track.
Yeah.
And I think in a long game, Guki needs that energy, you know?
Yes.
So
he
perfect
definitely
timing.
needs the energy, and Red Bull gives you that energy. So.
Gives you wings.
मैं और कोई plug-in है?
By the way, today that beverage which was given to that is done, right?
Yes. Well done.
Oh, he's gone for King G7?
Oh,
King
he
G7.
goes for it.
King G7 on the board.
So he's in for this idea. Take my pawn, I'm coming with the king to the center of the board.
I would like to see Gukesh's face, because for some reason I think he looks a little tired.
Gukesh's face, but
he's not that.
No. He's walking around. थोड़ा ऐसे view है अपना. थोड़ा room का बड़ा view where we can see Guki from the other side maybe.
Yeah. This is.
Wow.
ये मुझे बहुत पसंद है. Like this is the way we have all seen Gukesh.
Especially in Budapest, right?
Yeah.
During the Olympiad, he finished with 9 out of 10, undefeated. And every time he would get up, move around from his chair, it meant that the opponent is in trouble. It was such a power statement, a power walk. And I think that became a reel as well. It became a thing that Guki उठ गया मतलब बस game खत्म होने वाली है.
Chess-based India कुछ नहीं छोड़ता है.
Oh, he gives a check.
Gives a check.
Oh, by the way, where does the king go is a question.
King h6.
Oh, King h6 is a main
H6
threat.
is
Oh,
main.
let's see.
Yeah.
Question for chat. King h6, let's see who can solve this.
Yeah.
White
Bye,
to play.
Gukesh, so thank God.
Immediately he went King h8. But what's...
Yes.
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 Good stuff.
It would be checkmate.
Check.
King h8.
And he immediately played King
Oh,
h8.
repetition. We could move towards a repetition
Oh, this is the second time in the game that Ding is offering a repetition. Let's see. What do we guys think? Does Gukesh take it at this point?
Now maybe it's logical.
King G7. Draw.
I think both are happy कि भाई खेल लिया है, आज का quota is done.
पैसा वसूल हो गया है Game 6 का लोगों के लिए.
But Tanya, गेम 6 जो जीतता है वो मैच जीतता है. ड्रॉ होता है तो कौन जीतता है that we don't know.
Maybe Gukesh knows about it. That's why he's been trying so far.
I think I was just going through in my head. Maybe game 6 अगर जिसका भी draw होता है, it goes into playoffs. Karyakin match, no result. It was a draw against Magnus. Went into playoff. Fabi match, draw, went into playoffs. So
maybe. अगर प्लेऑफ्स में जाएगा तो क्रेजी हो जाएगा. लाइक इट विल बी
एक दिन और का रेंट फॉर हैबिटेट.
आपने कुछ 13th को कुछ बुक तो नहीं किया?
नहीं आप लोग के लिए रखा है भाई. हम लोग के लिए रखा है. सॉरी.
पर मुझे I love that idea that if this match goes into those critical moments, to just have 500 people live with us watching.
Amazing.
करो ना कुछ.
हाँ, कितने दिन के लिए बुक करना ऑडिटोरियम?
ठीक है, let's have a deal. If we have a playoff, that उसके लिए.
हाँ, जैसे समय ने भी कल बताया था, हमारे मामा चाचा भांजा सबका लगता है ना सारे ऑडिटोरियम शहर में. नवंबर का महीना है भाई, मतलब एवरीथिंग्स बुक्ड आउट ऑलरेडी.
तो मतलब हैबिटेट पे कैपेसिटी बढ़ानी होगी. You'll have to think. तोड़ो कुछ दीवारें यहाँ पे.
I think there's one more place below. Na?
Yes. So this is what actually the original owner of Habitat gave as an idea, my father. What he said was that you can use below the Habitat as a place where the screening can happen for more people to watch the game. That's another 120 seater. And over here you can continue the live experience.
वो नीचे भी बहुत सही जगह है.
हाँ.
It's a very nice place.
What did he? Oh, repeating. They're repeating.
Yeah, this is over, I think.
Because King H6 is not possible, so King H8 आना ही होगा, and now it's already done, right?
Rook E2 is forced,
Rook
and now King
E2.
G7 would be a draw.
But will Gukesh for the second time today?
No, this is a draw. This is a done deal.
Yes.
He's thinking. I'm just saying he's thinking.
Thing is, Sahil bhai.
Okay. Draw. Well done. GG's
for Gukesh.
GG. So we are going into playoffs.
What a game.
मजा आया.
Tough fight.
Big fight. A repetition. The first time Gukesh declines, second time agrees to it. The match remains level, but for Gukesh at this stage to get a draw with the black pieces, I think it's a great result for him.
Yes, and I think he made a statement with this game that he's here to fight. You know, easy draws nahi honge.
Yes.
So I think a psychological win for Gukesh, maybe a small win, but sahi hai.
Sagar bhai, Tanya, could you please update the score for today simultaneously?
Can we have like
someone from our audience?
Our creator of the song?
Yes. Great idea.
Krish bhai, to update the score here on our stage.
That's fantastic.
And in the chat, we had close to, at the end right now, 80,000 people who are waiting, and Imran Hussain ji has sent a super chat saying this channel has the highest viewership of World Chess Championship match. And thank you. That's wonderful.
Oh, bhai. Come.
Bhai, you have to make it 3-3.
हाँ दोनों पीछे दोनों बस हटाना है ऊपर का.
हाँ ऊपर
बस ऊपर का दोनों साइड का हटाना. हाँ बस चारों है.
कल रेस्ट डे है. हाँ.
And I think Gukesh will have 2 whites in the next 3 rounds.
No.
Yeah.
Next 3 rounds.
Yeah. So that's.
But you know, earlier there used to be when you reached halfway.
Thank you so much, Tugla.
When you would reach the halfway, then the colors would reverse. But here it's not the case. We will have alternate colors rolling. So at game 7, if Gukesh is white, game 8 in earlier times used to be again white because he started game 1 with black.
Okay.
So no, actually
it should be black, no?
White,
black. That's how you go.
There used to be back-to-back repeats, but now it's alternate ही होते रहता है.
So which means he gets 2 whites, which is Gukesh's chance to push going into this next phase of the tournament. But today I think we really got a fight. For the first time it felt like we got a full match. You know, the evaluation bar remained level. Both players played top class chess. There were nerves to be felt. Repetition was declined. Fight was made. And then finally in an ending, after 5 hours of play, we had a world championship level draw. For me, this is the first game where I felt like that. You know, 20 moves draw, that queen knight, the first time that Ding drew, should have played on that feeling. Today was a good day of chess. Today chess won.
Today's game is going to be really analyzed by a lot of people online.
Yes.
I'm waiting for Hikaru's stream already.
I don't know if you've seen.
Take one.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, Magnus, I think he's been a bit critical sometimes about the level of play. I have a feeling, I'm looking forward to hear his thoughts, but I think today I think he'll enjoy what happened today. He'll have a lot of good things to say about today's
Also,
game.
Sahil Bhai is doing the recaps every day.
Oh,
है ना?
wow.
Yeah, तो वो भी करेंगे,
So
मजा आएगा.
guys, Sahil Bhai का भी check out the recaps. He's doing it every day. Very interesting. By the way, guys, we when we did the ambit gambit of the day today, we didn't have that on the screen.
The splash screen, yeah.
So can we just go back to that moment of Queen G6, where we spoke about this Queen takes G2 moment?
Yes. Yeah.
And I think that was definitely the ambit gambit moment in the opening. जो यहाँ पर director साहब, if you can get the board. And by the way, a big shout out to Ambit for supporting us in this tournament. And भाई जब बोर्ड था तब वो स्क्रीन नहीं आया था, और आज स्क्रीन आया तो बोर्ड चला.
I think he's waiting for the reply from the
Ambit gambit.
Thank you, bhai. Thank you. So right now, Queen takes G2 was the move after Knight D2, and I thought this was a very nice moment. We all thought it, and after long side castling,
especially after that explosive opening, what just happened in 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Everything what went down. Now you can show the splash screen.
We saw deep preparation. Deep preparation today, I think, from Ding. So that was very interesting.
No, I think Gukesh navigated it well. But wasn't there one moment where Gukesh could have taken over that chance?
Yes.
Which was King G7. Instead of E3, I think Balraj bhai, आपने बोल दिया वो E3 में, आप King G7 बोलते तो वो खेलता. If you would have said it, King G7 was the moment. If एक बार board, can we just have a look at the board? हाँ. Director साहब कह रहे हैं कि एक छोटा break हो जाए before we go to the press conference.
Yes.
So maybe we'll do the break and then we'll come back and analyze.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you will beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-week free trial and 50% off, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
Welcome back, everyone. We are minutes away from the press conference beginning, and today will be very interesting. If you guys have any questions that we can send to the press conference, I guess people will ask about that why Gukesh did not take the repetition.
Sagar Bhai has his pieces everywhere.
Yeah, we should think about some questions to send to Aditya and Abhi. But I have a little bit of a question for everyone here. I mean, the panel, and maybe you guys can give your thoughts. You know, we were checking Twitter, Abhi Beach mein, and there are quite a few opinions on the level of play at this World Championship match, the opportunities that have come for the players, maybe some of the quick draws, and there have been mixed feelings about it. What do you guys think?
I mean, मेरा क्या ही thought होगा मतलब मैं तो अभी just honestly, for me this is World Championship. This is like the best version of what I've seen because this is the first one that I'm following. But more importantly, I just think that it's so interesting to watch everything so closely and being able to read their expressions, being able to understand what their personalities are, being able to understand what each one has gone through over the last couple of years and that building up to this moment. Yeah. So for me, irrespective of what the world thinks, this is actually something that I am really enjoying. Yeah.
And I think there's this thing of comparing it to Magnus always sometimes, and he stepped away. So, and of course, Gukesh is 18 years old, and Ding had, he's not in perfect form right now. So I think these two players have done everything they can to be here, and they deserve this moment for themselves.
I have this feeling that whenever World Championship matches are going on, some or the other experts come and say this is not a World Championship match. I remember when Anand and Gelfand were playing, Garry Kasparov came and said this is not the World Championship match. Then few years down the line, everyone was like, these statements are not that important.
20-30 साल पहले Twitter नहीं था ना, तो इसलिए वो पता नहीं
लगता था. But वो वहाँ पे venue पे आए, you know, he was there at the venue commentating and he said no, this is not the World Championship match. But of course, everyone knows that it was the World Championship match. So, yeah, let's go to the press conference now.
You know, they say you're not making the right moves if you don't have any haters.
Nice. What's that movie ka dialogue? Apna Guru.
Welcome to the post-game press conference for Game 6. I will ask the players a couple of questions, and then I will give it to the press. As usual, you can go to the microphone at my left and ask a single question. You will have follow-up questions available after that, but please restrict your questions as we start. This was a fighting draw, a tremendous fighting spirit that both players are showing. And my first question will be for the world champion. You had seemingly an opening that you were comfortable with. How far, actually, there was a moment when you stopped when you played Queen F5, but tell us your feelings just right out the opening.
I'm happy the opening was my preparation until Queen F5. I know the position is slightly better for white, but in the game, I thought for a long time and maybe I don't know what to do. Maybe Queen C5. That's a great move. Yeah, after a take, and here my first intention to play is this, but after G6, don't know.
When you found the best move, it looked like, at least from analysts and engine, right away with Queen takes C6.
So I decided to repeat moves, and this came a totally surprise because I think his queen not so well placed on the king side, better placed on queen side. Here I might have some advantage. Here maybe rook f1 is better. Stop.
There seem to be various options here. Something psychedelic in this position was to bring the king over to b1, but there was nothing that obvious with the white pieces from what looked like outside analysis anyway. Did you feel like you must have had something, or the game proceeded logically for you when you were playing into the traded down queen's endgame?
Feel like I'm slightly better. But after queen 3, very hard decision for me. I saw this move, but if I check here, I have to go king c2. And I don't know, rook b8. Maybe the rook very well placed on here, because if queen a1, I have rook b4.
Yeah, there was also absurdly crazy line of like queen e1 and potentially bring your king up to b3 in some positions. It also seemed more computer than human. Did you consider this possibility?
No. Can having find a safe place on a2. Yeah, I should keep the queen on the board. I saw this move, but if we go here, I can play rook d7, h6, queen c5. A good variation for white.
So maybe it was better to keep the queens on just to keep the fight going. How did you feel? He played very fast, got this position that he's clearly comfortable with, and you were under pressure pretty much right away, right out of the opening. Did you feel like this was trouble for you at some point?
I mean, I knew the position till I played queen f2, rook b8 in the opening.
Yeah, I'm going back here.
Yeah, but knight c4 I wasn't aware of. But I never really felt in danger, because I thought, I mean, once I take on c4, get queen f5, maybe I'm slightly worse, but should be really hard to convert it with white, because you can't really push the queenside pawns that easily, and I always have some play on his king, so yeah, I wasn't really that worried at any point.
Okay, press, questions?
Leoncho Garcia from El País. My question is for Ding Liren. Today, once again during this match, you had a better position, but you didn't push in the best possible way to try to win once again. Please help us to understand what is going on. Is that a problem of lack of confidence? Do you still have problems to sleep? Any other health problem?
Oh, it's mainly because of the position itself. Here, here I saw something like b3, but he goes here. And queen a5, rook d7, rook d8. Yeah, missed the c4. I saw king b2, he had rook c5. Oh. I have to push the pawns here. So here, yeah, I'm not so comfortable after queen f3. My first intention to play this, but this is not so good after f5. Rook is misplayed on f4. So I had to come up with the other ideas. I saw this. He just play something like h5. Maybe it's time to push the pawn, but I only saw this, and he take, and I don't think I'm better here. So I've chosen king c2. It's also not such a good move.
Michael Reichel from FIDE Media. A question for Gukesh. You just mentioned that you thought you were maybe slightly worse after the end of the opening, but difficult to convert. However, a few moves later, it was you who rejected the 3-fold repetition which you could have claimed by playing queen to e7 instead of queen to h4. Could you show us a bit your reasoning to reject the draw at that point and continue playing? Did you think you could play for a win, or you just wanted to keep the game going? Or did you sense that maybe your opponent was unstable at some point in his view of how the game was going? Talk a bit about that moment, please.
Yeah. So I guess when I played queen h4 instead of queen e7. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I thought I might be slightly worse. I was not even sure fully about if I'm slightly worse, but I thought it's more likely. But even though I thought that, okay, with the files open in front of his king, and yeah, maybe I just thought I always have counterplay, and I saw no reason not to take repetition right now. I just thought, since he is going for a repetition, I thought I'll make a few more moves, and I mean, obviously it's not playing for a win or anything by queen h4, but just I wanted to make a few more moves and see what happens.
Just a small follow-up. Did you decide that before you did the first repetition, or did you repeat twice and then you decided to bring the hammer down and change?
I mean, when he played queen d6, it was already clear that he was going for a repetition. So when I played queen e7 for the second time, I had already decided to go queen h4.
Next question.
Abhidaya from Chessbase India. My question is to Gukesh. On move 36, when you played the move e4 to e3, did you ever consider playing king g7 instead, activating your king?
Yeah, king g7, I thought mainly I was worried about rook d7. I mean, rook f7, actually this was a very interesting moment. I mean, rook f7, take rook d7. I think the opponent game is just lost. If I go rook e7. Oh, it's not, yeah. It is losing, yeah. So yeah, I thought this was losing. So I can't, I mean, maybe I can give the pawn instead of going rook e7, but I thought that's a bit ugly. And also if I go rook d7, king h6, then he takes on a7, and king h5, he had this funny like rook g2. If I go h6, he has rook h7 threatening rook g5.
Sorry, here, king h5?
Maybe I can go e3 here, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's what I saw. Like h6, he has rook h7. But I missed that I could start with e3. That might be quite clever.
Funny mate.
But instead of king h5, e3, yeah? Yeah, maybe this was a better try, but yeah, I mean, I just missed e3, otherwise I would have gone for this. But what is the difference after king g7?
What's the difference, what?
What is the difference for white after king g7? I mean, I should just stay passive, probably.
Right, white doesn't have to play rook down.
Yeah, maybe you can go like b4, king d1, king e2. I mean, king g7 was my initial instinct, but I just missed that e3 was possible. But anyways, it was... yeah, anyways, after e3, I had to find this h5 resource, which was, I thought, a bit tough. But yeah, after h5, it was just a draw.
So, I'm Katarina from the German Chess Federation, and I have a more general question. So during this World Chess Championship, there is a lot written online, and for example, right now, I've seen a lot of Ding chilling memes, and so my question for Ding is, if you have seen any of them, and what do you think about them?
So what is the thing that you've seen? You said.
It just says Ding chilling, which is like, comes from a meme from a Chinese ice cream promotion, and it's like adjusted to Ding Liren now, and it just shows that he's like chilling and just like, yeah, playing good chess. So yeah.
Have you seen this?
What's the meaning of chill?
Well, to chill means to relax.
Or relax after the first game, or the end of the first game when I have a totally winning
But
position.
she's saying there's a meme out saying that you're chilling, meaning you're kind of just cool, relaxing, and also there's an ice cream connection. I don't know if you've ever seen this before. I certainly haven't.
I didn't have ice cream here.
So you have not seen this meme. Okay, thank you.
All right, Junior Tay from Chess Magazine, England. I have a question for Mr. Ding Liren. Do you think the first move in chess with white is overrated? In the first 3 games you played with black, you pressed for a win even though you weren't the first to move. And you succeeded in game 1, and you also tried to win with your third time playing black. Do you think black is the new white now? Do you think that the advantage with white is overrated today?
Sometimes I play white pieces like black. This time I try to push for an advantage in the opening. And this London was like last time also in game 6 I win a beautiful game in London. So this time I want to repeat a success.
Question for Mr. Gukesh. Now that you've experienced the first few games of a World Championship finals, how do you compare it to other Grandmaster tournaments? The atmosphere, the conditions, the competition itself. Can you elaborate on this?
Yeah, as it's quite well known, the World Championship is one of the probably the toughest event in chess, and yeah, I mean it's obviously there is more at stake, and there are more nerves than what you generally have. But other than that, I think it's just a very interesting and long match against a very strong opponent. So yeah, it's a bit different, but at the end of the day, we are still playing chess.
Same question for Mr. Ding. How have you made adjustments? Did you do anything differently after going through the Astana World Championship finals last year?
That will be your last question, please.
What's the difference from the last time?
Yes. Did you do anything different in preparation during your stay during the tournament?
I have 1 more second and more ideas.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hi, I am Ajit Kumar from the Hindu newspaper. My question is both to Gukesh and Ding. So we are heading to another rest day. So Gukesh, are you happy with the scoreline now 3-3, and how do you review your own performance so far? Are you happy, or do you think you could have done better? And this is the same question to Ding as well. Thank you.
I think so far it's been good. It can I mean obviously I still can improve my play, and yeah, I mean there are a lot more games to try and do that. But so far it's it's an equal match so far, and we are, I mean, considering that I was also trailing after the first game, I'm happy to be here. But it's too early to think about anything like that. I mean, there's not even like, we are not even halfway through the event. So yeah, there's just a lot of excitement ahead.
Well, the results not ideal one. I could improve in many occasions. I'm better in many games, and this critical moment I let the advantage slip. Maybe that's what I should improve in the next couple of games.
MikeLymanChess.com. I think I speak for everybody when I say, Ding, I'd like you to have some ice cream on your rest day, but my question is for Gukesh, please. I want to follow up on Michael Rahal's question. You said that after you declined the threefold repetition, you didn't particularly think you were better or anything, but you decided to keep playing. And I'm wondering if that was in any way psychological, letting your opponent know that you were going to start pushing in equal positions. And I asked this question because, for example, in games 2 and 5, it looked like Ding took one of the quicker paths to a draw. So was it in any way psychological that you decided to continue playing this position where, even though you weren't better at all?
I just like playing chess. Yeah. I mean, it was more just the position than it was psychological. I just thought there was still a lot of play left in the position. So, and I did not really see too much danger for me. So, yeah, I just thought I'll make few moves, see what happens. And I mean, obviously, draw was still the most likely result. So I just wanted to get a long game, especially since tomorrow is a rest day.
Yeah, we haven't had any games that have made time control other than one where the result was not really in doubt. So did you want to play a game past time control just to get like a little bit of a longer game?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about time control, but yeah, I wanted to play a longer game than just finishing it at that point. Yeah.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Hello, I am Nemo on behalf of the Singaporean Chess Federation, and this question is for both of you, but I will address it to Gukesh first. Hypothetically, if you won the World Chess Championships tomorrow, what would be the first thing you do?
I don't know. I guess I'll be happy first. Yeah.
Thank you. And then the same for Ding. If you hypothetically won the World Chess Championships tomorrow, what would be the first thing you do?
Last time I cried after the win title. This time I make smile.
Amazing. Thank you both.
Asking on behalf of FIDE social media followers, this one is directed to Gukesh, but we want to know Ding's answer as well. Is the match going the way you expected it to go?
I mean, I was prepared for all kinds of scenarios, so I don't think like any kind of situation would have shocked me or anything, but also you can't really plan everything exactly as it's going to happen. So there is some surprise in some games and some things that I expected, but overall I think I'm feeling good. I'm able to focus well. I feel energetic, and that's the most important thing. So yeah, glad about everything so far.
I think it's good for spectators that the match is still even. There are a lot of to see in the next couple of rounds. And for me, I want to improve my score as much as possible.
Stock from German newspaper Die Zeit, a question for Ding Liren.
Could you go a bit closer to the microphone, please?
Concerning the preparation, you said you were deeply prepared for this opening, and I guess the preparation means that you are prepared then when this comes on the board. But then, after the move Queen F5, which was, as I understood, the first move after your preparation, you said you didn't know what to do. How is that possible?
Because there are so many lines to prepare, and this is just one of the lines. And the preparation like an iceberg, that you saw the positions arose like the parts of the iceberg that are higher than the sea. But there are a lot of operations that didn't occur in the board. It's like iceberg in the sea. So of course, I prefer a lot of position, but this one is a little bit new for me, but there's no excuse for just repeating moves after such a good preparation.
Abhinav from US Chess. I have a question for both the world champion and the challenger.
one of you has already won the World Championship and one of you is aspiring to do so. Can you give 2 to 3 past world champions that you view as personal inspirations, either stylistically or that has influenced your chess growth as a whole?
Last time I have answered a similar question. I mentioned Topalov and also Carlsen.
For me, it's obviously from the start it has been Vishisha. Other than Vishisha, I think Fischer and Magnus inspire me a lot.
I'm Gu Xiaobing from organization. I have questions for Ding Liren and for both. First of all, 请 Ding Liren 谈一下今天的对局。
Hello. So I'm Gu Xiaobing. Could you please describe the game today in Chinese? Thank you.
今天对局比预想中要有趣一点，因为有可能以更无聊的方式结束。对，他让这盘棋富有了一些生机吧。然后，对我的发挥也就仅仅这样吧，然后没有什么特别亮眼的表现。我也错过了一些保持优势的机会，比如说后G5，我就没有往下深入的去计算，还是去没有走就是最有力度的找法吧，然后让优势就溜走了。后来我局面甚至还有一点点被动，但是我还是看到了这个G2的和棋的手段。
That was a super long reply. I shall do my best. So Ding said that the game could have been potentially quite short with the repetition of moves early on, but Mr. Gukesh decided to give some life to the position. And, he missed some chances potentially. He mentioned in particular, maybe after Queen F3, he could have gone Queen G5, but he felt he didn't, he was a little bit short of time and he didn't quite find all the critical moves to try and press, potentially what little advantage there was. He felt towards the very end, potentially that's White, had to find some accurate moves maybe to extricate himself from a slightly tricky position, including this idea of this Rook E2, Rook G2 check and back again to Rook E2 to secure the draw.
第二个问题是，通常世界冠军赛会在下午3点钟举行，这次是在下午5点钟举行，对二位棋手有一些什么调整吗？
This is a question to both Mr. Ding and Mr. Gukesh. Traditionally, the World Chess Championship matches tends to start at 3 p.m. rather than 5 p.m. Have either of you had to make any adjustments for this slightly later starting time?
对。上次比赛是在3点举行，然后这意味着有更多的时间去准备，然后中午也能够有更多的时间去休息。对。
So last World Championship we did start 3 p.m. Starting at 5 means I have a little bit more time to prepare and to rest before the round.
For me, it's a bit of a change because usually all kinds of tournaments start at 3 p.m. or even earlier, but it's not much different for me really. Like I remember I played like 1 or 2 tournaments starting at 5 p.m. and some even later. So over the years I've played in a lot of time settings. So it's nothing too different for me.
最后一个问题，几轮之前你们曾经说互相评价对方还为时尚早，现在可以评价对方了吗？
Final question. You commented a few rounds ago that it was a little bit too early to appraise your opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Do you think now you could appraise your opponent's strengths and weaknesses?
As I said, I think both of us we are pretty universal. Strengths, I guess. A lot of things, I guess. But But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how exactly to put it.
因为可以看到他应该是慢慢进入状态了，消除了第一盘棋的紧张感之后，他发挥的也是越来越好了嘛。
So you can see Mr. Gukesh was perhaps a little bit nervy in round one, but he's played himself into form by the looks of it. As you can probably see from the following games.
Last question, please.
A final question to end on a light note from FIDE social media, this time from follower Prem Gujarati for both players. Which book, chess or non-chess, has impacted you the most?
For me, chess book, I probably Game Changer. I really enjoyed this one. So yeah, probably this one.
I would answer the same.
I'd like to thank both players for not just their fighting spirit on the board, but to come to a press conference and sometimes answer some tricky questions with wit, humor, and poise. Tomorrow we all get to chill like Ding and have a rest day, and we'll be back on Tuesday at 5 p.m. local time. Thanks everyone, and have a good night.
What a press conference. Maybe one of the most interesting ones, yeah?
Absolutely. I mean, we all are rooting, of course, for Gukesh, you know. But how can you not love Ding?
Yeah.
How can you not admire him? How can you not smile when he smiles? Yeah, the answers that he gives, his innocence, his honesty, his simplicity. This is a match not just between two brilliant chess players, but two incredible human beings.
Absolutely agreed. And no matter how much some questions try to get into your head with the kind of references they have, you know, it's beautiful how both the players stick to just answering and replying about the game, and they stick to why they did what they did, including understanding and sharing what they could have done better.
I agree. I always feel like Ding can take offense to some of the questions that are being asked, like, you know, why are you not trying hard enough? But he answers it as if the question, the one who was asking him, has the best intentions in mind. So he answers back very nicely. So it's a very good thing to learn from him.
Yes,
मैं यहाँ का आइसक्रीम नहीं खाया हूँ. क्या बढ़िया बोला. Simply, I have not had ice cream.
Calm and compose on the board, off the board. They have their eyes set on the World Championship title. उनको वो चाहिए. Questions तो is a part and parcel of life.
Yeah, no, I loved it when he said, you know, about how opening preparation at a World Championship match is like an iceberg. What we see being played out is just the tip of it. Right. How much work has been put into that game is what lies under the water.
Yeah, and also sharing that, like, you know, what he experienced immediately after the last time he won.
That was amazing.
That was such a heartwarming moment, you know.
Yeah, he simply said that, you know, last time I won the match, I cried.
Yeah.
This time, if it happens, I'll smile.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Ding he's the world champion, and what a guy.
For a reason.
And that Gukesh moment, yeah, so he realized instantly E3 I should have played. So King G7 wala line. So seeing them in, you know, real time realize all these possibilities, it's amazing to watch.
It's also interesting to see that how they are human. For example, when they prepare a lot, we think that this is the only line they have to prepare, but unko subah ut ke from yesterday they have to prepare so many lines. So at some point they run out of their prep, and we are sitting here and like, oh, how have they not looked at it or something of that sort. And Ding today answered it very well.
Beautifully
so
put.
I think we are all learning a lot in this process.
Gukesh, in fact, you know, it's so nice to see him calm and composed and, you know, meditative, and on the other side Ding is saying, I wish I could get more sleep. You know, so it's very nice to see this human side of both of them.
I think what stood out to me from Gukesh's answers were that he knew when he declined the repetition, he's not playing for a win, but he was ready to play more moves on the board, you know. And he saw this idea that he could have pushed, so his brain is clearly working at that top capacity, but deep into the line he missed that one resource. So he's always ready for that opportunity, no matter whether it comes in the second hour of play or the fifth hour of play.
Correct. Correct.
Once again, I'd like to just state it. I mean, it doesn't matter who's out there criticizing how someone has played. If you're not making the right moves, you don't have any haters. So I'm very happy what they're doing out there.
Yeah. And I think with this World Championship match, a lot of people are going to be inspired. That always happens. Like when my dad, he taught me chess, and someone asked me how he learned chess, it was because of the Fischer-Spassky match in 72. And I think many youngsters will quote this few years down the line, that the Ding Gukesh match brought me into chess or made chess a big part of my life. So this is very cool.
We are literally watching history being made. As these numbers keep moving, they keep increasing. Like we are kind of having, this journey of seeing that happen. So we are in full support of Gukesh. Ding is also awesome. I think there are great things to look forward to.
Yeah, and on this screen are, I think, most of the people and names who have made this entire broadcast possible. So a big shout out to everyone here. Samay is not here, but from Tuesday, I think he'll be here. There's also Nordwin Gaming, our producer Saab, the entire team here. Thank you so much for producing a beautiful show every day. We also have Habitat here, Balraj Bhai. We never thought he would be joining in the commentary when we first planned this, but he's become like a part of this panel, and itna maza aa raha hai Balraj Bhai with you, with your questions. It's just amazing. He just mixes in like ऐसे क्या रहता है वो,
Curiosity.
जैसे चीनी दूध में घुल जाती है वैसे.
हाँ.
And then finds the moves which Gukesh plays. So.
Yeah, E3. It happened on the board.
Let's see. I'm genuinely hoping to see that this same level of play continues all the way up till the Rapid. I am hoping it continues till the 13th of December, because the energy that the entire audience is also sharing is very infectious.
Yeah.
Everybody who comes to watch it live wants to come back over here. So I think we'll probably need to have a bigger venue by that time.
Hopefully, yes, we should have it. And also balrajbhaichess.com has been a partner to this stream. They have been in the planning process right from day one. So big shout out to them for everything. And you can support them and their initiatives from the pinned message here, where you can go premium. There's a Black Friday offer, 7 days free, and then premium membership 50% off. And top five people each day get a chessboard signed by the panelists here. So do check it out, and that would be amazing. And lastly, I also want to thank Red Bull for supporting this stream, and also chessschool.net today, Balaji Govindan, who actually supported us with a drink today over here at Habitat. And I also had one last thing to mention. Sorry for keeping this going. We always talk about supporting Indian chess through Help Chess. This is a charitable trust run by all of us, to support young Indian talents. So if you want to support any of the players, then please go to helpchess.org. And there are a few people who have contributed in the last 5 days: Mihir, Bhavesh, Nikita, Jai, Gunjan, Sunil. Thank you all for supporting this. And we will, if you contribute, all of this money will go to young Indian talents. And last but not the least, all of you here, thank you for coming out today. And I think we will see all of you day after tomorrow.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Going into rest day.
Rest day tomorrow. Someone said we are going to miss chess tomorrow. कल का दिन miss होने वाला है, but ठीक है, थोड़ा chill कर लो Ding के.
Chill like Ding. Yeah.
Ice cream खा लो. But it's going to be a big fight as we go into that phase. Gukesh with 2 whites, 3 more games coming up in this next stage. The players get a rest day, we all get a rest day, and we'll be back at Habitat after that. So see you guys, same time, same place.
Bye-bye.
See you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, And now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game. Or anybody that has Gemini.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you will beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-week free trial and 50% off, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.